Hi, my name is Brian Kong and this is One Collectibles. This year we're bringing back the Singapore Nationals Fantasy League known as the Fantasy League. This is how it works. You pick 4 different players from 4 different tiers. Every win a player on your team gets you 1 point. The 3 teams with the highest number of points will win prizes. Good luck and follow the instructions on screen to participate.
All right.
Oh, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Singapore Nationals. Well, we are greeting you from Singapore. Really warm today, but we are really hyped for today's Singapore Nationals. Bringing you wonderful games of flesh and blood. Personally, my favorite game. My name's Gabriel, and we have Mervin.
Yes, hi everyone. We'll be joined later by Kelvin and Fenfei for the later matches, but 4 of us will be bringing you coverage of the Singapore Nationals over these 2 days, from Classic Constructed to Booster Drafts, all the way to the top 8 to see who will win.
Very exciting. What you have seen just now on stream, the video, is our One Call National Championship Fantasy League. What's a Fantasy League about, Mervin?
Well, Gabriel, it is simply Fantasy League, but fab. And that's great, right? Every time you watch many of these coverages, these Tier 4, Tier 3 calling events, you want to be involved.
Very exciting.
Here, you can be when you draft your very own team. So, Gabriel, how is this going to work?
So there'll be 12 points to draft your team. You choose 4 players from 4 tiers depending on their skill level and experience. And with each player winning each game, you get 1 point. And most points at the end of the Nationals win prizes. These prizes are: first prize, 200 Singapore dollars of store credit with 1 call. Followed by second prize, $100. Third prize, $50.
Yes, all these credits can be cashed in to buy more fab cards. And
I love that.
Right, that's great, right? Yeah. Have you already picked your team?
Yes. All right. So how do you pick your team? There are 4 different formations. You can either choose 9-pointer followed by 3 1-pointers, or 2 5-pointers followed by 2 1-pointers, 5-pointer and 2 3-pointers and 1 1-pointer, or my personal favorite, 4 3-pointers. That's what I picked.
Yeah, and the players, they are kind of put into these point ranges based on some of their past achievements.
That's right.
I think for our 9-pointers, we actually have the reigning champions and past finalists of the Singapore Nationals. And as we go down, we see people that perhaps have top 8'd or they have, cashed in some of the higher events. So, let's take a look at some of the pointers here. 9-pointers. Last year, Jin Han took home the trophy as the national
yes. I remember
winner.
that.
Yep.
You have Chu Heng, Gordon, and Shirei.
Yes.
You all regularly see them at the top tables, top 8s, very experienced players, known in the community to win.
Yep, and actually Shirei just top 8 the recent calling in Taiwan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
very experienced in the local meta and draft meta.
Yep, and here we have the 5-pointers. Some of these individuals, perhaps you've seen, in callings overseas, or you've met them. These are people like, Brian Kong, the guy in the video. We have people like Elliot.
You all know as a very popular caster for FAV.
Yeah, and even Kayang. I think he's quite someone that travels and goes to some of these events.
That's right. Taking a look at the 3-pointers.
Yep, for the 3-pointers and the 1-pointers, right? Let's start at 3-pointers. It's getting more and more crowded now. I think the 3-pointers are people who, regularly do quite well in some of the maybe PQs. Road to Nationals. The PQ season just finished, and I think a bunch of them were promoted to the 3-pointer league.
Oh, very congratulations to those who are promoted to the 3-pointer league. And we have a list of 1-pointers. Unfortunately, we won't be able to go through them, as there are quite a few names. But 1-pointers sometimes consist of many new faces, or
yes.
our regular Armory dominant folks.
Yes, at least those who have, the ability to even qualify for nationals, right? I don't think this is also an easy task.
That's right.
Yeah, and always great to see new faces around. I think there's actually quite a few people that weren't here last year, so always surprising to see, where they're gonna end up like here. And I think they're pretty interesting picks if you do want to pick
Very
them.
excited to see them play. Very excited, and congratulations to all players for entering nationals, and all the best to all these players. So how do we sign up for this Fantasy League?
Yeah, just check the link in the description of this YouTube video. There should be a link there. Alternatively, I think there was a QR code on screen just now. And then once you scan the QR code, you click the link. Just go onto the One Collectibles page, make an account, and pick up some of your pointers. Do note that there is a cutoff time. The cutoff time will be 9:30.
About 9:30 to 9:40. So put fastest fingers, get them through now, and don't miss out on a chance to win fabulous prizes.
Yes.
And to follow along closely with some skin in the game.
Yes, it's always so much more fun when you're actually voting and following the journey of some of your players.
Definitely. We'll be playing the video again, so you can find out more on this Fantasy League.
Hi, my name is Brian Kong, and this is One Collectibles. This year, we're bringing back the Singapore Nationals Fantasy League, known as the Fantasy League. This is how it works. You pick 4 different players from 4 different tiers. Every win a player on your team gets you 1 point. The 3 teams with the highest number of points will win prizes.
Kelvin, you feel free
Good
to
luck
pass
and
this
follow
on,
the
bro.
instructions on screen to participate.
Okay, hello, I'm Chu Heng, and I'm a 9-pointer for the Singapore FAB Fantasy League this year. My proudest achievement is I managed to top the Swiss for every year at net so far on the first day. So hopefully I can keep it up this year. As usual, my target for the last few years have not changed, and including this year is just to win nets and hopefully not get beaten by Gordon again.
Hi everyone, I'm Gordon, and this year I'm a 9-pointer on the FAB Fantasy League. So my best FAB achievement was going 3-0 at the recent Armory at CTGH. I have less 3-0s in Armories than national wins. My target for this year nets is just to try my best. I think competition is getting tough. Anyone can win nationals, including US men, so just try my best.
Hi, my name is Jin Han, and I'm a 9-pointer in the Fantasy League. So some of my achievements in Flesh and Blood has been, I was actually the previous year's national champion.
Looks like he came on to I.
Top
Wow,
8
Kelvin, what happens
Collins,
here?
Kuala
What's
Lumpur,
here? He loses the
and
game.
also managed to cash out a
They
few Tier 4 events. So my target would obviously be to try to take the whole thing down again. I heard, back-to-back national champions are pretty hard to come by.
Interesting choice.
Thanks for tuning in, and I hope to see me on stream.
I think it is one of the best. It is not.
Hi, my name is Brian Kong, and my FAB achievements is Battle Hardened winner, calling top 8, top 8 nationals 2 times, and yeah, I think that's about it.
Okay.
I started Flesh and Blood back during the Tales of Aria period, so I learned about Dash, which is the OG Dash, and then I just fell in love with gameplay mechanics, of just loading pistol and then just
You want to tell the
firing
funny
it
story
2 and 2 go again.
about your
So
game with
that kind of
Verdan?
got me in the game, and then I learned about more heroes after that, and yeah, I just fell in love with the game after that. For nationals this year, I'm just looking to stay consistent. Day 2 nationals, and I mean, if I top 8, it's a bonus for me. I think, yeah.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. And here with me is Kelvin.
Hello, hello.
And we're going to jump straight in to our first game. And Kelvin, who are we watching today?
We are watching our former national champion, To Jin Han. And I believe his opponent is Jaden, a local Dorinthia aficionado.
Yeah, and I think Jin Han might be playing Kano. We're not sure yet until we cut to the actual game. But that'll be a very interesting matchup, don't you think?
Yes, certainly it's quite... no, it's making Verdans.
Oh, is it a different wizard?
Okay, okay.
Okay, interesting.
Very interesting. Yeah.
All right.
Okay,
So,
so I mean, we'll see once it's actually revealed what hero is playing. But Jinhan has been known to be a wizard enjoyer throughout his years of playing FAB. I remember the first time I ever played against Jinhan, I got utterly destroyed by his Kano in a Blitz game, and I was old him with AB3 and Crown of Seas, mind you.
oh,
So-
Kano in Blitz is quite the throwback.
It is very much a throwback. This is when Wildfire was, sorry, when Stir, the Aether Winds and Fault Lightning were both still legal. So I
Oh.
think I died from 14 life, which, if you recall in Blitz, is basically
almost your whole life.
75% of your life total.
Yeah, and but you know we're not sure yet what wizard is gonna play.
Yep.
But we do know that Jaden has been a warrior enjoyer.
Yes.
And I think warrior enjoyers are some of those people that have been very dedicated to their class, despite the fact that some people say warrior cards are not really getting the love they deserve.
Yes, I think Josh Lau released an entire video after Escalate Bloodshed was spoiled, where he bemoaned the state of warrior cards. But
Yeah.
I think that's also for good reason, right? Because warriors are, the class that are most reliant on the weapon, the thing that starts in play and stays in play.
Yeah.
And I think Brian Gottlieb had mentioned that it's very easy for warriors to snowball out of control if they're given too much power.
Yeah, but the class is fun, right? And as a warrior enjoyer myself, I personally have also watched. I think the card guys and Josh Lau did just release a video on them reviewing all of the warrior games in the nationals so far. I've enjoyed that that video, but maybe we can add one more to the list.
Sure, that would be exciting to see. Dorinthia can also run a large variety of builds. We don't know whether he's Dawnblade, whether he's Hatchets, or whether even Decimator Great Axe, which I think our prior world champion Grigors Kowalski ran at Pro Tour London, I believe.
Oh, okay, bringing back the Decimator. And actually with High Seas, I think Dawnblade has had a lot of resurgence with Gravy and allies coming back into the mix.
Yep, exactly. I think it's an incredibly favored matchup for Dorinthia in my experience because, if you put allies on board, let's say you put a Swabby, how nice. It's 3 life for my Dawnblade to hit, kill, and gain a counter. And if the Dorinthia decides to go to the Gravy's face, Gravy has a good number of no blocks in the deck. Not just the allies, which can range from anywhere to typically 15 to 20, but also, cards like Eye of Ophidia even, and 2 blocks like Call to the Grave are all liabilities when you're facing down a scary Dawnblade.
Yeah, and I think Gravy, some of the decks even run 2 Fables, right?
Yes.
The Riches of Dani and Eye of Ophidia,
Yeah.
on top of all the no-block allies. So that's quite something Dory and Dawnblade can prey on.
Can really exploit. Yeah, it's a high risk, high reward strat.
All right, so here we
Alright,
go,
we are
cutting to
live.
the players. And looks like Jianhan is on Verdan's, the Earth Wizard from Rosetta.
And as predicted, Jaden is on Dorinthia. We'll wait to see what exact build he's running once more is revealed.
Yeah, actually, I just played Jaden in one of the armories recently, and he really has been preparing a lot for nationals. He's been really cooking the Dory pot, if you would say that.
Okay, we'll see. I mean, Dory is one of the largest card pools in the game just by virtue of being released in Welcome to Wraith. And there have been a lot of warrior heroes that have been released throughout the sets. I think the most recent one was Fang, and I don't know to what extent Fang cards are playable in Dorinthia, but she has a huge toolbox to draw on. I think most recently, quite a few Dory lists have been running Kabuto.
Oh,
which
yes.
which probably won't be very relevant in this matchup, but you never know what spicy tech Jaden has decided to bring in this matchup.
The best tech against warrior is often just warrior cards as well, which is
Yes.
like Kabuto.
Ironically,
Yeah, so we see Jianhan presenting Verdan. So actually now that we know the matchup is Verdan's against Dorinthia, what do you think about this?
I think traditionally this has been quite Verdan's favorite because Verdan's as an Earth hero blocks extremely well. In my experience, Verdan's typically run anywhere from 9 to 12 D-Reacts on top of instant speed reaction cards like Mental Block. And Verdan's armor suite is actually extremely strong as well. You've got cards like Barkskin of the Millennium Tree,
Yes.
you've got cards like Stonewall Gauntlet, Storm Striders doesn't block, but Storm Striders is probably one of the best, if not the best equipment piece in the game.
Yep.
Basically letting you pseudo time walk your opponent.
Yeah, take one more turn right now.
Take one more turn. And Verdan's is a 40 life hero as well.
Yeah, doesn't have the constraints of the other Wizard Kano, which starts at 30.
Yep. So I'm curious to see what weapon Jinhan presents here. There's the possibility that he presents Surgeon Aethertide to go for a high arcane combo kind of game plan where he sets up potions. But then again, potions are all non-blocking cards, so that could be a liability against Dorinthia, like we talked about with Gravy.
Yeah, and I think the threat of the Verdan's OTK, right, with the rampant growth, you know, you gain life, you amp, and you hit your opponent for a massive amount of damage. That is always something very scary.
Yes, and LSS just released a new tech card for Wizards, which is, I think, more aimed at Kano, but can also be applied to Verdans if they run the Surgeon Aethertide build, and that's Arcane Compliance, which I think, if I recall, it prevents effects that amp a given spell. So let's say you amp your Surgeon Aethertide with like a bunch of Rampant Growths, you amp for 8, and you try and hit your opponent with a massive Burn Bear. Arcane Compliance can actually get a lot of value there by rewinding your amp, basically.
Yeah, but it's also a very tricky card to play tech sometimes because, you know, if you play it, it's an instant on the stack. You know, the wizard can always respond and do something else.
Yep.
So we'll see if that happens here. And actually, Jaden presenting, pulling up with a very nice Dorinthia altar there. Like a full art Dorinthia.
Full art Dorinthia. Very cool.
Yeah.
Jinhan is bringing Jin sleeves from Grand Archive, I believe. So he is repping his namesake here.
And I think Jinhan is someone who advocates for just playing the cards, so he's a man that doesn't bling a lot. But he truly believes in...
He does bling some things. From what I remember, he's one of the few people who actually look out for the young Marvel heroes.
Oh yes, the young Marvels.
So when he plays draft, he outblings everybody on the field. I picked up the habit from him myself when we were in PT. I got a copy of each young Marvel hero, which fortunately are pretty affordable because everyone wants the adult versions.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. Always good to bling in a field where people don't expect the bling, right, in draft. Yeah, looks like they're just preparing up right now. Remember, I do think the Fantasy League is still open. You can still go into the link and choose your teams. Actually, for this game, right, Jinhan is one of the 9-pointers, being last year's national champion. Jaden, I think either a 1 or 3.
I believe Jaden's a 1-pointer.
Oh yeah, I mean...
Please forgive me if I'm wrong, but I also think this may be his first nationals.
Oh, okay.
I don't recall seeing him at last year's nationals.
Yeah.
Where we both had the privilege to cast as well.
Yeah, I think so too. You know, but he has been making his rounds around Armory. He did actually tell me that, you know, he's been grinding a lot of games on, you know, online with his friends as well.
Okay.
And so, you know, I'm sure he has a lot of practice, and Dorinthia is actually a deck that rewards a lot of time invested into the hero, right?
Yep, exactly.
And it's actually one of those decks where you kind of play a side game with your opponent. It's like
Mind
Assassin.
games.
Yeah. You mind games them. On top of just playing your cards, you want to know how your opponent is viewing your hand, what he thinks you have in your hand, and how you can kind of exploit that. And I think we do have some of the... I think Fang does do that a lot with the release of Hunted, you know, combining the go again with the attack reaction. Dorinthia does kind of still use things like Warrior's Valor, right, which is a front pump, so you know that it has go again. But sometimes, you know, they can psych you a bit, they play run through. Some of them like to play, Glint, singing Steel Blade into looking for Glint. There's a lot of ways and a lot of flexibility that Dory can play their turn. And that, I think with more cards that come out, it becomes harder to predict what Dory can do.
Exactly. We'll see which build Jaden has chosen to bring. I think one card that potentially might be a blowout for Jaden is I can't remember what the card is called, but it's a blue non-attack action that reveals the opponent's arsenal, and then if it's a D-react, it blows it up. For the life of me, I can't remember the name, but I've had it played against me several times. It's extremely annoying.
Is it
And
Emboldened Blade?
Yes, it's Emboldened Blade.
That's a warrior card, right?
It's a warrior card.
Yeah.
So Jaden
Oh, against Verdan.
against Verdans, because the easiest way to stuff a Dory turn traditionally has been just Arsenal D-react, wait for them to swing the first Dawn Blade, you D-react from Arsenal, it doesn't turn on reprise, nothing happens unless they have specific cards like Run Through, or they blow a glint without the draw, just to get go again to keep the turn going.
Yeah. And I think specifically for Verdant, right, she also values the decompose that's attached to some of these defense reactions.
Yes,
Right,
it's
for-
very, very important for her.
Right, and I think for a very brief time during the pre-Q season, we saw quite a bit of root-bound carapaces, right, from Florian and Verdans both.
Yes, there was a huge amount of root-bound carapaces being run. I think some lists even ran up to 6, and some even dabbled in the blue root-bound carapaces because of how important it is to get online. Verdant is functioning a blank hero before she hits that 8 Earth card in Vanish threshold.
Yeah, but once she hits it, now she starts pinging away and your life just evaporates.
Yep, and she heals as well. She heals and pings you.
All right, so we're gonna go into the game right now. Players have already presented their equipment.
Alright, and we see that Jaden is indeed on Dawnblade, and Jinhan has brought Waning Moon and a pretty defensive equipment suite.
Yeah, with the Stonewall Gauntlet.
Wow, okay, that's a strong start from Jaden. Iron Song Determination, and pitching a snag. Very interesting.
Oh, that's okay. That's interesting. I have heard some people playing Snag because Burden's Earth cards do gain power, right? Like cards like Felling, Plow Under get +4 if you've hit like a certain threshold.
There is a very annoying interaction I had recently as a Verdant against the Gravy where I tried to Felling a Humperdinck and my Felling got snagged. So not only did I waste my premium power card, it also did not kill the Humperdinck. So it was a wasted turn.
Yeah, Snag actually, has a lot of use. Most people think it's for like Assassin and Dory, but it could. I mean, not really for Dory, for Assassin. But it can be used for these Earth heroes as well.
Has niche users as well.
Yep, and so we see actually a very classic turn 0 play from Dorinthia, the Iron Song Determination, right? Giving the Dawnblade +1 and dominate. And turn 0, you do want to not leak any damage over.
Yep. This is incredibly strong because if Jaden can get a counter established on turn 1, that sets the pace for the rest of the game where Jinhan probably needs to have a reset turn.
Yep, and Jaden goes for the Glint, the Quicksilver, because he knows, 1 is going over already. So it's gonna give him the second hit. Needs to find the goal again, finds it in Glint, the Quicksilver, because Jinhan definitely has to block on turn 0. And so he has drawn a card, and I think now he's considering Grains.
Missing Green's trigger. One good thing for Jinhan here is that he's blocking with Earth cards at the very least, and these are the Earth cards that you want to block with, like Autumn's Touch. You want to get these out of your deck as early as possible because these Earth cards are pretty much your decompose fodder. You don't want to be decomposing with cards like Felling, like Plow Under. You want to be decomposing with, relatively weaker Earth cards like Autumn's Touch, arguably Everbloom Life, and more of the chaff, so to speak.
Yeah, and I think usually some people opt not to attack Earth Hero on turn 0.
Yep.
But in this case, if you can push this amount of damage over and get a counter on your Dawnblade, that might be something you could do.
Stroke of Foresight is a very interesting card. I don't think I've seen it in that many Dorinthia lists recently. It's, is it running Kasai sometimes?
Yeah, in Kasai, because Kasai benefits off the draw, right? You draw and put a card below, it actually makes your next sword swing free. So that's for Kasai, but I guess for Dorinthia, it's always good to run a variety of attack reactions to always keep your opponent guessing, right?
I think this is an amazing start for Jaden. Chipping 5 life on turn 0 and getting a counter on the Dawnblade is, I think, the best start you can possibly ask for.
Yeah, and he still gets to Arsenal after all that too.
The one silver lining for Jinhan is that he has 2 Earth cards in his graveyard already. So if he wants to decompose very soon, he can indeed do that. And I see his hand has a Plow Under and a Fruits of the Forest. So one playline that might be available to him would be to discard the Fruits, and then he satisfies the 3 card in graveyard thresholds the Plow Under.
Yeah, but that means he's gonna Plow Under for
That means, yes.
2 damage.
Plow Under for 2, which is kind of sad. But, gets rid of his arsenal, it's non-interactable, and it gets him closer to being online.
Yep, so he's just gonna do a discard of the Fruits of the Forest, gaining 2 something that he could do on Verdan says could do on turn 0, right? So that's why it's always an option to attack or not attack the Earth Hero.
And we see he chooses to send the E-Strike, I would believe, for 7, and saving the Plow Under for another turn.
Yeah, perhaps when it swings for more than 2.
I think the most ideal scenario here would be to draw something like Rootbound Carapace in the next hand, and then he gets to decompose and ensure that Plow Under hits for the full 6 value.
Yes, yes. And so this is just going to be a vanilla 7, but always a good number E-Strike gives you, a very flexible card.
E-Strike has been such a mainstay in decks since Welcome to Wraith, and it's one of the most flexible, if not the most flexible cards in the game.
Yep.
This version of Verdans that Jinhan is running looks to be more Battle Mage style, something reminiscent of the Icelander deck from Michael Hamilton in 2022. A real
Very
throwback.
long. Yeah. Oh wow, he got to Arsenal.
Steel Blade Supremacy.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, going for the Warrior's Valor into Steelblade Supremacy, 2 of the strongest cards in Dorinthia.
It's coming for 9 on hit draw, on hit go again.
Yeah, and he still has that 1 card behind. Gonna keep Jinhan guessing as to what it's gonna be.
And we see that Jinhan has brought in a healing potion, actually, which is an interesting choice. Because if you're running a healing potion, typically you expect to see that with a card like Surgeon Aethertide sometimes.
Yeah. And so, oh, Jinhan just declares no block.
No, just adjusting our life total.
Oh no, yeah,
He took.
he's not
took
declaring.
7.
Yeah, sorry, he is adjusting the life total from the E-Strike damage that Jaden took last turn. Jinhan, a very experienced player on stream, looks like.
He has been on stream multiple times. I think most recently at the Calling. Sorry, not the Calling. I think Calling Kuala Lumpur.
Oh wow, and Jaden's gonna go for the Blade Flurry, gonna pump it up by 2.
26.
And
This is a huge amount of damage, going to 26.
yeah, Jaden's gonna draw off Steelblade Supremacy, so gets another card to work with.
Triggering Grains of Blood Spill, always nice to have. And the fact that this Dawnblade hits means that this counter is going to stay for at least 1 more turn here.
Yep. So now he's contemplating what to do here. Yep, going for the Brave Forge Braces. No, while Warrior does lack in arcane equipment, as you can see from his Narun hood, their normal equipment is very versatile, can do lots of things.
It also blocks extremely well. I think right now he's representing a good 7 block on board. And when you're playing a hero that actually sends a lot more physical damage than arcane damage, it can be a huge benefit. It's functionally 7 life, which is the damage he took from the E-Strike.
Yeah. And now Steel Blade Supremacy buffs your Dawnblade for the whole turn. So there's going to be 2. Blade Flurry buffs for another 2. So it's going to be, that's 4 on top of the 4 the Dawnblade has, and then the 1 from the Brave Forge Bracers.
So if this hits, Dawnblade will get 1 more counter, which I don't think would be ideal for Jin. The problem here is that he's got a healing potion in hand, which can't block.
Yeah, and that's probably one of the reasons he took the damage in the first place. So forcing Jaden to at least show his attack react.
So I don't believe that Jaden has any cards in hand right now. So if Jin chooses to send 9 here, which I think is the capacity of his blocking hand, his turn could be as simple as setting up a healing potion and passing, which is not a terrible thing to have on the field, because once you're online, that's functionally 3 value that stays on board. And if you bring in Rampant Growth in this matchup, that can translate into even more arcane value as well.
Yeah, but the question is whether Jinhan can block 9 here, and whether he might actually give up some of his equipment to do so.
I don't think he can afford to give the Millennium, the basket and the Millennium Tree here, because the effect is not online. From what I understand, it has to be you only get the Embodiment of Earth tokens, yes, when you have 4 or more Earth cards in your managed zone, which right now he has 0.
Yeah, so giving the Bark Skin now would be really quite bad. There's always a Stonewall, right? Stonewall blocks for more, when the attack is buffed by something.
Yes,
right?
and it decreases it blocks for 1 and it decreases the value of the attack by 1. So that is functionally blocking 2 right here.
Yeah, so I guess a consideration would be whether Jinhan has 2 blocks in his hand.
Yep.
I do recall Earth has some 2 blocks, right?
It has a good number of 2 blocks. All the fruits of the forest are 2 blocks. Cards like Cadaverous Tilling are 2 blocks as well.
So Jinhan really giving this a think here because we know how quickly the Dawnblade can snowball.
This can get out of hand very, very quickly. Jaden is hot out of the gates and putting pressure on Verdan's when she's weakest.
Yeah, this is actually one of the premier Dorinthia hands, right? You're trying to line up a Steelblade Supremacy with the Warrior's Valor and then 1 or 2 pumps.
Yeah, I think it's harder to think of a more premium hand than this, to be honest. Steelblade Supremacy, Blade Flurry, and the Warrior's Valor coming in for 9, and you know you can pump it out to 11, so unless your opponent gives you the whole hand, and if he does give you the whole hand, he gets extremely punished by something like Glint the Quicksilver, for example.
Yes. Or things like Twinning Blade, right?
So we see that he has an E-Strike and a Warmongers in hand. Blocking for 6.
Yep, and Jinhan saying no reaction, so it looks like it was going to be...
3.
Yeah.
This is a bold play, because it gives him an arsenal, which, funny enough, also gives him a target to plow under if he chooses to do it, which might be his course of action this game.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe that's why he was alright giving him the arsenal, but giving him the Dawnblade counters is a whole other story though. And at 5, it's very threatening, a 1 for 5.
We see a 10 life lead for Jaden already, having gone first, which isn't something that you normally see, because the player going second, Jin, normally has a tempo.
Yeah, man.
And we see that it is indeed the Cadaverous Tilling, which is a 2 block. So he wouldn't have been able to block for 9 in any case, unless he threw some equipment in the mix.
Yeah, that's quite an unfortunate hand to respond to that. And oh, it looks like...
Snag is interesting here. It does push it down to 6, but that's just a 2-value snag at the end of the day.
Yeah, I guess he's treating the snag kind of like a block in this case. Maybe he has too many blues in his hand.
Entirely possible. And I believe he drew from Steelblade Supremacy on the second swing last turn, but he chose not to Arsenal. He very well might have drawn the snag.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and choosing to be a bit more defensive here.
I guess he has 2 counters on his Dawnblade. He can ride the value of having a on-board 1 for 5 that threatens the snowball, which is always an extremely... Oh, we see the Rootbound Carapace in Jin's hand. And the Punamu Amulet as well. Very interesting.
Punamu Amulet being a healing pot with Watery Grave, right?
Yes, it's functioning your 4th healing potion. That happens to cost about 10 times more than the other healing potions in your deck.
Right, Jaden. Interesting to actually give up 2 cards here because, you know, if Dorinthia doesn't hit with the Dawnblade actually loses all its counters and it resets back to 0.
He also might be choosing to play a bit of a more grindy game here because, you know, Dawnblade is a weapon that stays in play, whereas Jinhan's weapon only really does damage if you've played an arcane spell. And the current builds of Verdan's don't actually run that many arcane spells in the deck. I think typically they run, you know, your classic Pulsing Aether, your Burn Bear, and maybe Emeritus, but Emeritus you really want to save it for that kill turn with Storm Striders, because playing on your own turn is incredibly inefficient.
Yeah. And it does look like he actually arsenaled the snag, and that's why he was so quick to play it just now.
Yeah.
So he does have 3 cards
He does have
behind.
3 cards, yes. You're absolutely right.
And that is still very scary. I mean, one thing about Dorinthia, and a drawback of having such a powerful weapon, is that you have to hit with Dawnblade in order to swing with it again, right? It's not like the dual-wield warriors where even if you don't hit, you can just kind of sidestep the attack chain and swing your next weapon.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's why cards like Twinning Blade come in though. So a potential blowout is Twinning Blade and Glint, which is always a classic combo.
Yeah, especially when your opponent blocks like 9 or 11.
I also saw a Rampant Growth life in Jin's hand, which is very interesting because he seems like he's brought in a lot of non-blocks in the deck. The healing potion and the Punamu tells me that he's brought in the 4 potions, and the Rampant Growth, I'm not sure how many copies he's chosen to bring in, but it could be, I imagine, anywhere from 2 to 3. So he's got at least 7 no blocks in the deck, which is pretty bold.
Yeah, but Jaden here showing all the attack reacts from his hand. He played the puncture in response to the 4 block by Stonewall, so it actually increased it by 4 because of the equipment. Jin responds with the root bound, blocking by 4, and then Jaden hits with the out for blood, pushing it over the top and allowing him to keep the counters on the Dawn Blade.
Keeps his counters. And we saw he pitch a red overpower there, which is probably why he was so quick to block with the first one. Red overpower is, extremely powerful, but it costs 3 to play. And Dorinthia probably runs anywhere from 18 to 20 plus blues in my experience.
Yeah, and despite that, that was a full red hand.
We see that he has to plow an empty arsenal here.
Yeah.
But he is almost online. He's at 6 Earth cards in his banished zone right now.
Yeah, and we can never count Verdan's out despite her life totals, right? Because she's the only hero with an inbuilt healing mechanic. Perhaps maybe like Prism who gets ward, but Verdan's is able to regenerate her health. So once she's online, she can suddenly go back to like 30 and you never know.
Verdan's is extremely, extremely resilient. Not only do you have the entire suite of Earth defensive cards available to you, you also heal a ton and you ping your opponent for a ton.
Yeah, heal and ping. Crazy. And now Jaden, taking a look at his hand here, we see Provoke, Hit and Run blue, Red Warrior's Valor, and a
Nip at the heels. Very interesting.
Yeah, you see, no conventional pumps here, right? And that can be a bit difficult for Dorinthia, given that you need a Dawn Blade to hit. But we do have the new attack react of Provoke. And
Provoke is a very interesting card.
yeah, Provoke, one of the warrior cards from Hunter that can be played by the other warriors.
Indeed, the generic warrior card.
Yeah.
So I think this leaves him with a hand of Provoke, Warrior's Valor, and the Nip at the heels.
So it'll be interesting to see which card he actually pitches. Nip at the heels is a +1. It's not a +3 like your conventional attack reacts, but it does scam your opponent. Oh, but he chooses to pitch it instead, opting to swing for the Dawn Blade.
I see another healing potion in Jinhan's hand. He seems to have drawn at least 3 potions in the first 3 to 4 turns. And these are a real liability if you're being raised by an opponent because you can't even get them in the graveyard as decomposed fodder. So one interesting thing actually that he could consider is if he gets provoked, he can give the healing potion actually, to get some additional decomposed fodder. Actually, I'm not sure if you can do that because it has no block value.
Yeah, so Provoke
It's an action card. It has a chain as a defending card. Otherwise, it's discarded. I suppose that's a question for our judges if he does indeed choose to go for that line of play.
Yeah, but it is interesting on how Jaden chose to keep Provoke instead of Nip at the heels, because Provoke usually is a card that kind of forces your opponent to block on maybe the first chain link, so they have less cards to block on the second chain link. Or it might be a card to force your opponent to trigger your reprise. Here, if you play it, you actually give Tianhan a way to cover up the Dawn Blade, which is not something you want to do if you have 2 counters on it.
You're right.
But it doesn't matter, right? Because as long as that card is face down in Jaden's hand, Tianhan could be assuming the worst of situations. He could be assuming like...
Singing Steel Blade, it could be anything really.
It could be anything, and that's what makes the hero so good. And so Jaden probably recognizes that and plays into it.
He's drawn 2 healing potions, which is so bad. That is so unfortunate for Jinhan. The fact that he's drawn 4 potions in, I believe it's 4 turns of the game.
Yeah, and you don't... I guess you do want to see the potions early, but not when your opponent has such a devastating on-hit.
Oh, he's pitched the healing potion to activate Plume of Evergrowth.
And that actually allows him to get a card back from his graveyard, an Earth card, right?
Yes, he took the Plow Under, which actually, funny enough, allows Jaden to provoke this into his into the field. Oh, but he's chosen to block it anyway, so I suppose that doesn't matter.
Yeah, so Jaden blocking for...
6, 8.
Yeah, he's counting the massive block he's putting out, and Jaden just shows that he doesn't have the attack react. A pump. He doesn't have a pump. Yeah, and so he's gonna make Jinhan throw away his last card in hand.
I think this is pretty ideal for Jin though. Like the fact that he's reset the Dawn Blade after basically eating it to the face for a good 4 turns is a very, very welcome sign for him. And he's also drawn all his potions already, and I don't believe Verdan shuffles the deck, so he's not going to draw them again for a good period of time.
Yeah, but you know, we have to look at what Jaden managed to accomplish here, and that is remove Plume of Evergrowth, which is essentially removing a Felling of the Crown from the deck.
It is. It's also removing a potential kill condition.
Yeah.
So another way that Verdans like to use Plume of Evergrowth is to grab a Pulsing Aether back from the grave if they really need to send that 4 Arcane at you.
Yeah, so that's one threat out of the game, and also one of the blocks from the Barkskin of the Millennium Tree. And so Jaden, having full tempo now, gonna be swinging after playing the Goblet of Blood Wine, right?
Goblet of Bloodrun Wine, I believe, which is a heavy hitters card all the way back from last year.
Setting him up with an Agility, a Vigor, and still swinging the Dawnblade for 4. I believe that's a blue Warrior's Valor.
Yes, and I think this makes Jin online. He has 8 Earth cards in the Banish Zone right now.
Yep, and is that a yellow or red Rootbound Carapace?
Looks like a red to me.
I think. Oh, and Jinan was swapping to the Marvel Verdans to represent.
Never doubt the bling.
Yes, sorry, I guess I was wrong earlier on.
Wow, Jaden just passes the turn. He's been stuffed by the Rootbound Carapace.
Yeah, but he's going to the next turn with quite a bit of resources here, with an onboard agility, which is very strong. And we'll see how Jinhan kind of responds to this. Earth has a lot of disruption, right? Uninteractable disruption. So let's see if Jinhan managed to draw it this turn, because a 5-card Torrentia is very scary.
I believe his arsenal is a Rampant Growth Life that he put in there a while back. So his best recourse this turn might be to send a Tall Arcane spell, which Jaden won't be able to really block out, given that he's only got Nalrun Hood here.
Yes, the Walls of Warrior, no AB equipment. Having to run the Nalrun weapons, the Nalrun equipment.
They couldn't throw them a bone like Moonblade, give them a AB3 suite with actual good effects.
Yes. Maybe we have to wait for, like, you know, kind of like the assassins, they got their spider equipment.
The widow equipment.
Yeah, the widow equipment. Maybe, yeah, eventually Warrior might get it. Alright, so Jianhan contemplating very heavily. He knows the danger of a 5-card hand.
Everbloom Life.
Bloom Life.
Again one.
Alright, a new card from High Seas.
This was touted by LSS to be the Germinate replacement for Florian, but Everbloom Life basically gives you a little bit more longevity in the deck. It lets you, if you heal enough the turn, you can even put cards like Felling in the Crown back to the bottom.
Yeah. Very strong ability to recycle cards.
Before Everbloom resolves.
Alright. So, Jianhan holding priority on
Grove Life.
Everbloom.
Gain one.
So what he's doing here is, given that this is a double-sided card, he's letting the life half resolve first, and then he's responding to the action portion of the card triggering with another Rampant Growth life, and he's letting that life half resolve first. And if he's got even, and this is before the Rampant Growth half of the card resolves, so he's got even more life gain from, let's say, a card like Sigil of Solace, for example, or Fruits. He could amp this by another good 2 or 3 here.
Yeah, it looks like Rampant Growth is currently on AMP 2, indicated by the dice here.
So he's let that card resolve, and he can ship a 2-cost card to the bottom of his deck. Which, looking at his grave, I imagine might be the Heartbeat of Candlehold as the best choice.
Yeah, it looks like it. I guess that's one of the issues with Decompose, right? Your graveyard options aren't very wide, right? If you had to decompose some of your stronger cards.
So he's amping 2 here, which is nothing to sneeze at, given that Jade only has AB1.
Yep, so that's coming in for 4. Waning Moon, used on your turn, only deals 2 damage. And we'll see, right? Because sometimes Dorinthia might have difficulty converting her hand. So he might just be considering stuffing this for 1. If he really has nothing to do with the hand.
21.
And he's taken 6 this turn, 2 from the pings and also 4 from the Waning Moon.
Yep, actually equalizing the life total now. So the massive life lead that Jaden had is now gone.
I also think that Jin chose to arsenal a red Rootbound Carapace, which, as we mentioned before, is incredibly strong against Dorinthia if they don't have a card like Emboldened Blade to blow up the arsenal.
Yep, and right, Jaden gonna go for the Unsheathed, also a relatively new card from Rosetta. And you know, it just says if your next your next attack this turn gets +3, and when this attacks, if its attack currently is greater than twice its base, it gets go again. So currently, it does not have the go again ability, but that doesn't matter because agility is on board. So this is essentially a very fancy sharpened steel.
Yes, it is indeed a majestic sharpened steel. Jinhan's hand actually blocks pretty well. I think including the D-Ray and Arsenal, he could block for a total of 16 theoretically.
Yeah, it ought to be good given what he went through in the earlier games.
He does have a Burn Bear in hand, which given the AB1 is functionally uninteractable, 5 damage to Jaden's face.
Yeah. So, just a 6 here. Let's see how Jinhan decides to respond.
We see a red overpower, a blue steel blade shunt, and a blue overpower. So there is the capacity for this hand to go pretty tall with the red overpower. Blue steel blade shunt is functionally taxless in this matchup, but it is still a blue, and you need a lot of those to power during distance.
Yep, and we still don't know what's in his arsenal. Generally, Dorinthia arsenals are quite scary because they could be a cherry-picked attack react that they decided to park in and wait for just the right turn to let it out. And so Jaden going for that. Got that poker face, you know, putting down the cards and like let Jinhan go into his mind tank.
Showing him the number of options he has to blow Jinhan out, apparently. Blow Jinhan out, potentially.
Yeah, and I mean, here at the casting booth and for you guys at home, we know that, you know, he can pump by 6 and hypothetically something else in the arsenal. But Jinhan doesn't know that, right?
No blocks.
Wow, choosing no blocks. Okay, he eats 6 to the face, going all the way down to 16.
Yeah, and Jaden is no reacts, you know, very casually because there's no point to react. You're already pushing it over.
Here, let's go again.
Here we go, Jaden gonna be revealing a card to send to the pitch for the Grains of Blood spill. And that's actually one way to combat Dorinthia, right? And it's kind of a risk mitigation measure because if you let the first one hit, you have more information on what the second swing is gonna look like. It doesn't have the front pump buff of Unsheath and might be easier to block out.
Given that Dawnblade doesn't have any counters, there is no real downside to letting this hit. You're not letting any counters stay. The only other downside, perhaps, is that you give the potential for a counter to be put in the first place, which Jaden is representing right now.
So this is going to be for 4, which is a very awkward number, unless Jinhan has a D-react.
Which we know that he does in his arsenal.
Yes, he has that. But if he plays the D-react, right, a very interesting thing is that it doesn't trigger reprise on the overpower.
It does not, so it strands the overpower in his hand. One potential blowout, though, is if his arsenal is a card that doesn't have reprise, like Puncture.
Yes. And he does have the 1 float to play for a hypothetical arsenal card, and then the 3 in hand to pay for the overpower. So this could be a 13 damage Dawnblade, right, at worst case.
Jin's hand does block pretty well, so we can see him lining up a block of 6 here, and I think that goes to a total of 10 with the root bound if Jaden chooses to fire off that red overpower in hand.
Yeah. So Jinhan still giving this a think. Actually, we do have to also note that Jaden has not used any armor yet. He has 7, functionally, 3, 3, 1, right?
Yeah,
so
3, 3, 1, so 7 life.
block.
But that being said, if Jin chooses to send more arcane damage now, that equipment's not really going to do anything.
Yeah.
And he only has AB1. One potential saving grace might be a card like Oasis if he runs it, which even if he does, he may not choose to bring it to Verdans, given the amount of the density of attack reactions that they run. Sorry, attack actions they run now.
Yep. So Jinhan going for the bark skin, blocked, and with Emeritus and I think pulsing.
Pulsing it. So it's blocking for a total of 9.
For 9.
Yep, 9 with the embodiment of Earth. Alright, so Jaden gonna go for the overpower here, pushing it to 10, so 1 above.
1 above. We do know he has a D-React in Arsenal, and I imagine he does send it here.
Yep, so he's choosing to decompose it. That's gonna buff it by +4, right? So
it's blocking for 13.
Yep.
So the only and he doesn't have the response. But he did get the final use of Basking and Banyan Tree out of Jin,
Yeah.
so that's not available to him anymore.
Yep, and pushing Jinhan down to only 2 cards going to his turn with no arsenal. Jaden being able to keep the arsenal. Oh, and here we go, Burn Bear.
Burn Bear for 6, the newest wizard card from High Seas.
Yes, Wizards have been begging LSS for a popper, and they finally caught one with Burn Bear.
Oh, he does run the Oasis.
Wow, and that's such a good time to draw it too, because, you know, this is the largest with arcane damage, right, that Verdan has.
The largest arcane spell.
And by pitching for Oasis, he's able to have the 1 float to kind
The
of
AB
as well.
So this is functionally blocking 5, I think, from the Burn Bear.
Yeah, but I think he's still giving it a think as to what he wants to pitch, what he wants his next turn to look like.
It's still 2 cards from Jaden.
Yeah. Oh, and it's,
Oh, he pitches another Oasis.
that's not the best, but
It's not, not ideal.
yeah. So he only blocks 4 of the 6 here.
So functionally it's a 2-card fall.
Yeah. But it's a interactive arcane, so
Jin also hasn't seen any of his Felling of the Crowns yet, which is, you know, the power card in all Earth heroes at this stage.
yeah, which is quite unfortunate. But the life totals are kind of similar, and Jaden's just gonna lead with a hit and run into Dawnblade, using the vigor from last turn.
And he takes 3 from the Dawnblade.
Yep. So Jaden's just gonna swing the next one, pitching a Warrior's Valor.
Red Warrior's
Interesting.
Valor. And Jin blocks with a Warmongers and a Ring of Roses, which is one of the newer Verdan specs from Hunted, but he's chosen not to run it hit, to play it here. I think given the low life total that he's at.
Yeah, and choosing instead to send a Cadaverous Tilling for 8. I mean, it is strong, right? It is essentially a swing big.
One thing that Jin is probably... Oh, and he throws the fridge.
Yeah, he sees it. He sees finally damage I can interact
Damage
with.
I can-
and
I
he
can
tosses
actually
the
block.
fridge at it.
So this is very scary for Jin because now the Dory is coming in with a 5-card hand and he does not have an arsenal.
Yeah, and did you see
To-
how quickly he shoved that equipment?
And you see he finally draws the Felling of the Crown and a Sink below.
Oh, and Sharpen Steel,
Wow.
Sharpen Steel.
Sharpen Steel, that's coming for 9, which is almost lethal.
Yeah, just 9. No equipment on Jinhan's side makes it very scary now.
I think Jin would love to just block with 2 cards here and send back the Felling of the Crown if he can afford to do so. That would be the most ideal scenario.
Yeah, and this is very difficult, right? If he wants to kind of leverage the D-React in hand to kind of blow out an attack react, he has to give the rest of his cards to block the initial 9 and force Jaden to play an attack react for him to then respond with the D-React.
On the flip side, he does know that Jaden has used an Oasis and pitched an Oasis. So if he does bring Jaden down to that Strider's kill range, which for Verdan's theoretically could be as high as 9
Yeah.
with Burn Bear and Waning Moon, and potentially even higher actually if he has a Rampant Growth. But he knows that it's very possible that Jaden falls within that range very quickly.
Yeah.
So if he chooses to be a bit more aggressive here and just send the Felling, I think that's the greedier line. And it's if he gets blown out here, if he drops his whole hand, I think it's pretty much very hard to come back because you've conceded all tempo to the Dorinthia, and you've probably taken some degree of chip damage for that as well.
Yeah, and it looks like he's taking it. Going down to 4 life.
This has no go again right now, but he probably has to crack Refraction Bolters here.
Yep, always a good piece of equipment for Dorinthia to have. And chooses the Grains, going down to 1 resource. And it's gonna Brave Forge here. Gonna pitch the Glint. Looks like he was expecting Jin to block with something so he could Glint. But right now, it's just gonna be used as pitch.
This is coming in for exact lethal now, but we do know that Jin has a good blocking hand.
Yep. And goes for the Ansong response.
Which is perfectly blocked by the Sink below.
Yeah.
Jin is firing back with the strongest card in his deck right now, which is the Felling of the Crown.
Yeah. Finally, he finds the power card from the deck. So Jaden has to sink a card and then consider whether or not he wants to block out the felling. And Dorinthia with 4 cards is a lot less threatening than one with 5, and let alone one with 3 cards.
He does still have the armor that he can put in front of this felling, and that brings him down to 9, which is actually in lethal range of Verdan's, theoretically.
Yeah, if he draws the Burn Bear, right? So he has to draw a Burn Bear with 2 blues, right? Because he has
Jaden does have AB1, so he can prevent at least 2 of the damage.
True,
But
true.
We see that Jin has drawn another felling. I also saw a CNC in his hand, but he is being threatened by basically his entire life total.
Yeah, because you never know how much he's gonna pump it, and as you pointed out like earlier, we haven't seen a twinning blade yet, and that's one of the ways Dorinthia kind of sidesteps heavy front blocks.
We haven't seen a singing steel blade as well, which can be used to
Find anything.
tutor a twinning blade.
Yeah.
Twinning blade, from what I understand from talking to some of my friends who are Dorinthia players, isn't actually run at a 3 off these days. I think given that you can tutor a singing steel blade, it may more often be a 1 or 2 off. But that's still functioning 4 copies of it in his deck if he does indeed have the Singing Steel Blade in hand right now.
Yeah, Singing Steel Blade, a very strong card that hasn't made an appearance yet, so I'm sure this is something Zenhan still wants to consider.
He blocks for 6 with the Felling of the Crown as well.
Yeah, and let's see what's gonna... Alright, Stroke of Foresight into the blood. I keep thinking it's blood on her hands, but...
he takes 3 from the Dawn Blade and goes all the way down to 1.
Yeah, but Jaden here doesn't have go again.
He does not have go again because he sacrificed the Refraction Bolters from last turn.
Yep.
And I think Jin is going to fire back with a 8 power Cadaverous Tilling right here.
Yeah, you block 1 with... Yeah, just now... Yeah.
Yep, so
so
just making sure that's correct.
He's only got 1 block left on the Grains of Blood spell. And this is coming in for basically Jaden's whole life total now.
Yeah, and it's very dangerous because you know the Storm Striders is still on the board.
Storm tries his life. If Jin draws an Emeritus or a Burn Bear, it could very well be over on the next turn.
Yeah, so what's the kill range for Emeritus?
Emeritus is 7. And that's assuming no amps from cards like Rampant Growth. So Jaden is indeed now within lethal range, even if he Arcane Barriers twice from the Emeritus and the Waning Moon.
Yep, I think that's what Jinhan's kind of playing towards.
Yep.
And we'll see what are the top cards of his deck and see whether he finds the Arcane spell with the blues.
Iron Song Determination here could very well be lethal. He does have the Burn Bear.
He
has the Burn Bear. He has the Burn Bear. He has the Burn Bear and the Rampant Growth.
But is there enough pitch? Because Rampant...
I think even if he doesn't have enough pitch, he's got it. Unless Jaden has Oasis right here, but I don't think he has. He does have it.
Oh, he's going for the Burn Bear.
And that is exact lethal.
Alright, that's game.
That is game for Jin.
Wow, that's crazy. Jinhan takes it home with 1 life.
After that very rough start to the game with 4 healing potions in 4 turns, he managed to claw it back with a few very efficient plays.
Yeah, and we see how important go again is, right? And the bolters, because on that turn, if he had bolters and he swung 1 more after the double pump,
He could have used the pump from the out for blood as well, which I think gives another +1.
Yeah.
And Jin would have been forced to block, and he wouldn't be able to send that additional damage from the Cadaverous back.
Yeah, and I mean, we don't know. But actually, I'm not even sure if he had resources on that turn to do that. But I think, with the bolters on board, that could have changed the way he blocked, changed the way he interacted with the rest of the turn. But really an excellent game from both players, right? Showing how Dorinthia, a warrior that has been traditionally regarded as one of the WTR heroes who that kind of comes back in the spotlight now and then, hasn't been really prominent. But now with High Seas, like we've talked about, and even into the Earth heroes, right, we see that she does have some game.
She does indeed have game. And I think with heroes like Syndra that are coming to prominence, Dorinthia actually has a decent matchup with Syndra. Syndra doesn't block very well. She does run some D-reacts, but they're not particularly commonplace. Not like Verdan, which runs like 9 to 12 D-reacts. And your armor suite isn't that great as well. And we can see that the armor actually gave Jin so much value this game. If you recount that Basking the Millennium Tree, I think the first block, it gave him 4 value, because it gave him additional 1 block on 2 of the non-attack action cards, plus the 2 block itself. And on the second block, it did the same thing. So that Millennium Tree was basically worth 7 value, if you think about it.
Yes, one of the very strong equipment for the Earth heroes, making them one of the premier defensive decks in the format right now.
Yeah, and we have the meta breakdown for today's turn. We have 19 Syndra.
Okay, that's not something I was expecting, but alright.
And we have, sorry, how many? 109 players. So 109 players registered. So Syndra is, I think, almost 20% of the whole field.
Yeah, overwhelmingly high amounts of Syndra. Man, I wish I was playing Fang today,
I am
man.
glad I did not play Gravy Bones today.
Wow, that's crazy. And after Syndra, we have 11 Verdans. We just saw a game on it. Very strong hero right now.
11 Verdans, 8 Azalea. Azalea is almost on her way out. She is indeed within that 1.5 times Living Legend point threshold. So a win here today could push her a lot closer towards that Living Legend mark.
Yeah, and in Singapore, actually, Azalea is a very popular hero. Not as highly represented, I think, in perhaps other countries, but I know a lot of people in Singapore were really holding their breath to see whether they could play Azalea today. And looks like these 8 players are very happy to see that.
We also have 8 Gravy Bones, the newest hero from High Seas. Gravy is an extremely powerful hero, but does have some very polarizing matchups, which happen
To
and
be?
one of those polarizing matchups happens to be Syndra.
And the other happens to be Verdans, because he's good into Verdans,
He is good
right?
into Verdans. He does struggle a bit into Azalea in my experience, unless he can chain a few Conquerors and CNCs, which not everyone runs CNC. But a lot of heroes have the option to actually ignore the allies and just go to face. Because one difference between Gravy and your classic Illusionist heroes of old is that he's quite action point starved.
Yes, and his cards don't block.
His cards don't block, and you can choose to ignore the bodies on board and just hit him instead. Whereas for Enigma, you didn't have that choice. You had to hit her and her allies, in quotation marks, also helped serve as like shields that you couldn't really interact with for her. And she also was not short on action points. Her weapon basically gave free go again as long as you had a +1 counter.
Yeah, so Gravy, a very new type of hero, and I guess that's why he's not an illusionist, right? That's why he's a necromancer.
Yeah, that's why he's a necromancer, indeed.
Slightly different, but you know, board state hero is back.
I think going down the line, we also see 6 Prisms, which we know is a good, strong hero in the meta now. I think Prism was a top 8 hero in the recent US Nationals as well.
Yeah, and I think with the... Prism has been gaining a lot of attention recently, and personally I've actually even seen a lot of YouTube videos now explaining how to play Prism, right? I think Smurf FAB is one who goes into really deep depth guides and, you know...
I think I've seen one of those suggested on my feed. It's like one interaction, like Herald Second, and it's like an hour-long video.
Yeah, Herald Second, 1 hour.
Yeah.
And I've watched some of his videos, right? Because as a filthy illusionist player myself, and you know, really in depth, and I perhaps kind of spurred a lot more Prisms to emerge in the meta.
I think going down the line, we also see 6 Arachne slip through the cracks specifically, and 2 Arachne Marionette. With the departure of Nu, I think there has been a void of disruptive heroes to a certain extent. And I think Slip Through the Cracks is not the most disruptive assassin, but it's definitely one of the higher damage output assassins.
Yeah.
With its inherent go again.
Yes, kind of targeting some of the aggro heroes like the 19 Syndra we have today.
19 Syndras, and I think another hero that is also targeting that 19 Syndra count is Victor.
Yes.
I think Victor traditionally has been suppressed by Nu to quite a large extent.
Suppressed by MST in general.
Suppressed by MST in general. And yes, Enigma matchup was also pretty horrible for Victor. But Nu's departure has kind of opened the gates for a few of these more blue-heavy heroes to resurface. I think even Jarl and Victor, we see a total of 9 today, which isn't the most, but also these are the heroes that are pretty strong to Syndra.
Yep.
One thing for Jarl as well to note is that traditionally when Nu was around, you had to run the weakest blues imaginable, so Nu couldn't play them against you.
Yes.
So you had to, even cards like Blue Winter's Grasp, which was just a blue ice 3 block,
Yep.
it was dangerous to run it because in Nu's hands it's a 0 for 4.
Yes.
And now you are free to run cards like Glacial Footsteps Blue, Cranial
Oh,
Crush Blue,
yeah.
Thunderquake Blue, these high quality premium blues that even if you're stuck with a blue flooded hand, you can still send a good chunk of like 8 or 10 damage at your opponent.
Glacial Footsteps is not something I've heard in a very long time as well.
That's old him days right there.
Yeah. And we do have to want to say a big congratulations to the 5 Fang entering a field of 19 Syndra and 8 Gravy Bones, which are pretty good for Fang.
Fang is in a decent position. I think the
Yeah.
only bad matchup I would see is, okay, to be fair, Verdan's is not a
Verdan's
great
is
matchup.
not great,
Prism
yeah.
is also not great from what I
Oh,
what I
Prism
understand.
is more than not great. Prism is borderline unwinnable. Have you had 3 Fealty and then you play ALS and that's it?
Ah.
Yeah, so Kano, Prism, very bad matchups for Fang. Fang good into Syndra, kind of good into Arachne. Very interesting hero, would love to see one on stream. Because that would have been the deck I would be playing if I was playing Nationals.
I think if I was playing, I would be on Arachne myself, given that my beloved Nu has retired
Yes.
into the sunset, sadly.
Yeah, but going down for the last few heroes here, a very nice spread of 3 heroes of Florian, Yao, Puffin, Dash, IO, KO, Vincent.
We actually see some heroes that are a bit of a throwback right here. We see KO, which used to be the premier hero upon release, but I think upon Rosetta's release was simply unable to compete with heroes like Aurora.
Yeah, yeah.
But now that I think he has the benefit of some key cards like Sea Legs, he's been able to make a bit of a comeback value-wise. And KO can actually have some extremely scary turns. Think Cast Bones, think Go Kiss Rum, Cast Bones, Cast Bones.
Yes. Cast Bones are always the scariest card to see when you're facing off against a KO. And we also see, I guess, we can talk about the 3 Puffin, 1 Marlin, right? Like, the new heroes, not heavily represented. I don't think I've seen a lot of Marlin games. Happy to watch one if it ever pops up here today.
Marlin is in a bit of a unique spot because she right now has the ability to use Death Dealer while Azalea's still
yes.
around, and her ability lets her load an arrow every time she draws a card.
Yeah.
So I think there's been some builds that were floating around with New Horizon and 3 of a Kind, and it tries to go really wide. And and you have cards like Sile Sarong as well, which let you have go again on
Yeah,
the
the
arrows.
built-in go again,
The built-in
right?
go again. That
Yeah.
being said, she hasn't had much success because she seems to be quite vulnerable to disruption and also vulnerable to breaking at the same time.
Yeah, it doesn't have the damage output that Lexi used to have. But perhaps in the future with more cards or with different builds that people kind of invent, we can kind of see what Marlin can evolve into.
We also see a one-off Acilio.
Yes,
I
beautiful.
do enjoy myself a good Acilio from now occasionally. Yeah, okay. What's
Yep. Yeah, Ocilio being one of the interesting wizards to carry on Verdans and Kano. And then finally we have Dash, IE, Phi, Kasai.
Oh,
Dash
wow.
IE also on her way out.
It's very, very sad for the Mech Enjoyers here, myself being one of them. But yeah, she has been on her last legs for a while. I think the more popular builds of Dash have been the Slap Dash build, given the efficiency of Pistol and Chamber. But with the departure of CYB, I think it's been quite hard for her to grind out other decks value-wise, especially when you have decks like Verdans that can combo you from, that can take the time you give them to set up and combo you, or you have heroes like Syndra that just put the hurt on you non-stop.
Correct. And, you know,
and I think with that, we may be taking a bit of a break, so we'll see you with our next game.
yeah, stay tuned.
are back.
Yes.
What an exciting first game.
Yes, crazy first game.
Wow.
Excited to see what's coming next after that.
Warrior and Wizard, top tier. I love Warrior.
Yes. Conventionally bad matchup, but Jaden showed us it is possible.
Very possible.
Very possible, very close, very close. All right, so now we're gonna, before we jump into the second game, let's take a look at what everyone here is playing for.
Very exciting. We will start from the bottom, 13 to 24th. You get 225 USD?
Yeah, 9th to 20, oh no, yeah, 13 to 24th, 225 USD converted to Singapore dollars, that's more.
And then 9 to 12, also 225 USD. Pretty good.
Yes, but 225 USD with a playmat and a World Championship invitation.
Oh, wow.
Even better.
Even better. So going up from 5th to 8th, 400 USD, World Champ invitation. 3rd, 4th, 600 USD, World Champ invitation. Gold foil legendary.
Yeah, and that gold foil legendary, you know, some people keep it to kind of represent their achievements. If you do want to sell it, can add on to that $600.
Lots and lots. Tell me about the finalists and champion, Marvin.
Yeah, finalist 1.2K. That's already 4 digits of USD, and champion 2.4, double that. And coming with a Champions Trophy.
Oh, I love the Champions Trophy. Very beautiful.
Yes.
Very representative of what FAB is all about. Total
Yes.
prize money, 10,000 USD.
Yeah, LSS being very generous here. It's really supporting the pro play, organized play scene. And that's why a lot of players can make FAB, you know, one of their more than hobbies, right? Sometimes you can even make it like a side career, if you will.
Oh, more than just a bit. That's a very good way to put it. Hopefully, as the community grows, prize money grows, and as it becomes a vicious cycle of community growing and prize money growing, and we become a fantastic hobby, not only a hobby, but a fantastic way to compete.
A lifestyle.
Lifestyle, that's right. We are very excited. We are about to get into round 2. We are most likely going to see some new heroes.
Yes. Here we are with, a very interesting matchup here. We have Eric against Jia Zheng. Eric playing Arachne, Slip Through the Cracks, and Jia Zheng playing Gravy Bones, Shipwreck Looter.
Jia Zheng is one of the top picks for the 5-pointer category.
Yep, in the Fantasy League, very popular pick, a very good player, very well-known player, and he has been playing a lot of Gravy Bones, enough to actually bring it to nationals, right, as a new hero, something not many people would dare to do.
Especially in the face of many Syndras. Apparently.
Yes. But he didn't manage to take the first game, and that's why he's here on stream for the second game.
Yes, and Arachne, Sleepy, I think it's also a very good deck in this meta. Lots of disruption, lots of reactions to catch the opponent off guard. And personally, one of my favorite heroes as well to play.
Yes, Eric has been a very big assassin enjoyer. You know, I often find him playing Nu. I think after Nu Living Legend, he was considering Arachne Marionette. And I guess he landed on Slippy here.
Yeah, and I guess you are right about Nu. Look at his nice Nu sleeves.
Yes, very... You know what LSS is about? Marrying the class, not the hero.
Oh,
yep.
man.
He's going for all the assassins. And actually, right, with Nu entering Living Legend, Slippy actually gets a lot better. Because Slippy used to kind of suffer into the assassin matchups. Given that his hero ability gives the opposing assassin's cards go again as well.
Yes. Hopefully, Sleepy will be able to disrupt Gravy Bones enough for him to push through enough damage and get the win. And I think Gravy Bones will be looking to establish a board full of allies with at least 4 health to dodge stealth attacks, which are generally 3 attack.
Yeah, and That really depends on the allies that Jia Cheng is running, right? And the list that he's using, because given that it's a new hero, there are a lot of lists kind of circulating around right now. There's the more red-heavy list that runs the sloop, Stillwater sloop, I think, with E-strikes. And those are kind of a lot of go against to attack and then lead into the ally attack. There are others that kind of focus on being more ally-centric, running loot the arsenal, loot the hold, focusing more on establishing 2 allies on board and swinging them, and eventually building a board to kind of finish your opponent off. So we'll see what kind of build Jia Cheng is actually opted for today.
And for Sleepy, in my experience, Sleepy usually generally only has 1 or 2 deck construction modes. Either you go through, but the center core build deck of the build for Sleepy is quite consistent throughout many builds. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think the main idea of Sleepy is about the same, right? Because you want to scam your opponent with the, am I going to pump this one or the next attack, right? But perhaps the difference could be, the type of attack reactions they run. How many one-cost attack reactions they run for maybe just a nick. How are they going to play out their bonds? How many bonds? I think these are some options that can differ by 1 or 2 cards, depending on how you want to play the deck.
But the core mainly remains the same.
Yes.
So I think Jia Cheng is will have more knowledge and experience with Sleepy as compared to Sleepy into Gravy.
Yeah. And I think experience into Sleepy is a very important thing, right? Because
Yes.
if you don't know how to play against Sleepy, you just be run over. Because it takes a lot of reps, a lot of understanding what Sleepy is capable of to play around Sleepy.
Right, we see the fist bump and we're getting into the game.
Yep, and here we go. Equipment presented. Sleepy coming in with the Fiendal Spring Tunic. Yep. The Mask of Perdition, Black Tech Whisperers, and Flick Knives. And Jia Cheng coming up with the Crown of Providence, Dit's Red's Hook, and Quick Dodge Flexers.
I've been loving seeing quick dodge flexes on Gravy, and Gravy starts.
Yeah, with the Portside Exchange on turn 0, managing to send a Rigor Mortis to the graveyard, making a gold and drawing a card.
Rigor Mortis being 1 health, susceptible to daggers.
Yep. So that's the problem with Rigor Mortis, but at the same time, Sleepy doesn't really have a lot of blues, right, to swing the daggers. The daggers, to my knowledge, are mainly there to be thrown.
That's right. Getting to mark Gravy so that his stealth attacks can be triggered with the marked ability.
Yeah. And
He's playing Gravy.
Yep. Sending out the Rigor Mortis on turn 0, using the beautiful Taiwan Mahjong resource marker there. And so now he's thinking, 2 cards in hand, is he going to establish a double ally on turn 0?
Establishing a double ally on turn 0?
No, he's just going to be swinging the Rigor Mortis. And now it's on Eric to block. Pitching the Sawbone's interesting, so...
Wonder what his hand is going to be.
Yeah, we'll see what he has. Blocking with Razor's Edge and Spinneret.
Easy block 6.
Yep. And actually, important for Jia Cheng to take note of what attack reactions have entered the graveyard. So now he knows 1 less Razor's Edge.
2 pumps.
Yep, so moving over to Eric now. Drawing up. That's what kind of the benefits of Gravy, right? Being able to, turn 0, set up an ally. Very Dromai reminisce. And kind of not punished for not running Crown of Dominion here, because he was able to create the gold for going into his first actual turn of the game.
Very strong turn 0 start.
Yeah, so Eric has to consider now what is he going to do. He does have quite a few options, right? He can just send 1 into the Rigor Mortis and then leave the others to be pumped. But maybe he might want to use the Clave instead.
Cleaning up Rigor Mortis is something it's important.
Oh, and looks like it's going to hit Jia Cheng. Mark of the Huntsman. On hit, if your opponent is marked, they have to banish a card from their hand. So right now, Gravy Bone's not marked. But potentially with
Throwing dagger.
Yes, with an easy flick, that can change. So he has to consider, you know, will he throw? All right, blocking with the sea legs. And all right,
Yep,
going
playing
for
out rigor mortis.
yep, choosing to pitch,
To pitch.
just the nick and take up the mantle.
Oh, wow.
Very dangerous cards. Choosing to keep them in the deck, very, very good. And I mean, I guess take up the mantle, not very strong early game, when your graveyard's kind of empty. But later on, you know, once you get bonds in the graveyard, and any stealth attack can potentially become a bonds, that is horrifying. And I hate playing against Slippy because of the stress it causes me.
I love playing Sleepy because of the stress I cause.
And here we go, Jia Chen gonna be using Gravy Bones ability, destroying a gold, drawing a card, and discarding a card here. So let's see what he discards. Discards
Chum!
Chum, one of the actually best allies into Slippy, right?
Yes. Oh, Abbas Ye
Yep.
into
That
Chum.
being the blue that is played on the turn, pitching a blue, and with Dead Threats pays for the 4 for Chum. And Chum is gonna attack with Go again.
For 4.
Avasier, one of the extenders of the Gravy deck, given that there's no inherent way to give the allies Go again, unlike Enigma and Dromai. So he does have to rely on cards like Avasier to kind of extend the turn.
Good thing about all these allies, it essentially nullifies the on-hit effects of Sleepy's stealth attacks.
Yes, if it's Slippy is like sending bonds and just a nick into Chum, I would be so happy.
It will be a very painful for the Sleepy player, but very happy for Jeteng.
Yep, and here we go, Chum into CNC. A very strong play because Chum being 6 health, you do want to have cards in hand to kind of either attack it or play around the potential ability. But CNC puts pressure on Slippy to either block or just lose the arsenal.
Not sure if Eric wants to block this CNC. His hand is quite strong.
Yeah.
We saw
I think we saw a Bonds, right?
Bonds. We saw a Widow's Bite.
We saw, yeah. Oh, wow, very
That's
strong.
That's why he pitched the just another one in hand.
Yeah, very unfortunate that CNC is presented here.
And the Codex of Bloodrod.
Yeah, very strong card, all the books, but Codex, unfortunately blocking for 2 here, it's one of the
He might have
downsides
some
of it.
difficulty killing Chum, being a 6 health ally.
Yes, yes.
It's going to be quite difficult for Arachne to navigate. Jeteng having some fortune playing out Chum so early.
Yeah.
Having sufficient blues to play out a Chum, attack with a Chum in a CNC. Heavy disruption.
Yep. Something only enabled through the Avasier in this turn. And, you know, seeing how you don't always just dump your... you have to be very selective with what ally you dump into the graveyard, right? He had the option of Sawbones here. Also a very good card because you can kind of nullify the Flick Knife's ability by tapping Sawbones. But opting to use Chum instead here, you know, I guess kind of prioritizing the higher life, right?
I think Jeteng here got a bit of fortune as well from Eric not being able to attack big enough on his previous turn to remove all his cards. Looking at all the allies in his hand, he might not be able to block.
Yes. And
But giving away 2 cards here, it's and the mask because Codex of Bloodrod only blocks 2.
yeah, that's tough. But here we go.
Probably going face.
Yeah. I'm sure Eric would have loved to keep, you know, the full 5 cards in hand, right? Because 5 cards putting bonds on the table is not something you would love to see on the receiving end of the bonds. But with only 2 cards behind, you know, that kind of narrows Eric's options as to what he can do to pump the bonds.
Going to be very exciting to see how Eric navigates against Sleepy as the game goes longer. Sleepy gets stronger because Sleepy will run out of stealth attacks, and if not, he'll run out of attack reactions first.
Yeah. And I think on the Gravy side, that's also true, right? Gravy being a board state hero with no weapon, once you're out of allies, you have actually no damage to close the game out. So very interesting to see how the game progresses. And yeah, this is going to be a very difficult block from Jia Zheng, especially if he has like no blocks in his hand. You know. And it depends on his build how many D-reacts he might have.
Oh, looks like he gives the hook. Look, he might be representing very little block.
Yeah, and I think against bonds it's very specific, right? You have to think about how much he can pump to, and there are certain thresholds. Here's blocking 4. Okay, gonna be flicking. That's one reaction. Gonna mark using the tiger, Q-letter tiger token.
Mask.
Mask and just a nick, pushing it up all the way to 9.
Gravy Bones have D-react.
Very unfortunate for Jia Zheng because he actually had to commit his Conqueror of the High Seas, you know, one of the power cards of all these new pirate heroes.
No D-react.
Yep, man. He's gonna reveal his hand, showing a Tipple, CNC, and Limpet. So it'll be quite crazy if he's able to remove all the Limpets from Jia Zheng's deck. And that's what he is going to do.
3 airlines down in one go.
Yeah, and a gravy deck, you know, does rely a lot on the allies, right? And he also gets to take a look through Jia Zheng's deck. I guess as do all of us.
And most importantly, removing the 2-pitch from Jia Zheng's hand. And he can't play CNC.
Yeah, and that's a very tough hand that Jia Zheng has, you know. I mean, sending a Tipple for 3 is, it has to feel really bad. And he doesn't have any allies in grave nor blues to resurrect any hypothetical allies.
Worst case scenario, you could just swing Chum.
Yeah, Chum is still on the board, so that's one
Tipple
thing.
into Chum. It's not a bad turn.
Yep. He also has Gravy's ability. You know, if he really wants to ditch the Tipple and hope the top card is a blue, he can do that and swing the CNC. So we'll see. Gravy is actually a deck with like 1,000,000 lines per turn. So that really depends.
And banish another Conqueror of High Seas.
That's 2 very important cards for the matchup because that's kind of how Gravy deals with aggressive heroes, right? With these disruptive effects. And
Go again.
losing the promo card you get from entering nationals. That has to be tough. Slippy, a very strong hero into this meta game here, and one that we have to take note of.
Looks like it's just 4.
Yeah, just for opting to preserve the 2 cards in his hand. Tipple is a very strong and important early game piece for Gravy, right? You kind of gotta put the allies in graveyard, get the gold.
Drawing back.
Yeah, and for Jia Zheng, who has no allies in graveyard, that might be kind of why he wants it. And Eric here, preserving life total. Sometimes Slippy can't convert your whole hand, right? If you draw like all attacks. So, opting to block. And moving to his turn, 4 cards is still very scary. Kiss of Death.
Goodness.
I remember when Toxicity Kiss of Death was still a thing.
I love Kiss of Death.
It's a crazy card. A flickable attack. Essentially a 0 for 5, you know. And here we go. By playing the Kiss of Death, it actually opens up an opportunity for Jia Zheng to consider Charm's activation, depending on how he perceives Eric's turn to be. Right? If he thinks Eric is going to follow up with a very disruptive attack like Leave No Witnesses or another bonds, Charming here might save him a lot of trouble because he doesn't have to block those attacks.
No Chum.
Alright, just takes the 4.
That's going to be a lot of damage coming from Eric.
And here we go.
See?
And is that going to Eric? I mean to Jia Zheng. Yep. And snap blocks the Crown of Providence.
Trigger down Crown Providence.
Yep, and preserving the 1 card by changing it to a card in hand. And flicking the Kiss of Death. Very strong turn by Eric, but Jia Zheng does have 5 cards coming into this turn here. 33 plays 24, so he is not an insignificant amount of life down. He is down by 9 life.
9 life difference can be quite a bit.
Yeah, but Chum is on the board, so If you want a +6 to that, that's a possibility as well.
It's approaching the mid game. So, what do you think? Arachne is in the lead or Gravy is in the lead?
I think we really have to see how this turn plays out. Right now,
Quite pivotal turn for Jia Zheng. What do you think?
yeah, it is.
Keeping a 5-card hand, 5-card hand, right?
Yeah, 5 card because of the
5-card
crown,
hand,
right?
Yeah.
Plays the blue to get a Go Kiss Rum, and call to the grave.
Wow.
So we haven't seen a tutor being printed in a decent amount of time from Arcane, apart from the Arcane Rising heroes and Zen as a hero itself. But here we have calling Rigor Mortis to the graveyard. Interesting. So perhaps he prioritizes damage, right?
I don't think Gravy has much cards in the form of disruption.
Yeah, he does not. I was just wondering whether he would call another chum, you know. Because if you have 2 chum on board, that's quite scary. And almost impossible to clear. But
Then you might be right, prioritizing damage.
right, and chum is expensive. chum costs 4.
Looks like giving the next action. Go again, Chum.
Yep.
Go again.
So really going for the damage this turn, opting to swing 2 allies, which is very important and very a good way for Gravy to convert damage.
Doesn't look like Ari is going to block.
Going for Dead Threats and
And we're just saying that Gravy doesn't have any form of disruption.
yeah, but we forgot he kept that in his hand from last turn.
No Conqueror of High Seas, but you have Command and Conquer.
Yes, a classic. Don't need a new boat. We have the original here. So, gonna be a bit difficult. Let's see what he has. E-Strike, Blood Rod.
CNC.
I don't think this is the best hand, right?
It's a bit hard.
Yeah.
Keeping.
He can play a full generic hand out, which is E-Strike go again to CNC. But I think Jia Zheng doesn't have any cards behind, right? So the CNC kind of loses its value.
Leave it to kill Chum, maybe?
Possibly. I think that's what. Yeah, and he has 2 allies on board, so spending a turn to clear the allies might be something. But he does want to protect his arsenal as well. He has the yellow to swing the Clave into Rigor Mortis, but then what can he follow up with?
Oh, giving the CNC.
Yep. I mean, the E-Strike can also kill the chum. Assuming Gravy doesn't have snack. So, yep.
Have enough resource.
Persuasive Prognosis. Swinging it at Jia Zheng. See, now we are back at the Dorinthia kind of decision making, right? Where we, as the audience, know that Eric doesn't have any pumps in his hand. Right? He has a Codex of Blood Rod and the E-Strike. But Jia Zheng doesn't know that. So how much will Jia Zheng respect this Persuasive? Let's see what he has. Port side, Lead the Charge, Tipple, and Stillwater Swell. So very good cards if you have allies on board. And to play out allies, but not very good cards in themselves because they are blues that kind of have a utility used to them. Yep, choosing perhaps to block 2, kind of anticipating that Eric only has 1 attack react here. But the beauty of Slippy is that, you know, they overblock, then you just don't pump this attack.
Exactly.
There we go. Eric
Get
pretty happy to see this, right?
Respecting the prognosis here. He was persuaded to block.
Oh, yeah.
Oh!
Okay, choosing to kill the Rigor Mortis. And maybe opting to Arsenal the Codex? Oh no, just plays it. Alright, giving himself the Ponder and the Blood Rod Pox to Jia Zheng. But
Ripping a card away from him.
yeah. Forcing Jia Zheng to Arsenal the card. But Chum is still on the board, so regardless of the fact.
4 every turn. from
Yeah.
Jia Zheng.
The fact that Jia Zheng's hand doesn't have any damage doesn't mean anything, right?
As long as Charm is on the board, it represents 4 free damage every turn.
Yeah, and he's been using that free damage quite a bit. And I think likely the blue might be just going to paying off the disease that Gravy has.
Sounds about right. Undead disease.
Yeah. And here we go. Oh, that's an interesting hand. Art of Desire.
Shred?
Shred. Oh, it looks like he does have quite a bit of yellows to kind of swing the dagger.
Does he want to?
I think what really matters here is whether he can convert the hand, right? Because Chum doesn't have any on hits. It's really just a value machine.
It really boils down to what Eric pondered into his arsenal.
Yeah. I mean, I guess he really didn't want the Codex. Oh, I mean, I guess he could just cash it in for the Blood Rod value.
Oh.
Okay, pitching
Spike.
the spike.
Spike.
Play out those one-cost attack reacts. Oh, and opting to swing out the Hunter's Clave.
Prioritizing the mark on Gravy.
Yeah, he's not really free to kind of flick the knives anymore, given that that's the only one. We don't know if he runs pick up, what was it? Pick up sticks?
Yes.
hit 6. Something about picking up the daggers.
I can see it from Eric's expression. He's really thinking through how he can outrace this friendly first mate. Trying to push as much damage as possible and disrupt Jia Zheng as much. So that he can cross the line before Jia Zheng gets a strong hand and push heavy damage into Eric.
Yeah, 2 bolts gone, but still got one more shipwreck, a Conqueror of the High Seas left in the deck. I think Jia Zheng now, perhaps considering Chum's ability, choosing to just take the Hunter's Clave and will be marked. So 28 to 3. Now, I think Eric considering how to follow up here. I think,
Stealth attacks.
yeah, that's alright. We don't know what his arsenal is. So we'll see what happens here.
I'm excited to look towards the end of the game whether leaving Charm there would be the right decision or the wrong decision.
Yeah, because he's been ignoring the Chum.
I personally respect the Charm a lot because it's 4 damage free every turn.
Yeah. The free 4 damage is quite crazy, right? Especially if you can you can't push through any damage.
Because Jason can just keep throwing his hands into blocking stealth attacks
Yeah.
and just swing back 4 for free.
Yeah. 0 card 4. Pretty good. And there we go.
Just talking about respecting the Charm.
Yep,
He must have heard me.
Yes, he finally respected the Chum, cleared the Chum. Jia Zheng entering the turn with nothing on board, but with 5 cards in hand. But, the thing about Gravy is that sometimes you can get those very weird all-blue hands, right, which we saw just now. If he really is entering the turn with that hand, it's a bit tough. Oh, but...
Well, you got called to the grave.
Not anymore. Now he can search his whole deck for whatever he wants. Deciding now.
Deciding what he's going to look for.
There's quite a few options here, right? And yep,
Swabby.
just about to say that Swabby is one of the highest damage attacks on an ally. The problem is that he costs a lot to play and swing. It's going to cost 5 total. But given that Jia Zheng has so many cards in his hand, he might just want to pick the one with the most damage. We also haven't seen a Whaler Humperdinck yet. Another card that's quite scary.
The downside of a Swabby, I suppose, is 3 health.
Yes, which is 1 attack.
1 stealth attack kills Swabby.
Yep, and pitching the Swabby.
Swing for 7.
So very interesting that he decided to call to the grave Swabby rather than using Gravy Bone's ability to put the Swabby in his hand into the graveyard.
Right, because he pitched another Swabby in his hand as well.
Yeah. So perhaps, I'm not sure whether he compassed and saw that the top card wasn't something he wanted. because he would have drawn the card. But we'll see. That's why Gravy is really a very complex character. Perhaps he also did that to preserve the gold in his on the board, because Call to the Grave allows Swabi to be put into the graveyard without using the gold. And just like you said, one self-attack, Swabi is gone.
Leave no witnesses, another staple card in Sleepy. Difficult to block.
Yep, especially for Gravy, who doesn't have access to a lot of battle-worn equipment. He only has the one which he used. Oh, but
And this is the curse of the commentators.
just nice. Everything we say, it happens.
Tell me about it.
Leave no witness, hard to block. And then, oh, never mind. Blind the water in Arsenal.
Golden Tipple here?
Yep, looks like it.
Yep.
Yellow Tipple throwing away Anka into the bin. Gonna make a gold, draw a card. And now it's a free activation of a hook.
Yellow Tipple. Did he pitch a blue Tipple?
Yep. And Eric just gonna be taking that damage, actually. Bumping up the gold to 3 because on hit from the gold-baited hook. Port side exchange, tossing the sea legs, actually making a gold because the yellow was discarded, creating a gold kiss run because sea legs was discarded.
Strong
and
turn.
card.
Strong turn.
Yep, and he has 2 float and the dead stress activation for Anka still. Choosing to check the top card of the deck. So here we actually see how when to use the compass is a very important decision. Because I think earlier on when Gravy was released, everyone just started compassing on your opponent's turn to see how you will block. But knowing how to compass gives you a lot more information. Because here, he played the tipple, he knew he was going to play the tipple, so he was going to draw the card anyway, decided not to compass. But compass once all the tipple and port side was resolved to see whether he would like to crack a goal to draw. And here, because of that, he saw, I guess, the top card of the deck and chose to activate Gravy.
Manipulating the top deck for Gravy is definitely one of the most important skills as a Gravy Bones player.
Yeah, and it's not like Dio, right, where you can just keep checking the top card. You only have one chance to do it.
One try per turn.
Yeah. One try over 2 turns, your opponent's turn also.
That's right, that's right.
New tap mechanic.
I mean, E-Strike here might be really good for Eric, but in this case, he chooses to block 4. Representing using the use of Black Tech Whisperers, question mark?
Potentially. Interesting he blocked with it. Perhaps he wants to kind of lean into the assassin cards this turn, the stealth cards, I guess. Yep, Bonds of Attraction. Targeting Jia Zheng, right?
Yes.
So Jia Zheng's board looking a lot more scary now with the 3 gold and 1 gold kiss rum. Gives him a lot of flexibility to kind of adapt to what Eric does. So Bonds of Attraction, one of those cards where there's an on-hit ability, but only when it hits a hero. So it doesn't trigger when you kill Anka with it, not like what we saw last game with Dorinthia. And
Using it for a reaction to bring back Bonds.
Yes, and that's one of the all-time strongest plays of Slippy, right?
Just a nick.
That is a massive turn.
But he has to sacrifice his Black Tech Whisperers for the additional attack reaction.
Yeah. So, but that's 12.
That's essentially half of Jia Zheng's life.
Yeah, and gets to banish cards off the top, gets to banish cards off his hand, and potentially from the deck as well. It's going to be quite hard for Jia Zheng to cover this up, right?
I mean, we have passed the defense step.
Yep. 2 Blood in the Waters, both discard ally, 6/6, perfect 12. A very low chance of that happening. Jia Zheng really in the tank here. And so this is why it's difficult, right? Because any stealth attack can potentially become a Bonds. And if you're not prepared for a Bonds, perhaps you have 2 of the same card in your hand. Bonds gets rid of both of them. Or if you have very pivotal pieces to your deck in your hand, Bonds also gets rid of them.
Going to be either. Looks like Gravy is going to continue sleeping with the fishes and not dragging our Sleepy into the water.
Well, it's really not looking too good for Jia Zheng right now. But Gravy is a deck that can come back if the opposing deck kind of breaks, or if he has a chance to kind of pivot. So we'll see whether Jia Zheng has the ability to do that, right?
It's going to be difficult to turn the corner at this point. I see a flag.
Yep, we see Give No Quarter, Rigor Mortis, Tip, and Tipple. We know that Rigor Mortis I think we've seen 2 already, so this is probably the last Rigor Mortis. We've seen Tipples, but Tipple, I'm pretty sure some decks have run 6 to 9, so that's always a safe pick.
Yeah.
But given that Jia Zheng has 3 gold, maybe not as important.
Give No Quarter here, essentially useless in Jia Zheng's hand because he doesn't have any allies in his graveyard.
Yeah, he doesn't. And he chose to Compass, so he knows the top card of his deck. Potentially could go fishing with the 3 gold he has.
It's going to be not a great turn for Jia Zheng.
Yeah. And it's a very interesting decision here because Eric knows that there's no allies in the graveyard. The only ally is Rigor Mortis. He can take the Rigor Mortis and then kind of stifle Jia Zheng's turn. But taking Rigor Mortis means that it's the only thing he'll take because the other 2 Rigor Mortises are dead. If he wants to do deck damage, perhaps he wants to consider taking the others.
But if he takes Rigor Mortis, his Tipple will be essentially just a 1 for 2 since it's yellow.
Yeah.
He can draw a card.
And I think, that's probably a consideration he has. We don't know his arsenal, and Anka is still on board.
Yes,
So
cannot
that's
forget
something.
about Anka. Causing use only 1 resource to attack for 5.
Yeah. But Eric still has 1 card in hand. If it's a stealth attack, it could just go into Anka.
Stealth attack. That's true. That's true. Many lines of play here.
Yeah.
Even I wouldn't know what to take.
This is a very difficult matchup, and
Skill intensive for both players.
yeah. Flesh and Blood with the release of High Seas has a very diverse meta game, and
Has raised the skill cap
yeah.
of many players and many heroes.
Yes. And with more heroes entering the mix, it gets harder and harder to kind of get your reps into each hero. But that's what makes it so fun, right? Because you're always playing a variety of heroes. You're not just playing one.
Talking about the variety of heroes, I've been loving the health of the meta right now. You see many different type of heroes being filled. Many different type of heroes going into top 8 in different nets. We have Kesai winning. We have Syndra winning. We have Gravy Bones winning. So you have new heroes winning. You have old heroes winning.
Yep.
And I think kudos to LSS balancing out the meta at the moment.
Yeah.
And if you are in the news for FAB, I think something is brewing on 1st of July, if I'm not wrong.
Oh, is it the card text?
Yes.
The suspense.
Yes, suspense.
We don't know what the suspense
I
is.
am in suspense.
Yeah, we are in so much suspense.
Very exciting for the new announcement of the new set and coming to Pro Tour Singapore, coming to our home turf.
Yes, so if any of you guys are coming over, we'd be happy to kind of meet with international faces, kind of talk to everyone, and that's the beauty of the game as well,
That's right. Play the game,
See the
travel
world.
see the world.
Yeah, see
That's
the
tech
world.
phrase. And it looks like it's Give No Quarter that is being taken.
Yep. Very strong card, kind of enables you to play some of these larger allies onto the board. And I guess Eric kind of wants to prevent Jia Zheng from having that free ally from graveyard.
And removing the possible comeback potential from Jia Zheng.
Yeah. Perhaps he kind of identifies that a whaler could kind of turn the game if he eventually finds it, right?
So he respects the late game of Gravy enough to remove Give No Quarter instead of the immediate threats that he has in his hand.
Yes, and going for the Codex of Frailty here, pick up the very expected Leave No Witnesses. Classic play here. Okay, and there we go, Blind the Water.
And I guess that's why also Jia Zheng was considering a lot on the bombs, right? Because he could have potentially tried to block it out with it.
But I suppose he couldn't always play around it, because if it's take out the mental, he wouldn't have known.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. Yeah, every time the Slippy marks you, it's sus. It just
Very
turns on,
sus.
take up the mental, and it's like, oh no.
Playing around it is not correct. Not
Yeah,
blocking is not correct.
Everything is not correct. And that's the difficult decision Slippy tries to put his opponents in. And here we go,
Cracking the
Jia Zheng
goal.
going fishing. So he actually compassed on Eric's turn, right? So he saw the chart, the high seas on top. So now he's actually digging blind. You know, I've been in this situation many times. Cracking the goal, drawing blind in the water and saying, well, that's it then. But we'll see what he drew. Heavily considering perhaps cracking another gold. Or is he going straight for the rigor mortis here? Oh, just kind of.
He can't play rigor mortis yet.
Has he played a blue? He hasn't, right?
No. But he flipped over. Oh, he pitched the back alley.
Yeah. I think they're just working out the resources now. And here we go, deciding one float. Actually quite significant, because that means he can't just crack another goal. Unless he wants to use Dit's Reds right now. Wow, very, very difficult game. Gold Kiss Rum still available.
Jia being at 11 is a very dangerous life total.
Yes, against a Slippy, right? Against these attack reaction decks.
Bonds will kill you.
Alright, Jia Zheng choosing. Is he gonna...
He needs to discard a blue.
Yeah.
So by tapping Gravy, essentially he removes the ability to give the next attack action, the next attack go again.
Yeah. Can't drink the rum and dig for treasure on the same turn. But that's the kind of complex decisions you need to make when playing Gravy.
Discarding the purple? Red tiptoe?
Yep, probably just trying to clear his hand and find resources. Yep, there we go. Did you see what it was?
Might be a swell.
A swell. A swell is also a very dangerous card to play when you don't have the top deck knowledge. Yeah, I can feel it. I feel it, Jia Zheng. It is difficult.
Navigating the high seas against Sleepy, it's very complex.
Yeah.
Difficult to turn the corner if you don't have enough damage or disruption. At this stage, even Eric at this stage might just take the damage and swing back with a 5-card hand.
Yeah. That was actually quite a crazy turn from Eric last turn. Like, it's really one of the premier Sleepy turns, right?
Unexpected from Jia Zheng, definitely, without the
It's quite crazy.
knowledge.
Bonds of Attraction into, oops, surprise, Bonds for 12. And is he cracking the last gold?
Yes.
Going to dig.
Advanced Ye is played. And swinging.
All right, Anka having go again, and now able to resurrect Rigor Mortis because Avasye is the blue.
Still hasn't used his dead threats, so possibly arsenaling the last card.
Yep, and Avasye has the second part of his text, which actually gives an on-hit create gold. Oh, and he manages to play Loot the Hold. Very strong blue here.
Wow, more disruption.
Yep, so gives the next pirate ally attack this turn. When it hits a hero, they discard a card, and if they do, you create a gold. So adds in some disruption to the ally attacks, which is actually a new thing, right? Enigma, Dromai never had disruptive effects attached to the allies.
Forcing Eric to throw 2 cards to block is very, very significant.
Yeah.
Especially when Jiateng has 2 allies on board.
Yeah.
Oh, he takes it
Yeah,
and
man.
discards
A toxin? Wow, what must
Tarantula. Oh,
the rest of his hand must be pretty good.
I think Jiateng really did navigate this turn really well.
Yeah.
Look at how many cards he drew.
Ooh.
Oh, pain in the backside, 2 pain in the backside, and a
In fact.
infect that represents 9 damage.
Yeah.
No, not 9, 11 damage.
3,
Pain the
3,
backside.
3, yeah. And oh, there we go. Persuasive. Now, will Jiazheng be persuaded to block again? And this is so crazy because Eric has no attack reacts. But maybe because he discarded Tarantula Toxin, it kind of perhaps conveys to Jiazheng that his hand has too many attack reacts. What do you think?
It's is it going to be a trap?
Well,
Looks
Jiazheng
like Jiateng is calling his bluff, calling Eric's
yeah,
bluff.
is he calling the bluff? It would be crazy if Jiazheng manages to call the bluff here.
He still has pain on the backside, does 1 additional damage for the dagger.
Yeah, it throws the dagger but doesn't destroy the dagger.
2, use 2 cards, pain on the backside.
All right.
Oh, he cleaning up duty.
Yeah, Eric managed to scam 1 card out of Jiazheng and sends the infect. Well, that's quite a crazy play from Eric.
Keeping up the pain in the back. Now we know why. He just did not even block the rigor
Yeah.
mortis.
Look, see Jiazheng realizing that he had no attack reacts. I hear him shouting a bit over at the game side. But, you know, very justifiable. Very justifiable crash out from Jiazheng. I would be saying the same things, you know, if I was subjected to this torture.
I would be easily frustrated by this line of play Eric has played.
Yeah. So here we go, pitching the Murderous Rebel. Going digging once again.
No allies in Jiateng's hand. Eric did line up his play really well with all his go again attacks.
Yep. Very
In
top
his
class play.
Last call to the grave.
Yep, so what do we do here? You can fetch anything from your deck. Looks like actually Jiazheng may not be playing Whaler because we haven't seen it, right? And usually Whaler is a target for the assassins. But he has been opting to pick up Rigor Mortis and now Sawbones.
Sawbones at this stage might save him from all this dagger damage.
Yeah. And activating Gravy to throw away a Golden Tipple Red once again. And actually, yeah, Sawbones has not been played. Still in Graveyard. I don't think he's... Oh no, he's played Call to the Grave.
Yes,
so
Call to the Grave.
that is the blue.
His ability is activated.
Yeah. Wow, this really is a back and forth, you know. Actually, last turn, I think...
Oh, yeah, look at that. Look at Eric's hand. Another pain at the backside. Bonds.
Oh, Bonds is horrible.
Tarantula Toxin.
But he no longer has 3 attack reacts. He has Flick, he has 1 Toxin. He can't use the
Tarantula
third one.
Toxin.
Yeah, so he has Toxin.
I can't see if he has one more. He's
He's flicking the cards. Oh, but we should be paying attention to the Sawbones being developed on Jiazheng's board right now.
Will Eric just take the damage? I don't think so.
Yeah, we'll see. He's at 7.
Swinging in for 6.
And choosing to hook the Sawbones. At this point, destroying the hook may not be that bad of a thing. And kind of really forces Eric to block here.
Draw first?
Oh, yes. A possibility.
Because he did play Chart the High C. No. Not playing up 2 allies, but instead opting to swing for 6.
Yes, a very significant amount given that Eric is at 7. Alright, we'll see here what's gonna happen.
It's going whether Jiateng can turn the corner on this turn, seeing that Eric's hand only appears to have one attack. Yes, only one. The other one is a art of body. One attack reaction.
Oh, blocking with the bonds.
Representing he has only little amount of attack reaction.
Yeah, perhaps can't trigger the 3 attack reactions requirement. Here we go, pain in the backside.
Killing Sawbones.
And Art of Desire.
Art of Desire.
Mind, right? The blue one. Oh, this is not looking great for Eric here.
Yes. Jackson looks like he's about to turn the corner.
Yeah, well, with 1 Sawbones in graveyard. Yeah, I think he recovered pretty well from the Mental Bonds turn, right?
Yes, especially since he played out 2 allies,
Yeah.
forcing Eric to clear them with 2 pain in the backside.
Yeah, but that was even after Eric managed to scam Jia Cheng of the extra card, right? Oh, and finally cashing in the quick dodge flexes. Doing the toxin, pumping it up to 4. Hey, oh no, he's giving the -3 to a quick dodge.
Yes, so
Oh,
it
that's
still takes 1.
crazy.
He's hoping to draw.
Yep, and he managed to lead the charge, so he could draw a shred.
No.
That's I mean, in the late game, it's a pretty good card, right?
Yes, but at this stage,
Not really.
not really. Because the other guy has an ally. The most important, he has an ally in the graveyard.
Yeah, and oh, I see a mantle.
Oh, well, he
so-
knows the top card. He has checked it the previous turn.
Wait, did he check before or after the banish?
Oh, this is so
Right.
yeah. He banished the lead the charge, so this is blind.
Crazy. And you go 5 resources floating. Is this the blue?
And we have 4 minutes left on the clock.
Oh, yep, probably the blue since it's giving the tunic. Floating the 1. Oh no, here we go. Game is rounding out to a close. Sawbones coming out.
It has to be said that both players did have turns where they had off turns.
Yep.
But it appears the Gravy Bones hands during their strong turns were a lot stronger by playing out 2 allies and forcing Eric to sink in quite a bit of damage into the air to clean up the allies.
Yeah. And here we are now threatening lethal with Sawbones.
This is causing quite a bit of a headache to Eric.
Yeah,
this
so
Sawbones.
the headache is swapping between each other. And here we go.
1 card from Eric. He does have the shred in hand.
Yep.
Another shred in 1 shred in hand and 1 shred in the. And,
Yeah, 1 hand, 1
and
arsenal.
take up the mantle. Oh my goodness.
So does he have? But does he have 3 attack? Yeah, he does because shred with mantle and flick is 3 attacks. If he wants to try and bond him again.
But if Jiaseng doesn't block, then he can't use shred.
Yes, you're right. You're right. So very interesting here.
Oh no! Oh, I'm on the edge of my seat. Wow, how Eric, if he could, close this game out?
Yeah, but Sawbones also can prevent 1. And if he's
yes,
swinging
he
ball,
can't, and he throws the knife, then Sawbones blocks the knife, and he can't get marked.
Yeah, he can't get
my
marked.
goodness.
this is a very strong ally into this matchup. And Eric really has to consider how Jia Cheng will react to any of his plays. And there's only 1 minute 45 seconds on the clock. Wow, this is tough. This is tough. I don't know who I would want to be in this game. Both players had to go through immense pain. Okay, user in fact clears the Sawbone and sends the
just
lead.
leave.
So-
No witnesses. So he just used the shred in the graveyard.
Yeah.
And take up the mental.
I mean, this is still. Oh wait, you can shred, right? Yeah, because it's targeting the opponent's one. Oh, and
Yes.
he doesn't do anything, so he just takes it. And he puts a Swabi in Arsenal.
Yeah,
So the
is-
Swabi.
has
Oh no, but
played-
Spanish.
Jia Zheng has played 0 Conqueror of High Seas, but we have all seen all the Conqueror of High Seas go into the graveyard.
Yeah. And with silver, it's one only, right? So that's still not enough to buy back
Yes.
the equipment. Alright, this is very tough. Wow. Jia Zheng takes the leave no witnesses. That means his hand must be pretty good.
Pretty strong. If he has lots of go again, discarding a Swabi, playing a Swell.
Oh shit. She's getting the 5.
1 damage is essentially 50% of Eric's current health.
Yes, and 5 very strong because to you play and swing Swabi is exactly 5.
Most importantly, Swabi is 7 attack.
Yes, very strong.
Breakpoints.
And Eric has to keep 3 damage to clear Swabi, but we know his arsenal can't clear allies.
And there we go, it's time. It is time. We'll see what the judges say.
Oh.
Active player turn being
Yeah, I think the active...
Eric. No, Jia Zheng.
Jia Zheng. Yeah, active player turn.
剩几把鱼这样？我有16、17。
Yeah, I think they... Yeah, so I think right now, given that time is called and the active player is Jia Zheng, there's any... If players want to make any actions now,
They have to call.
yeah, they have to...
They have to call it.
They have to
What do they
determine
want
now.
to do?
Yeah. So we can see that this is a very difficult matchup, a matchup that perhaps goes into time. I don't think any player was playing like particularly slow in this one, right? Everyone was playing very fast. Everyone was having a
Playing at a
thing.
reasonable speed. Essentially, the both decks were equally complex.
Yes. And both of them put very difficult questions to the opponent.
Yes.
So this is something that unfortunately will happen. We can't give players infinite time because, yeah.
We have to move on to round 3, and the players are deciding what they want to do.
Yep. So I guess there's a bit of clarifications with the judges. Well, luckily, we have a judge at a streaming table to see what happens here. But yeah, this was a very crazy
good
match.
matchup. It was a very good, very good game.
Yeah, and we can see the both decks at their peak power and both decks at their weakest power as well.
Yes, both. I would have to say, how do we summarize this game here? I think both decks did show how they could have played their strongest hands.
Yes.
But I would also say both decks did have certain turns where their hands didn't push the biggest numbers.
Didn't line up, like, you know, when Eric found the bonds but couldn't find the 3 attack reacts.
Yes.
Or Jia Zheng when his hand almost did nothing and he had to dig through like the top 4 cards of his deck to find something.
4 blue hands, 4 blue cards, no allies in the graveyard.
Yeah, very bad.
But he did find certain lines out. His deck and the number of gold he had did pull him through. The Arachne did play to his best, pushing out damage turn after turn, asking questions from the Gravy Bones.
Yeah.
Removing 3 limpet. And
Yes.
most essentially, I would say, removing all of his Conqueror of the High Seas.
Yes, a card that Slippy is particularly scared of because Slippy is kind of an aggro deck after all, right? And we also saw how he kind of valued things like persuasive prognosis, right? Where he persuaded Jia Zheng to overblock, I think twice, right?
Twice. Okay, and looks like the judges and the players have come to a decision. What's going to happen now?
Yeah, so...
And it has been declared or decided
Yep.
that
Yeah.
Gravy Bones has won.
Yeah. So Jiazheng will be taking the win from this round. So whoever has put your money, put your hypothetical money on the Fantasy League onto Jiazheng, congratulations. He has emerged victor. And
Looks like because I think the players might have been thinking that in the long run, Gravy Bones would have outlast
yeah.
Sleepy.
Yeah, and it's crazy because I think there were several times during this game we were like, oh, looks like Gravy is gone, right? Like he's been hit by 12. He's not going to recover.
Somehow turn around, turn the corner. I suppose that comes down to variance maybe, or I wouldn't say variance, but I would say how Jiazheng navigated the different turns where he had bricked hands, where he had all blues, he had enough treasure to dig through the deck and pull out a strong line of play.
Yep, very top class play from Jiazheng, and shows how that, you know, Gravy can come back from a very difficult position.
Very, very skill intensive hero. Requires you to put in the reps, playing against multiple aggressive matchups and defensive matchups. And it's been a very exciting watch. I was the edge of my seat, especially for Sleepy. Sleepy represent, and it's been a very, very, very good game.
Yeah, and you know, we are hoping that the next few, we're not hoping, we know the next few games are going to be just as high quality, and we'll be bringing to you round 3 perhaps in a few minutes. So for now, take a break to cool off from that very intense game, and we'll be right back.
Jiazheng, I'm a 5-pointer for this year's Nationals 2025. I started out FAB probably 3 years ago. My achievements is getting top 4 for Calling Manila and top 8 for Verdan Singapore. And my goal for this year Nets is top 8.
City brick quite hard. Oh, is it? Turns brick very hard.
Yeah, I think it was an 8 on bonds, but he got 3 reactions to play. It's quite Sleepy favorite.
Hi everyone, I'm Gordon, and this year I'm a 9-pointer on the FAB Fantasy League. So my best FAB achievement was going 3-0 at the recent Armory at CTGH. You know, I have less 3-0s in Armories than national wins. My target for this year Nets is just to try my best. I think competition is getting tough. You know, anyone can win nationals, including US men, so just try my best.
And we are back with round 3 of the Singapore Flesh and Blood Nationals 2025. But before we cut to round 3, I think we're going to go through some fantasy stats about the current best teams. And right now we can see that we have a 9-1-1 team featuring Gordon Koh, our 2-time national champion, Keith Tan, Ming Xuan, and James Lim. And I think Ming Xuan is actually going to be in our feature match right now.
Okay.
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 Sorry.
So, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, it's no surprise to see Gordon up there.
Yeah.
He's a calling winner. I think the only
calling winner
in
from Singapore. Yeah.
Playing a Verdan's deck. I think it's really popular right now, especially like in Taiwan. And we saw like a very strong representation of it there.
And Verdan's, I think, took down the Taiwan Nationals, piloted by OO as well.
Yes, yeah. Very strong deck. I think against opponents who's not used to like, the time of Icelander, where Storm Strider is a thing where you have to play very carefully once you're below a certain health range. I think Verdan's take very good advantage of like very strong Earth cards to ensure that you get to that health point. Yeah.
Verdan's is very strong value-wise. And looking at this team, we also see James Lim, who also did very well at the recent calling Taipei. And I think he just barely missed out on top 8. I think he was 10th after the final Swiss round.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, do you know what he's playing today?
I think I saw it was Gravy Bones.
Wow.
Yeah, so Gravy Bones. So it's quite a varied list here. I'm not sure what exactly Keith is playing. He has been known to play, I think, Roomblade and Assassin in the past.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
actually, I have a feeling it might be Gravy.
Might be Gravy as well?
Yeah, I think I clashed with him a few times in draft at one of the weekly Armory events.
Right.
And I think he's quite a good Gravy pilot in draft. I have a suspicion that he
might be Gravy?
Yeah, he might be practicing Gravy in CC actually.
I see.
Yeah.
All right, and here we are with round 3. We see a very interesting matchup. Vincent against Fang.
Fang, wow.
Oh.
Okay, so
right. It looks like Ming Xuan is on the play, and I think that's always where you want to be as Vincent.
Yes, exactly. I think mainly that the ability to set up Rune Chan on the first turn and having a card in your banish zone, set up, allowing you to play a double or triple Rune Gate turn. However, Brendan actually have a very strong start with like
Fetch
Fealty to up the Fealty count to 1. Yeah, I think Fang is a really well designed hero from the last set. For one is that it's like a transformation hero,
Yeah.
Like Fang at less than 3 fealty and Fang at more than 3 fealty.
Completely different.
Heroes. Like I think props to LS for making such a good design hero. Yeah.
I think Fang, I've really enjoyed Fang in Limited as well. And I have no experience with Fang in CC, but I know quite a few Singaporeans do enjoy Fang. And I think there are at least 3 of them at today's event.
Yeah.
So we see Brendan starting with pitching the Fang specialization, Fire and Brimstone. And Mordred Tide is an interesting card in Vincent. Is this, in your experience, is this a common card that they run?
Well, I think for one, it's not really a popular card. I don't think it's on my radar. But however, I think a player from the US, Brodis Bullock, who actually came second in the BH, or I think either second or the first place in BH, he actually run 3 copies of Mordred Tide in his Vincent list. So I think he's trying to build like the old Viscerai game plan of like stacking a few Malefics on board and then playing a Mordred Tide and send a big turn over to your opponent to close out the game.
And we see he's reacted here with a Blistering Blade to push the dagger over by 1. I think life totals are not updated here, but we hope they do that in a second.
Yeah. So one of the issue in this matchup is that Fang is typically known to be a very red line deck. Even though Brendan came in with like a AB1, most of the time he couldn't really pitch for the arcane damage that comes from Vincent. So I think Min Shen, the Vincent player, firstly had to build out like a big stack of Rune Chan, because those are the damage that it's a lot it's harder to block out.
Wow, we see that he's banished the Mordred Tide this turn, and he has another Mordred Tide in hand. So it seems like all 3 Mordred Tides have been drawn in the first 2 turns.
3 of a kind, eh?
Yeah, 3 of a kind indeed. We also see a Shadow Puppetry in his hand, and I think he has 2 Rune Chants, which will let him play out the widespread Ruin in his banished zone currently.
Yeah. So the strength of a Vincent is that she have very efficient attacks. So like you can think of like Rune Chan as 1 value because it deals 1 arcane. However, for Vincent, she actually double dips into this Rune Chan because it not only give a damage but also give a cost reduction.
Yeah.
So
And
like,
this is, its function is 0 for 8 here, right? If you think about it, yeah.
If you think about it, it's like 1 card 8. Yeah. So technically, classes to be able to do such amount of damage, they usually have to have a pitch to play out the card, play out like an 8 attack swing, like a swing break. Yeah, but Vincent have an ability to go around that. We can see that Ming-Shen choose to go for the bigger turn. He choose to keep the
keep the Shadow Puppetry.
Keep the Shadow Puppetry and the widespread annihilation in his banished zone.
And this is part of the fun part about playing Fang, and the annoying part about playing against Fang, right? When you are dedicating a 3 block to this 1 attack dagger, thinking he's going to pump it, but then he sidesteps you with a card like 2 for the Dragon or Pledge Fealty, and then it busts the next attack instead.
Yeah. I mean, it's not that bad. It's still like a 3 block blocking a 2 block. Yeah, 3 block blocking a 2 attack damage. I think the punishing play is when you double or triple block the attack, and then
and then he sidesteps it.
Yeah, he sidesteps it. Then wow. I think LSS should print a bit more warrior cards like that to punish like over blocking. Right now, there's only a couple of them in the format, in like Twinning Blades and stuff for the other warrior cards. And oh wow, we see 2 Scar Tissue.
A red and a yellow. I think that pumps it up to 9. Wow.
Yep.
Off a 1 power dagger.
Yeah, and this attack will mark Vincent, meaning that any attack hit will create another fealty token for Fang. And it's inching closer and closer to the 3 fealty Fang. Yeah.
So we can see that Ming-Shen has brought in AB1, but he has also brought in Grains of Blood Spill, and as well as Valiant Dynamo and Brave Forge Braces, which means he functionally has a pretty good fridge here. That's 7 block minimally, but the Valiant Dynamo, you can reuse it over multiple turns, and you can block out annoying breakpoints, and even, maybe the Flail of Agony, one power, perfect for the Valiant Dynamo to be shoved in front of it.
Yeah, and I think that's also like the strength of Warriors. Like, they have very average offensive capabilities, but their defensive package is always strong. They have a lot of 3 blocks in hand. They also have a strong armor suit that can block a lot of on hits. Yeah. Of course, like most of their weakness is to like big combo-ish turn, like what the Ming-Shen is trying to set up. A big combo turn where your 3 blocks don't matter if like they're pushing 24.
Yeah.
So you can't play at the advantages. You cannot really make use of your value capability of your armor and your 3 blocks if the attack is so big. Yeah.
I think one thing Ming-Shen would really like to do is to get some Malefic Incantation set up on the board to kind of keep the Rune Chan train going and going. We'll see what he chooses to send first. Widespread Destruction is basically guaranteed to get the Arsenal banish here, given that it's 4 Rune Chans, and it's highly unlikely that Brendan is going to pitch into this for Arcane Barrier.
Precisely. I think that's the strength of Vincent in this matchup, where you don't really have to trigger the 1 life loss to trigger your on-hit effects, your animation on his effect, because probably your opponent can't really block out the Rune Chan anyway. You probably have to take the Arcane.
And this is a nasty breakpoint here of 7, which can be covered by the Valiant Dynamos if he would like to, and 2-3 blocks. But Fang does run quite a number of no blocks and 2 blocks as well, like the Scar Tissues and the 2 for the Dragons that he played last turn.
Yes. Okay, so we can see that in Brendan's hand there's also like a Sigil of Solace.
Oh, and he takes the 7.
Yep, he took the 7 here. I think if you're not going to block the on hit, you might as well take the damage, right? Yep.
This does trigger Shadow Puppetry's effect though, which lets him have another look at the top. Lets him have a look at the top of his deck.
No. He took the Arcane first.
Oh, he took the Arcane.
So he's still deciding on the block right now.
Right. Gotcha.
So yeah, if Brendan actually Arsenal like a D-react here, he can sidestep that the widespread annihilation Arsenal Disruption effect, and he's looking at his Arsenal, and maybe Is it a direct or something?
It looked like a
trying?
draconic card to me. It could be Loyalty Beyond the Grave, which would be
Right.
very strong to have here.
Yep.
You also see a Hansen, which can't be played right now,
Yeah, it
given
can't
that
be
he's
played
only
right
at
now.
1 fealty.
Really good card though. Still a 3-block reaction, which is not is quite rare to see lah. Yeah.
Blaze Headlong and Sigil of Solace
Mm.
in his hand as well. Yeah, Fang before his fealty is turned on is really quite below rate.
Yep. I think it's also a good design because like a lot of the Fang, what they do is that they add in attack action cards like Blaze Headlong, such that they still have above rate turns without hitting the 3 fealties. But then they have to balance like the effect to mark the hero so that he can still actually reach 3 fealty. Yeah.
Something like For the Drakai, which I think most Fangs run as well, would be amazing here because it's unconditional fealty generation and is also threatening a breakpoint on a marked hero.
Okay. So I guess Ming Shan decided to break the chain.
Yep.
So
Break the chain.
break the chain. Once the chain is broken, the annihilation effect will trigger, which will then banish the arsenal.
Which was a Searing Gaze.
Searing Gaze, yes.
And this is now coming in for, I think, 2 and 6.
Okay, so this interesting thing that happened here is that Ming Shan actually broke his arms, the Vexing QN. So usually Vexing QN is a very important piece in Vincent because it sort of like help you unbreak your hand in case like you have no Rune Charm on board, so you can still present an attack. Usually I would choose not to play it here, but I think Ming Shan feels that he want to apply more pressure on Brandon before he actually hit the 3 fealty. So he opted up to send the 6 damage and 2 arcane here.
This does have the potential to set up his banish zones. Succumb to Temptation.
Temptation.
That's so strong here.
Yeah, that's very strong here. I think I think what will happen here is that if Ming Shan actually choose the Blaze Headlong and Brandon is unable to play a Draconic action or attack, Draconic action this turn, you actually lose the fealty token.
Yeah, he's going to lose his fealty token. That's so bad.
That's so bad for Brandon. So, you know, his goals of reaching 3 fealties.
Yeah, he's set back quite heavily here. I think regardless he's going to lose it because assuming he takes the Blaze Headlong, he's probably just going to Arsenal the Sigil.
Yep.
Yeah, but it looks like he does take the Blaze Headlong here.
And he's going to end with a fail. Since Succumb actually gave back an action point, since it's played in an instant. Yeah. However, just to take note, usually when my experience in playing Vincent, I usually will try not to crack the Quill Hand. I only will crack the Quill Hand once I have a board of like Malefics or Incantation on board, so that I'm sure that if the next turn, if I break on Rune Charm generation, I still have some Rune Charm on board. Yeah. So yeah, you know, Vincent is actually the most Runeblade most Runeblade in Flesh and Blood, I feel, because she actually have a lot of permutation of hands that just break. You know, if you have no Rune Charm on board, it doesn't matter how powerful your hand, you can't play out the attack, then yeah, and you're just like any other bad Runeblade turns. But for Vincent, you actually have a lot more permutation around that.
I think Vincent, your bad turns are really bad turns because not only do you have to banish a card at the start of the turn, and you also are probably getting pinged by your own Blood Debt.
Yes, that's the annoying thing about the ability, but it's also like the beauty of like how to build around this hero, you know. Like you always have to think of the condition of what can I do if I don't have that one Rune Charm? I need to keep a card in hand, but I'm going to lose one card in hand anyways. Yeah, so it opened out a lot of like, you know, the deck building theories of how Vincent should be built. I think to this day, there's a lot of Vincent lists that's running around. However, I don't think we're actually settled on a good Vincent list yet. Playable, yes, but good that is versatile into a lot of matchups, probably not. Which is also like the drawback of the Shadow Hero, except for Chain. You know, Chain is just really good to many
Chain
things.
was certainly a Monarch era hero.
Yeah, but like heroes like Levia also has similar problems to Vincent. Like against a deck that have a very, very different strategy to what you're expecting, you just couldn't mount a comeback if your deck is not, your strategy doesn't fit into it. Yeah.
Would you say that Vincent is more vulnerable to fatigue in today's meta, or like aggro decks, for example, like Syndra?
I think Syndra is not really a very good comparison because she have the flick knives, so she always had that inevitability of closing the game every turn.
Pinging you
Just
for one.
ping you for one, ping you for one. Vincent actually have that condition, but at the cost of a life.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, we see a Cull banish from the Vincent trigger here, which is one of the very new powerful cards from the Hunted.
Yes. So in my testing of Vincent, I feel like this style of non-attack cards, their function is one, if you have too many cards in your banish zone. So they actually allow you to cut down on this. Like you can actually keep the card in banish and then play a non-attack action to build out the banish zone rather quickly. It allows you to set up for turns and at the same time, and provide disruption also.
This looks like a setup turn from Ming Shen, right? He played the Cull with his action point because he doesn't have an Eloquence token to give him go again. And he's banished the red Phantom Banshee here. I think the issue with using the Quill Hand so early has indeed come up. He's unable to play the Phantom Banshee because he only has the 2 rune chance and he doesn't have any Malefics on board to kind of get the train rolling.
Yeah.
And that's given the tempo back to Brendan here.
Yeah, I think that's like the drawback of like Vincent in general is that some hands you just feel like, oh no, I can't return any damage here.
Yeah.
My best option is to already set up and give my opponent like a 4 or 3 card hand, and then hope for the best. Yeah.
This looks like a pretty decent hand value-wise for Brendan. We start with an Oath of Loyalty. I think I see a Long Whisker Loyalty in his hand as well. But the problem is he doesn't have the 3 fealties online to be able to start swinging with the daggers.
Yes. So, yeah, I mean, good card. Good 044 go unconditional go again. The only drawback is that you have to play Draconic actions for the rest of your turn. However, yeah, Ming Shen is actually marked here. So any attacks here will trigger a fealty. Any damage that go through will trigger a fealty regardless. Yeah. And then I think also quite interesting that Brendan opted to play D-Rex into this matchup. Yeah, so his whole gameplay is not to like rush down the Vincent player.
Kind of like outvalue him.
He outvalue him. He want to drag the game slower. He feel like, even though I can't block your Arcane, but I'm quite confident in playing the long game against you. Yeah.
Sink Below and Shelter is quite a defensive package here.
Yeah.
And you see that he opts to keep the Shelter in hand, maybe hoping to discard it to some rune chance, potentially.
Yes. Yeah, Shelter, a new card from Hunted. Yeah, it's like direct power creep. It's really good into like rune chant kind of arcane damage. Able to convert it from a red to a blue at the cost of discarding. And then we also see Ming Shen play a new
I think it's from Rosetta.
Rosetta, the card that give overpower and go again.
Yeah, Machinations of Dominion.
Machination, yes. Thanks for the reminder. To give Phantom Ray?
7 go again.
7
overpower.
go, yes, overpower.
Nothing to sneeze at. But Fang does have a lot of defense and attack reactions, so the overpower text is perhaps not as meaningful as it otherwise might be in other heroes.
So just now you did mention about one of the weaknesses of Vincent. Which is that she's able to, she's quite easily to be fatigued. Like, yeah, it's true. Like if your deck doesn't really pitch much, you're not really having a second cycle. You're not putting any cards at the cost of cards. You're playing more like a red line kind of deck. And a lot of her ceiling is also not that high. Some of her big turns, unless you triple or double rune gate, like a turn like this could just be like 10 or 12, and if you have the blue count in your deck to pitch away the arcane and block out the physical, you can actually fatigue her quite easily.
Yeah.
However, there's more tools for Vincent where like you can see Machination giving evasion to the attacks, like overpower. However, overpower wasn't not the best thing into Fang also.
Yeah, not the strongest in the Fang.
There's so many reactions that he can block out the attack regardless of overpower.
I think it's an interesting choice that he chose to bring Bloodied Oval instead of maybe another card like I forget what the book is called.
The book, right?
Yeah, the book that lets you basically extend your turn quite a lot with these non-attack actions.
Yeah.
Like Cull.
Yes. So I from my testing of Vincent, I think that decision actually comes with your chest loadout. So if you're running a tunic, the tunic counter will usually give you, because it requires 1 resource to crack the book. And usually the turns where you want to go white, you don't really want to pitch any card. So the tunic resource is actually very important there. So if you're running a Diadic over a tunic,
so that makes sense.
Yeah, then you run the over instead. Yeah.
we see he played the Funeral Moon to get the Rune Chant, I believe.
Yes.
And he's now coming with a 1 and 4 on Eloquent Eulogy. And I think this makes a Eloquence token if it deals any damage.
Yeah, I think Eloquence token is a really good addition to Vincent. It's a hard to build around card because it triggers on any non-attack.
direction.
So like your Shadow Puppetry, your Moderate Tide, those will trigger it. However, if you have those cards that doesn't trigger off doesn't have go again, like your cow, your cow, you can actually like banish a card from hand and still get back the action point. Yeah, it's an interesting card. I tried to build around it, but it just felt like, you have to have the right pieces come at the right time.
It needs to line up quite well.
Yeah, but it also like makes Vincent a very fun hero to pilot because you only need to think on your hand to hand and maybe your next next few hand also, because in case like, I haven't seen this card in a while, so should I keep the Eloquence token for the
Your big pop-off turn.
when you big pop-off turn also.
I think looking at the macro state of the game, Brendan has 0 fealty tokens on the board.
Yeah.
This is, I believe it's like turn 4 or 5 at this point.
Yep.
And it's quite rare for a Fang to not be online, let alone have like 0 fealty tokens at this point in the game. And I think that just goes to how much damage he's been throwing at Brendan, and disruption as well. The form of cards like Succumb to Temptation, Widespread Destruction.
Unfortunately for Brendan, unable to unlock that 3 fealty means that he will have to pitch red cards to swing the dagger, and usually that's not the position they want to be in.
Choosing block the Dyadic Carapace here.
Yep.
This pumps it to 4 and unmarks and remarks him.
Yep.
Which is, I think, just what he needs right now to try and get that fealty train going.
Yes. So I would say that Ming Shen is in a really good position right now. However, Vincent, there's a very good chance that certain hand permutation like 4 non-attack or even 4 attack action cards without a board state of Rune Chan or Rune Chan generation, it'll make it so that he will have like suboptimal turn that he can play out. But Ming Shen choosing to block with a Dyadic also means that he's confident in playing out his full hand.
Yep.
And,
and we see the first Malefic Incantation here, and I think this is so good for him.
Yes.
However, I do think it triggers the Eloquence token here, right? So the go again is kind of wasted in a sense.
Yeah, unfortunately for the Eloquence token.
Okay,
so
we see him starting with a
Phantom
Banshee from
Arsenal. Okay, this is actually quite interesting because I think playing Vincent, one of the common things that you don't want to do is to Arsenal attack. Because it's like, you Arsenal a 3-cost card, but your blue count in your deck, it's not the best.
Yeah,
you have like a couple of it. So I think Ming Shen actually took quite a bit of risk here in asking like not just an attack but a 3-cost attack here.
And you only have like a few blues in the deck, right? I mean, Widespread Annihilation is one of them, but I think Vincent decks can be quite variable in the number of blues they actually run.
Yeah, and we see here that actually Ming Shen has 2 more cards in it.
You think it's a Creepers play?
It could be a Creepers play or it could be a Succumb play actually. So I think the safe play for Brandon here is to take the Arcane and to fully block this physical, just in case there's a Succumb. However, even if there's a Succumb that's coming,
he still gets the action point back.
You still get the action point and you still have to block the next attack.
And he's choosing to block for, I think, 4 here, which does not lead to a Succumb.
I think it's 5 and it's,
Oh, sorry.
It takes 2.
Takes 2 here.
And Brendan Ming Shen just choose to pass the turn.
Oh, so he IP1s himself, I think, here, effectively.
Effectively IP1 himself, but he still set up 1 card in his banish zone at the cost of 1 life because he got Blood Debt.
Right.
And he also set up a red Malefic on board with 2 counters.
I think this is still a very commanding position for him. He's got, cards in banish to play, he's got a Malefic, and he's got a full grip here. And the Fang is still not online, so the damage pressure isn't really that high as well.
Yeah, and the card in banish is a very powerful card for Vincent. Willing Will. Definitely Will. So this is the card that actually generates Rune Chant once you break the chain. And yes, and that is what allow you to like extend the chain for Vincent.
And you're probably gonna pay into life when you play a shadow any non-attack action on your turn, right? So you can get that rune chant back as well.
Yeah, you get 2 rune chant instead of 1, because you trigger the unpreventable and you also trigger a life loss on yourself. You will generate 2 rune chant when the chain is broken.
So it seems like that was just a setup turn for Mingxuan.
Yeah.
I mean, he still threw a 3 for 7 at Verdan, which is nothing to sneeze at. But we see him blocking here with a Machinations of Dominion, which is one of the extenders for Vincent.
Yep.
Wow, Long Whisker Loyalty and Scar Tissue, which should get him his second fealty token here.
Yep. And also keeping the mark, keeping Mingxian marked.
I think the last card is also for the Drakai, so that's gonna guarantee that he gets the 3rd fealty token.
Oh.
Right here.
Okay, so we can see like Brandon hitting the
When I attack a mark hero, I get a fealty.
hitting his 3 fealty. Yeah, at 20 health-ish. So let's see if he's able to mount the comeback, hitting like the 3 fealty condition for Fang.
So he's finally online, and yeah, I mean, this is where Fang really shines, right? This is where you actually have to start guessing for every card in his hand. I mean, you look at him pitch an O for loyalty, you think like, okay, that was a 4 damage card that can be just sent at my face.
Yeah, and I think Brandon should be at 4 fealty and the mark token should be gone since
Yes, you are right.
for the
Because he
Drakai
took
is-
the for the Drakai.
Yeah.
Let's hope they catch that.
Yeah, let's hope they catch that. However, actually when you're playing against a Fang, one of the things that you do not want to be is to be marked. Because
Yes.
there's effects that trigger off being marked.
Saber Bloodshed.
Saber Bloodshed is one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does he have a Saber Bloodshed? No, I see a Blade Flurry, Glint, Blistering Blade. But this looks like a very
Big
powerful turn as well.
for
Even
Mingxuan.
blocking with the Machinations, he's played out another Machinations, which explains why he blocked with the first one, I suppose.
Yeah, so he decided to send an attack for 6, overpower and go again. Yeah.
This is the it's a Red Phantom Wraith, I believe.
Yes, Phantom
which is
Wraith.
2 for 6.
Yeah.
Function, I
The
mean,
two
it's a 0 for 6, yeah.
Yeah, it's a 0 for 6. Which, you know, instead will take advantage of the cost reduction from the Rune Chan. Yeah. So, Kevin, you used to be a Viscerai player, right? Yourself?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, so you know that the one of the things against fatigue, I mean not in this matchup lah, it's that one of the issue with Rune Chan is that it's arcane.
Yeah.
So to block the arcane, you actually pitch the card to
You don't
go
lose the
down.
card.
Your opponent don't lose the card.
Yeah.
So yeah, which means that Vincent have this inherent weakness of being fatigued. Yeah.
I think what makes it worse for Vincent is that a weapon is not something you want to use every turn.
Yes.
And especially against a Fang with like Dynamo, right? You're basically reducing your own life for no real gain.
Yeah. Unless that's your way to lose a life, to trigger your
Yes.
Shadow Rune Blade's attack. Yeah. So Verdan choose to block with a card Glint and Dynamo here. Taking 2 arcane and 2 physical.
Oh, and he plays Deadwood Dodge here.
Yep. Powerful card in Rosetta, able to convert 1 Rune Chan to 3 Rune Chan. So, like one of the best play that when Rosetta came out, when we realized was that playing the Deadwood Dirge and a Phantom Banshee, there's like a 2 card 10 for Vincent.
That's crazy, really.
Yeah, that's a very crazy above rate kind of play that Vincent has access to.
One of the things I really love doing is like Deadwood dodging a Blood Rod or Frailty token that
Oh my
my
goodness.
assassin or
yes.
opponent gives to me. That
yeah.
was one of the most
Yeah.
most fun things to do.
Yeah, one of the best outside. Like, whoa, the Blood Rod? No.
Yeah, sure.
3
No.
Rune Chan.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think another key card that we should be paying attention right now is the Face Purgatory on Mingxuan's side. That card really is really powerful. It can end a turn just by your opponent not keeping an additional card when the discard trigger happens. Yeah. And also having the ability to draw a card. Oh, wow.
He plays a card at instant speed because
Yes.
Brandon's taken arcane damage. And I don't think Mingxuan has any cards in hand, so this is basically unconditional banish a card for
Yes.
Brandon.
So, yeah, Brandon have 2 cards in hand. So, one of the dangers here is that Brandon doesn't have a draconic card in hand,
He
which
loses
means
the
that
fealty.
yes, he's not able to preserve the fealty, and then he's have to reset his gains to get back the fealty counter to 3.
I know you're talking about face purgatory just now, but my experience is that against these like kind of low to the ground decks, let's say like Syndra and Fang, right, it can be quite awkward to trigger face purgatory. I think the best scenario is maybe he pumps like a dagger with like a front palm and maybe two for the dragon.
So an interesting thing here is that if Ming-Shan actually, if Brandon, the last card in Brandon has a reaction, and then Ming-Shan actually throws the face purgatory here and make Brandon lose the card,
He's gonna lose the fealty.
He's gonna lose the last card, and then he's not able to keep his fealty, and then he didn't choose to do it.
I think on the flip side though, imagine if it was a card like two of the dragon or pledge fealty, then you
that
lose
would be
your value there.
I think it's such a heads-up play that even though there's a risk to it, I will still take it because the upside is so big. You reset the fealty to 0, you stop the turn, and wow, that face perk is like you also draw a card, so you are like up. You're technically just blocking 4 anyways, and you just reset the fealty to 0, which is like so much value. However, I think Ming-Shan didn't hit the...
Seems like it might not have a non-attack action
might not
here
have a non-attack
to get
action
the card
card
out of
in
the way.
hand.
I think that would have been a game-winning play. Given he's at 11, he doesn't really have the space to set up the fealty tokens again.
That's right, that's right.
We see that Ming-Shan seems to have bricked here, unfortunately.
No, because of the Malefic.
Okay.
And the
and the banish. But I think he drew 4 non-attack actions there. So if he did not
he draw 4 attack actions.
4 attack actions, sorry, not 4 non-attack actions. He drew 4 attack actions.
Yeah, which is still okay.
Yeah.
Because you
can still do this.
You still can block.
Yeah.
The attack action generally are like 3 blocks in this set. The problem is the 4 non-attacks because those are like 2 blocks.
Oh, those are horrible.
Yeah, those are horrible.
Yeah, I think he converted the 4 attack actions here really well. I mean, it's just a 1 card, 1 card 9. Yeah,
exactly.
And Brandon's at 11, and he's probably not going to be blocking the 3 unless he's got a blue here in hand. Which I think seems like he's drawn 2 blues actually.
Pursuit and he drawn 2 pursuits.
2 pursuits and a
the shelter.
Okay.
He managed to block out the arcane and also the physical, which means that Ming-Shan is not able to make the rune chant. So let's say that if Ming-Shan draw hands of just 3-cost rune gates, all 3-cost rune gates, he's not able to play any attack next turn if he's not able to generate 1 additional rune chant.
No, he cracked the fealty here. Very interesting.
Yeah. I think this is a play that Brandon had to make to preserve the 2 fealty.
Just to keep the fealty. Oh no. Yeah. That's horrible. And he's back down to 2 fealty.
Yep.
So he keeps the 2 fealties, but functionally all he's done is lose a fealty token.
Yes. I mean, losing 1 is better than losing 3.
Yeah, losing 1 is better than losing everything.
Yeah. I mean, yes. I mean, you have to do what you do.
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do. We actually see quite a few non-draconic cards in his hand. I think I see the 3rd Relentless Pursuit. Yep. And I think I saw a Sigil as well, and Provoke. Also one of the new cards that came out with Fang.
Yep. I think another thing about the strength of Vincent is that Vincent is such a fringe deck, you know. Like not you won't see her in every armories that you go. And the thing is that in this game of Flesh and Blood, experience actually makes a very big part of like how good you are a player. If you do not have experience into a certain game, certain hero, you might not know what's the correct play style to play into them. Oh, but Ming-Shan actually hit a break end.
He did have a Malefic, which is not horrible.
But actually he could have attacked with the 2 for 5 with the 2 rune chant, but he chooses to set up. I think that's a good play on his hand to set up when Brandon doesn't have 3 fealty up. He knows that his damage ceiling is capped.
I think happily for him, Brandon also can't really convert his hand because he's got Sigil, Provoke, and Relentless Pursuit there. There isn't a draconic reaction to give this go again unless he wants to crack another fealty and trigger that Provoke, which could have been a line he took.
Yeah, I think.
Do you think that a potential line here might have been to attack with a dagger and get a go again with the Provoke? It does trigger his. It does bring down to 1 fealty, but I don't know how much losing a card from hand potentially hurts Vincent.
Yeah, I do think that hitting the 3 fealty is like key for Fang. Like without 3 fealty, I wouldn't say your deck does nothing, but most of your deck builds around like the 3 fealty. Like Hansen. Hansen is like a super above rate card that you need this type of card to actually catch back to the game. Yeah. Ming-Shen actually chose to block with a Succumb.
Succumb. I think that's the last one.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's the second one, sorry.
A power card in this matchup, but he chose to block with it. That's also quite an interesting play. That, I mean, that could also say a lot about the power level of his hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think I know Ming-Shen for some of the pro quest that last season. It's quite a good Vincent player actually. I think he only plays Vincent.
So he's a specialist.
He's a specialist, and I think I don't. I mean, from my experience spectating him, he actually plays Vincent a lot differently from other players. He views Vincent as more of a setup deck.
I see. So
Yeah,
he likes those big turns. So hence the moderate tide and the. Okay.
Yeah.
And you can see that from his gameplay here. He's taken quite a few off turns where he's just banished a card. Maybe he's sent like a 3/7, or he's played a Malefic and passed.
Yeah.
And I think it's perfect into this style into the Fang macro game plan, right? Because Brendan has been quite fealty poor for the majority of the game.
I was quite unlucky on Brandon's side.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we can see how Brandon actually plays a lot more blues compared to other Fang lists that I've seen before, like Relentless Pursuit and then Provoke in this case.
And a Glint as well.
And a Glint as well.
Glint
So.
as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, seems to be actually a deck that can play a bit more range into Vincent. Actually, some hands he's actually been pretty happy to just block out the Rune Chance and block with the rest of his hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think Ming-Shen understands this matchup very well. He understands that to beat a Fang, you cannot play their game plan of throwing 2 cards, blocking with 2 cards. Those are where Warrior want to play the game.
Yeah, that's where Warrior is the strongest.
Yeah,
You give them the dynamo value.
The dynamo value, and then good block value and good offensive value. He realized that you actually have to set out a big turn, like what he was doing the last turn, to set out the Malefic, set out a card in Banish for the Rune Gate effect. And we see that his fruits of his labor is being paid off in this turn, where he lead with Phantom Banshee for 7 and 3 Arcane, and I think he'll follow up with another attack here.
Does he have an action point to send another attack? I don't think he does, right?
I don't think he does, but he actually blocked with a Succumb, so I suspect that he's opting for a Creeper's play.
Oh, I think there's a judge call here.
Or he actually have another Succumb in hand.
Or it might be, probably just a Creeper's play here.
Yeah. I think the Creepers is a very powerful Rune card. It's one of the, I think this was the first equipment that had the longest decks. I think when it first came out, everyone was questioning what can it do, and then everyone was playing around it, and yeah, he actually have another Succumb.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
that's really powerful, and you're right. But he did block out the. Oh, did he not block out the arcane damage?
He did block out the arcane, so he had to Creepers in the Succumb.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. I see the bind counter.
Yeah.
You're right.
Wow,
this is super powerful. This is gonna take a card from him, and he's gonna get an action point, maybe to swing Flail potentially, given that he's already blocked with the Dynamo here.
Yeah.
Actually, one thing I really like to do with Creepers back in Chain's day was use it defensively, actually, with Tome of Fiendal.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, that was actually quite a fun line you could do.
Oh,
with
wow.
Chain.
You still continue to turn with a Dredge. They will Dredge to up the Rune Chan.
Oh,
to 3 and to play.
This is so powerful.
Yeah.
This is almost lethal on board.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's going to be able to block out the Rune Chance this time.
Yes.
Okay, he chooses to block,
Block
1, take 2, and presumably
a
take
7.
5.
Yeah. The 2 Arcane and the 5 damage.
And this heals him as well.
Yep. I think he didn't lose the life from Vincent, right? So it's only healing for 1.
It's only healing for 1.
Still, I think commanding position for Ming-Shen.
Yeah, he's super ahead. And he still has the face purgatory as well if he really wants to use that.
Yeah. So the counterplay into face purgatory is to play cards from your arsenal. So in this case, Brendan played the Relentless Pursuit from arsenal to mark Ming-Shen.
I think this was such an unfortunate game from Brendan. Yeah, this has been quite a low roll. Did you say?
Yeah, I would say that having only to hit 350 at 20 life, usually most Fang that I experienced, they manage to hit 350 when they are 30 HP. Yeah, but I think props to Ming-Shen having the Succumb turn, the Disruption turn, to force Brendan not to able to keep cards in hand. and whoa, the circumstance to reset the fealty from 1 back to 0.
I think that
really
was huge. That was huge. That was
yeah.
absolutely huge. And I think he correctly assessed that, hey, you know, the Fang is not online yet. I have some space here. Let me set up a big turn instead of sending some mediocre turn, which the Fang is pretty happy to just block out and slowly build the fealty back online, as you pointed out, which is Warrior's strong suit.
Yeah, so you were saying about the Tomb of Findal play with the Creeper just now. So Vincent actually have something similar. Like one of the plays that I really like to do with Tunic on is, you know, blocking with Creepers and an attack action, and then use the Tunic to play like Read the Runes. So you can have like 3 Rune Chant at the start of your next turn. So you can still push like a Rune Gate 3 card
On your turn, even if you don't have that that go again.
Yeah. I think my view of Vincent is very different from what Misha is doing. I always see Vincent as more of like, you want to play like hand-to-hand kind of gameplay. You want to reduce the break combination, which I try to do, but it's just that the inherent
nature of Rune Blade
is like, if you just get disrupted once, your turn just dead. Yeah.
So we say Assassin is probably the worst matchup for Vincent.
No is the worst matchup for Vincent.
She's gone. No need to worry about it.
I mean, having your attack action being managed on blocks is not a good thing.
Yeah, it's actually you're gonna kill yourself with Blood Dance slowly.
Yeah. Okay, so Mingshan actually banished a Deadly Wheel to get 1 Rune Chant at the start of the turn. So
Would you say that Brendan's effectively on a 3-turn timer here? Because there's nothing you can really do except the Sigil of Solaces in his deck to kind of stem the unpreventable damage from Vincent.
Okay, Mingshan actually passed the turn here.
Oh wow!
Just quite. He didn't IP penalty this time.
Okay.
So because you have an anti-Arsenal, so he chose to banish the Deadly Wheel, create Rune Chant, and Arsenal the last card in hand. So it's a very different kind of like Vincent playstyle. But he opted for the more setup-ish kind of gameplay or strategy, which is perfectly fine. Like that's like the beautiful part of Flesh and Blood. It's like you pass a deck to a good player or an average player who just started the game. You can see that the playstyle is completely different. The more experienced player will understand like the win condition for certain matchup, and I think Mingshan realized that that I need to set up the big turns against Fang, and so he's willing to take this often, despite being able to send an attack. Yeah.
I think the reduced Rune Chant is the perfect answer to the oath of loyalty there. Not only does he guarantee, you know, being able to play that Deathly Whale next turn, he also just stuffs 1 more fealty generation from Brendan.
Yep.
You see, he's really dedicating his cards to block out the attacks from Brendan this turn.
Yeah, I think being able to also play around the Tooth of Dragon Claw is also really good hindsight from Mingshan.
Yep, so they should chip 1 on him and remove the mark.
Yeah. And I think Mingshan also only recently started the game also in Singapore.
Is it? Okay.
I think he only started the game last year. I think I can't remember what his deck he was playing at the start, but he was really on to Vincent. I think he was playing it for like the last few months, and you can see like, you know, practice actually pay off in this game where
he's here. He's
2-0
table.
2-0 table with like and heading into draft, probably 3-0 heading into draft, which is like a position that everyone wants to be in, you know.
I've actually noticed a lot more new players in Singapore recently. I must confess I'm not very familiar with these 2 players. I think they may frequent different LGSs from me, but I'm really glad to see some like new blood in the scene. And we see he committed the face Purgatory here, but without the attack and non-attack action.
Yeah, I think Mingshan also realized that he was very ahead, and he know that I don't really need the draw a card or discard a card value from Facebook, but let's see if he actually anticipate this provoke, because if his next turn requires his whole hand and arsenal, it might be devastating for him. But he chose to block with the
Pheromone and just the face perk.
Just the
the Pheromone's forced on by the provoke.
By the provoke.
Okay.
Which I don't think it's a key card unless it's really part of his a card that he needs to function his next turn. Yeah, I think both players have not given up. Brandon realized that, hey, I need I need Ming Xuan to break a few more turns.
Yeah.
So he's just hoping Ming Xuan will actually like misplay or something so that the provoke will actually catch a key card from his hand.
Maybe the only non-attack action in his hand, for example. But I think regardless, he's going to be able to play one attack here. And that's,
Shadow Puppetry.
this is so strong.
Yeah, this is a double rune gate turn again from Ming Xuan, which he was doing
He's
over
building
and
up
over.
to.
Like this, like the third or fourth time that he done in this whole game, which you can see the power of Vincent that in comparison to Viserai, because there's like double cost reduction and double the arcane damage. Yeah.
Oh, I wonder if he paid into the Shadow Puppetry. I imagine he would have, right? Because then that guarantees the one rune chant as well to send off the widespread.
I would have also paid for it to get the extra rune chant. But one of them are unpreventable, so they were one float.
Yeah, that's right.
So when the chain closes, you will actually get 2 more rune chants. So there will be up to 3, so he's able to play the last widespread from your arsenal.
That's a block for 7, which should cleanly cover up the Deathly Whale. But given that it's go again, he's going to close the chain. I imagine this last widespread ruin should close it out for Ming Xuan.
Yeah, this will up the rune chant to 3, and he'll play 1. The siege from the arsenal.
To really seal the deal
here. To really seal the deal here, to give the next card in Banish Zone plus 3 attack. So it's not just coming for 6 and 3 arcane, it's coming for 9 and 3 arcane. Wow. Yeah.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage, indeed. And Brandon
showed it.
And Ming Xuan took the game convincingly, actually.
That was a very, very good display of Vincent's prowess from Ming Xuan there.
Yeah, and really very interesting playstyle of like taking an off turn, playing a big turn, taking an off turn and playing a big turn, and really understanding his win conditions in this matchup.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with him navigating that game there, recognizing that he had some space to take advantage of, and if not, his turns would have looked relatively, pretty anemic in comparison.
Yeah.
All right, so we have a 3-0 Vincent in Singapore's Nationals.
Wow.
Not something I expected, to be honest.
Do you have a bingo list? I think that's definitely one of the categories.
Yeah. I was thinking that our Nationals would be a bit more Gravy and Verdan's heavy than it actually turned out to be. I did not expect 19 Syndra's, personally.
You didn't? Wow.
I thought Verdan's would be the most represented.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I did think so.
Oh. Actually, I kind of expect the 19 Syndras.
Okay.
I think in this meta, it's like I know in Singapore there's like a lot of very hardcore illusionist players.
Yeah.
that used to be Prism players, but they're trying to like going back and forth between Gravy and Prism. And I think Syndra is just in that right spot where she have a very good matchup into Verdans.
Yeah.
And if you practice enough, you actually have a decent shot into Azalea. And meeting a Gravy is like, with a mass momentum on,
it's a pretty favorite matchup.
It's a pretty favorite matchup. Like you don't really need a lot of practice to go into it, but still win in that matchup. And against Prism, it's basically a coin flip.
Right.
Yeah, it's about if the Prism have the right heralds in the right turn, or when the Prism cap a 5-card hand, you have the Pauper to stop at the turn. It's perfectly. I think having Syndra is a very strong pick in this meta, and we can also see like the number of Arachnes in Singapore is also going down.
It's quite low.
Yeah, and even though new LL, I'm also quite surprised that Victor didn't really emerge from it. I think it's also the presence of Gravy Bones and Verdans that kept those numbers down.
Those are quite horrible matchups for Victor.
Yeah.
But, Gravy, in my experience, has been pretty bad for Victor. The clash doesn't trigger on allies, so you lose so much value.
Yeah, the clash does trigger on allies. Yeah.
I think just looking at some of the more unique picks here, we see 3 Puffin, which to be honest is 3 more Puffins than I was expecting, because I personally haven't been able to crack Puffin. I used to be a mech enjoyer. I do love my dash, but
which dash? Dash IE.
Dash IE. I've always been the dash IE enjoyer. I love the hybrid flexibility.
Yeah.
But yeah, it hasn't been the same since High Octane has gone, sadly.
Sadly, yeah. I think Puffin is. I think the 3 new heroes from High Seas are very, very unique. So each of them have their strengths and weaknesses. So Gravy is the one that have a little more cards because of the Armory deck.
Yeah.
So I think the allies from the new Armory deck is really powerful. Like I think half of them are from the Armory deck. But Gravy have that skill expression issue, where it's really, really hard to play. Like I think the last game where we see Jason, he was frantically cracking his goal to look for the one key card so that he can actually push damage. I think recognizing when you have to cash in those gold tokens is really a very high skill expression in Gravy game, in piloting Gravy.
Yeah, Gravy has so many like little decision points that can matter. Like let's say you have a golden tipple, port side exchange. Do you port side first, discard the ally? Do you pitch the port side to tipple? And there's so many decision points. I would say Gravy is probably one of the heroes that really requires you to memorize your pitch stack as well. Yeah. And late game when you're cracking that goal to dig for maybe that last conqueror, maybe that the last give no quarter, it can really matter quite a lot.
Yeah, and summoning decks like Dromai, in my experience, is that you really need to know what are the right allies that you're looking for. Like against certain matchup, you want to assemble the right 2 ally on board so that it's hard for them to remove. Marlin in this case, I don't think there's actually one Marlin that shows up. I think Marlin is a very interesting hero. Out of the 3 heroes from High Seas, I think she's the one that actually generates gold the quickest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure about the current build. I'm actually not very happy with some of the lists that are being shared online. That users take advantage of like the Sarong and the cross wrap to play the Harpoon. I think from my experience, I think building around that gold generation is key to make Marlin an actual playable deck in CC. But right now, some of her Harpoons, for one, if you want to build like a full Harpoon list, there's actually not enough Harpoons.
Right, you have King Kraken, King Sharp,
and the 3
red, blue, yellow fin.
Yeah, and it's just not enough. It's not enough to like
right.
have a consistent like every turn you launch a Harpoon kind of gameplay. So you really have to tap into other sort of a strength. For Puffin, she had the weakness of not having the treasure island. She can't generate enough gold. So there's 2 builds that I saw online that really impressed me for Puffin. The first one is the boost build. That means that you don't run any pirate cards. You just play like a dash IO, but with a bit more flavor and 4 more life. You do lose the spark, which is really powerful. However, you can play some items. If you play 2 items in the turn, you actually refund one of them. Yeah, so I would say that it's a more consistent dash IO, but you lose a lot of the ceiling.
Yeah, your ceiling is lower. Would you say the deck is a bit more resilient to fatigue than dash IO?
Yes. Palantir, the 2 for 6, which is really insane. I think that card is really above rate if you build around it. I think having 3 cog out and throwing it on board, or even having the unicycle out with 2 cog, or even start the chain link with it, your opponent can't block it out.
Yeah.
Because it's effectively a 2 card 12. If your opponent block 9 and you quick, you can actually crack one, destroy. You can tap 3 cogs and destroy on the attack, and then you're pushing like 3 more damage over and yeah, it's just a really, really powerful card that sort of anti-fatigue players who are like, against Dash IO, she had the weakness of like, if someone trying to block her out at the very start, you can't really do that with Puffin because you can always recycle the Palantir with like a raid protocol. So the other bit of Puffin that I noticed was a bit more linked into the pirate cards. So it's a bit more mid-rangey, trying to assemble gold, and then trying to make use of like creating 2 golden cogs in the turn to draw a card. It's powerful, but in a meta where there's a lot of Syndra, where a lot of aggro decks, you can't really stabilize very easily because you don't really have the disruption in mech. And the only disruption you have in pirate is like only the Conqueror of High Sea. So I think that build you still lack a few cards.
Right.
But it's still very powerful regardless. Yeah.
I guess the issue with the boost build is that there's not many ways to really generate gold, right, in that build, because off the top of my head, cards that generate go are like Loan Shark, which you can't run in boost. If not, you run the risk of just ending your turn right there.
There's only one card in Mag that generates gold for Puffin, which is the Sky Warden. The 4 for 7.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So you technically still need Cogs on board to convert it to gold. Yeah. It's still powerful. Still a powerful way to net gold because it's super above rate. Super good in draft if you can convert the golden cogs into gold. Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Any other standout heroes that you see in this?
I think looking at the one-off Katsu, I'm quite surprised because Singapore does have quite a few local Katsu enjoyers, and Mods of Ancestry was recently unbanned. So I'm a bit surprised that there's only one Katsu here today.
Yeah.
But I suppose the matchup of the Verdans probably isn't the best, I think.
I think it's okay. I think it's okay. It's not as bad as Florin. It's not as bad as Florin because losing the well-grounded means that
breaking skills is
you don't really have that that ancestral harmony protection, the breaking skill protection. Actually, in this meta, I actually will consider Katsu. Yeah, I think Katsu is actually really good into like the top 4 heroes.
Yeah,
Verdan is like a coin flip, still a coin flip. Azalea is also a bit of a coin flip. The Azalea knows what he's doing. But yeah, Katsu, it's actually really decent in this format.
Because Katsu was quite favored in the Syndra, right, I imagine. From what I recall, Katsu was quite favored in the Ninja Mirrors, like Phi. Katsu was pretty favored. Gravy, I think, you're just triggering mass momentum every day. You're whelming Gust Wave, you have like an uncle on board, sure. Give me the draw. Okay, and I think we're gonna go set up for draft now. So we'll be back with you in a little bit with, I think, a draft point of view, and we will let you know who we are featuring, and we'll be back in a little bit.
Is it Gordon?
We shall see.
Will he finally be?
I would love to watch Gordon draft. I think I would have a lot to learn from watching him draft.
Yeah, will he stop denying the stream?
All right. And thank you. We'll be back with you in a little bit.
All right.
Right, and we are back to now drafting.
Yes.
Very exciting. One of my
Finally!
favorite aspects of Flesh
Oh my
and Blood.
goodness.
Skill intensive even before the cards hit the battlefield. It's drafting.
It's drafting.
What do you think of this draft, Fenfei?
Building your deck on the go, yes. I think this draft, LSS has really outdone itself, this draft.
So complex.
So
even I
complex.
struggle with it.
So good, so many different layers, so many different archetypes.
Oh, tell me about it.
And in this draft set, it's the best one so far. I guarantee you, if you have not tried Flesh and Blood draft, this is the best set to get into.
Try it out. Put your feet into the water before going into high seas. Literally. Looking at the pot here, our featured drafter is a caster, Mr. Elliot Tan.
From 1-2 Juice.
Yes, we are very excited to see him draft. We are going to judge his picks here.
No. We're not that critical. We will observe. and
Backseat
give-
drafting.
Yeah,
Wow,
backseat
I thought
drafting.
backseat drafting.
Yeah. So Elliot from 1-2 Juice is quite a well-known player in Singapore also. Quite illusionist main from the start to now.
Yes.
And he's also did some casting in his time. So now we are like casting the caster.
Very exciting. This table is the 3-nail table.
Yes.
We have a good mix of names here from Ivan Teo to Jason Tra to Seb Koo. Apparently Seb Koo is the only Kasai player.
Wow.
Making it 3-nail. And doing really well. We are going to start our draft soon. The players right now have packs on the table. We're just waiting for the go-ahead for them to open and we can start draft.
Yep.
What heroes do you think will be the best in this draft, or do you think all of them are quite even?
False gravy.
False gravy?
No, okay. So, I think the interesting thing about this draft set is that two of the heroes, mainly Marlin and Puffin, they both have two different weapons.
That's right.
So there's two different archetype or kind of decks that you can build for Puffin and Marlin. Gravy, on the other hand, only have one weapon, which was the compass. Actually, he doesn't even have a weapon. He only have a compass. Yeah. So it's quite interesting, even though there's like 3 heroes in the set and a secret 4th hero.
Yes.
Yeah, the Scurf. That if
I love Scurf.
If you found that hero card in draft, you can take it at the cost of 1 pick. You can actually change the whole trajectory of your drafting direction to totally ignore class cards and just generate it in pirate cards. Yeah.
So the different archetypes, for example, Marlin has 2 bows, one cannon and one red fin bow. How would you assess which weapon to go into? For example, Puffin has 2 weapons and Marlin has 2 weapons. How do you assess?
Okay, so I think at the start, if you have 0 experience to the draft, I think the most clear difference is the cost of the weapon. So if you look at Marlin, the hand cannon costs 4 to activate, and it doesn't come with a reload effect compared to the other bows. However, the red fin costs 0, and you just reload any arrow at the cost of 0. So initially, my first impression is that, okay, you have a red liner deck that have a lot of go again. You want to go wide. You have nimblism, red charter cost. You really want to play the red fin deck, red fin bow. All right, and the draft is starting now. We'll be observing Elliot Tan. We're starting with the brief. Okay, so in this set, I think that there's 2 different archetypes.
Yep.
So first is the aggro archetype, which you can see with the red fin and also the Spitfire built for Puffin.
Okay.
So generally, you want to take cards that have like inbuilt go again, like Rebel.
Cost 0?
Cost 0, they have go again, or Nimblism. Yeah.
I've been loving the nimblism. So far, my favorite draft card are the Jack cards, to be honest.
The what?
The Jack.
Oh yes, the
Jack
Jack be
be
quick
nimble and
and
Jack
Jack
be
be
quick.
quick.
Oh my god, love it.
So, wow, those are like your build around cards.
Yeah.
They require you have to have a nimblism in the graveyard, but they do have a very powerful payoff. Yeah.
So hats off again to LSS for a wonderful draft experience. We have not only different archetypes for different heroes, we even have the archetypes within the cards themselves.
Yes.
Nimblism, Jack be quick, and the respective equipments that gives
additional go again
And on hits.
and on hits.
Yes. So the other archetype that that people usually build around in this set is building around the high tide mechanic.
Oh yes.
So high tide requires 2 blue pitch in your arsenal to have like to you have the 2 blue in your pitch zone, so that you have additional effects. This usually requires your deck to be a bit more blue heavy, playing a bit more for the later game where you can crack the goal to have a blue pitch in arsenal, in a pitch zone and still push your attack. Yeah.
So I hear that you are saying that blue for new players, blue in this set is a premium.
Yes, 3-block blue is really good in this set, and there's like pirate rares that's at 3 block, class cards blue at 3 blocks. Usually those are premium, but you don't really want those cards first. I will still say reds are, if you're a new player to this set, look at the red cards, because those are the things that are pushing damage. And here we go, we are starting the draft now. Okay, Elliot taking out the 2
No
token.
expansion slot for Elliot.
No expansion slot for Elliot. Alright, so in the pack there's 14 cards.
14 cards.
So generally there'll be 5 class cards at
5
the
class
front.
cards.
And then the middle will be the generic 1 equipment, and then the generic and pirate cards. Then there'll be 2 rares and 1 foil cards. One of the rare could be a majestic. Could also be a majestic. Yes.
So you have to read what cards that are passed down to you, because you can tell what is being left behind.
Yes. Oh wow! And you see the pack. There's really a good number of good cards.
Oh, it looks like a premium blue.
And
Swabi.
my favorite ally in this set.
Swabi is your favorite ally. My favorite card is the Jax and Nimbalism.
Yeah, it's my favorite ally because he's just so hard to remove. Because if you think about it, both weapons in this sets are like 2 damage.
Right.
If Marlin create a Goldfin Harpoon and fire it is only for 2, unless you're running a Spitfire, as using the Blunderbuss, you are only dealing 2 damage minimum.
Right.
So Swabi requires a actual card to hit it, to remove it, and it's also coming in for 7, which usually requires just at least 2 to 3 cards to block out the damage.
Do you think? Oh, he prioritizes Swabi. Very illusionist player like.
I mean, I think of all the allies, other than Rigor Mortis, those 2 are like really first pickable.
Oh.
Yeah. Swabi, in my opinion, is like
top tier.
Top tier. Like, is slightly better than Rigor Mortis in this format. Yeah. Just for this format. Because
Common ally.
Yeah, common ally. But to be honest, this is actually still the best ally, hands down. Like,
Oh.
I don't think any of the rare ally were close to it.
I personally think Scuba is not too bad too.
Scuba is okay. Requires a blue. Oh, a
Oh, there we
blue
go.
to swing.
Oh, Barnacle or a Swell.
Yes.
I would think Swell would be a good second pick, or would he
so,
focus on Barnacle?
Okay, so in this position, there's actually a couple of good cards that Elliot's putting to front, like Rally the
Even
Red card
Rally
red.
is pretty good.
Swell is also pretty good. Barnacles, on the other hand, is actually my 3rd best ally. 2nd or 3rd best ally in this set also. Just because Barnacle doesn't require a cost to attack.
And Barnacle is 4 health.
No, sorry. Barnacle is 3 health with 4 attack.
Oh, 4 attack.
Yeah. The upside of Barnacle is that it doesn't really require
free
a
attack.
cost to attack. So you could, you won't go into fatigue. Like when you run out of cards, you can actually still
Continue
block out.
swing.
You can continue swinging. Elliot
Hoist them up.
decided, to go for the 4-block instead. I really think 4 blocks
Premium.
premium
Really
is-
premium.
because you can think of it as, in this set, everyone wants to attack return. Everyone wants to get a piece of the treasure island. So having good defensive package is really key in this set if you really want to do well. So cards like...
We haven't really talked about Treasure Island yet, but we'll come to that in a bit.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's a macro.
There's a macro
specifically
that's
for limited.
for this set.
Oh, look at that premium blue.
Oh, wow.
with
Even the chess piece.
even
the,
a bounty, Buccaneers bounty.
yeah.
Wow, spoiled for choice here, Elliot.
The Buccaneer Bounty is the best chess in this set. However, as a gravy, you do want to have a number of like golden tipo.
Yes.
So that you can like get
Discard.
Yeah, you can get like the ally.
And blue golden tipple is a starter for gravy.
Yeah, for water to trigger the watery grave. And to also get the gold token.
Yes.
Yeah.
all in one package.
All in one package.
But I do think Buccaneers Bounty is slightly over, maybe?
Yes. I do think that the one resource and also the option to convert it to one block is really strong in this set. But I do understand if Elliot opt for the blue tipo in this case.
Blue tipo it is.
Yeah. The only downside in this drafting direction is that Elliot is really locked into Gravy right now. So
ever since his first pick when he picked Swabi.
yes. So if there's like any Gravy player directly above him, he'll be in a bit of a tough spot. Yeah. And right now there isn't a clear sign that Gravy is open. Oh, but
it is.
Look
It
at that.
is.
There's a
Oh my.
chowder. Wow.
It is. I think it's quite clear the signal that he's the player that's passing to him might not be on Gravy.
Yes.
A lot of premium picks for Gravy here.
Yes. Yep. And yeah, he's solving the cards and see like
what
there's two Mac
what appears to be missing are arrows.
Arrows.
And pumps. Pumps for arrows.
Yeah. So there's a clear signal that the person above probably is playing a Ranger class, Marlin in this case. At this point in the draft, I would like to take a bit more class card just to close off the signal.
Yes.
To tell the person that
Especially allies.
Yeah, especially allies that you say that, oh, there's no clear signal for you to go Gravy. Look at all these Puffin cards, all these Mac cards. Please.
Please take them.
Take them. Don't go into them.
Don't come into my lane.
Don't come into my lane. Give me a better pack too. So Chowder is also another interesting ally. Similar to Swabi with the 3 health.
It's a very powerful turn 0 play.
It also requires a card to kill, not a weapon. And yeah, it's also quite annoying if you leave it around, you can keep gaining the 1 life. Yeah. So in this pack, Child Cost Raid is really good, but Swiftwater Sloop.
Swiftwater Sloop has been an all-star for many drafts for me.
Yes.
Go again, it kills not only the ally, but causes quite a big dilemma for the opponent, not knowing what attack will come next.
Yes. So I think the power of the blue Swiftwater Sloop especially is that it also triggers Watery Grave.
Yes.
So against a Gravy player, player will have to keep cards to be able to clear the allies the next turn if their plan is to fatigue the Gravy. So if that's the case, they probably have to take the damage from the Swiftwater Sloop.
Looks like Elliot is having a good time drafting.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
3, 4. Oh, and the blue
3 block. Okay, so one of the downsides to draft Gravy is that you do require a certain amount of blues. Yes.
How many blues do you think?
I think a good number is 13, but lately I've been going up to 14. Just because fun, you need to trigger Watery Grave, and you also want to hit that blue stack a lot earlier to trigger the high tide cards. Yeah.
I think getting the blue here, jittery grave was good. But he has chosen for 3-4-7.
I think both are okay. I think it's still quite early into the draft that it's okay not to pick the blue 3 block yet. You can prioritize them in the second pack. 3-4-7 might not be something that comes around quite frequently.
There we go. I love this Marauder.
Yes.
Not sure about Ravenous Rebel in a blue heavy deck.
Yeah, it's true. But as a Gravy, you always have access to the compass.
That's true.
You can always arsenal a rebel and wait till you hit a red card on top, and then you can play the rebel.
What you can see here, you know, Mac. It's one blue Sikkim shot.
Yep.
And he has chosen Hellsman Peak.
Yes. So as I said,
seems like a straightforward pick. Yeah.
Yeah, I think equipment in this set is also really premium. Like around this pick 6 to 8, I would like to pick a bit of equipment because having that 1 block, having a 4 block option at the side, it's really powerful in this set. Being able to break that 3-4-7 stalemate, throwing a 3 block and a
break
the break points, and then return with like a 3 or 4 card hand is key to win like the goal economy in this format.
Trade in or a old knocker.
I think the old knocker is not a bad pick here.
But it causes your tap, right? Because it makes you tap your hero.
Yes, but the the power of this is the second line. Actually, the one block at the bottom, like I said. Your equipment in this set is just to take back tempo.
So many mech. No one's playing mech, but it's yellow mech.
Yeah,
Yellow
I
mech
think
cards.
I think unfortunately, Puffin actually is not a very easy hero to draft in this set because the two archetype doesn't really share a lot of cards.
Yes.
I think for newer players they will have a bit of difficulty knowing like what card to pick for certain archetypes. Yeah, so it's not surprised to see like two Puffin in the draft pot usually.
And it's very hard for to either you get the pumps, you make cogs. It's very hard lines to read.
Yeah. Okay, so Elliot Elliot have a very yellow pack. In this pack, there's a golden tipo and there's also a red
Swindlers.
Swindlergliss. Yeah, this card is also key in Gravy because it always guarantees the discard for the ally and it also give you the goal. Yeah. So sometimes Gravy have that issue. Oh, and looking at the wheel, there's two blue
Restless
Gravy.
Bones. It's again, if you discard a watery grave, and most importantly, it's a blue 3 block.
Yes, a blue 3 block and seeing two Gravy Necromancer class card this late in the pack shows that he's actually in a very good draft spot when there isn't a lot of Gravy Wound player in this draft set. And yeah.
And even we have a Kelpie that came around.
Yeah, Kelpie unfortunately not the best of allies. It's one of those things that, okay, if my deck have not enough ally, I will have to play it. But because of her low offensive capabilities, I won't prioritize her very highly. So
That I agree with you.
yeah.
Looks like quite a few Marlins going around.
Yeah.
And Angry Bones for his last card.
Fly high.
Flying high.
He took a flying high for his pick 13, and the last one was the mech. Yeah.
Flying high yellow.
So yeah. So now is the pack review. The very very important part of this draft stage because here you start to count like the number of blues that you drafted in the first pack.
Pick 14 was Angry Bones yellow.
Angry Bones yellow, yes. So I would say that I think Elliot is in a very good draft spot. I would say that he probably only have 3 cards that he might not play. One is the Expedition to Azuki. The other one will be the Yellow Fly High, and maybe the
Kelpie.
So he's actually have drafted like 11 out of 14 good playable cards that that is like respectable in a good gravy deck.
I would think Elliot in pack 2 might need to prioritize some blues. Currently he has 3 blues.
3 good blues actually. Yeah.
So he might need to pick up some premium blues in the next pack, hopefully.
Yeah. I mean, he would need to get some like mutinies. I think
Mutinies are also quite premium.
Quite premium in gravy. It's a good way to trigger watery grave, and also maintain your goal economy. This set, yeah.
We didn't see any mutinies getting past, yeah?
Yeah. I think maybe the players above him are prioritizing mutinies quite highly. Really good card if you know how to play around like the goal economy, letting your opponent hit you to get more goal and then stealing it back.
Now, pack 2, you're going to pass to the right.
Yep. The other direction. So usually in draft, the first pack will be passed to the left, second pack will be passed to the right, then the third will be passed to the left. So I think Elliot is in a very commanding position.
He has a very good pack 1.
Yep.
I think it's way above average in terms of power.
Yes.
Very good pack for Marlin.
Yeah. Wow, and the sea legs. Wow, I can't believe it.
Oh, mutiny.
Oh my goodness. Sea legs is so
So
powerful. And with the
Easy
two
snap pick.
and the 2 tipos that he drafted in pack 1 is that he got that discard option okay. It's okay with the discard option. I think Sea Legs is like playable in CC Gravy Wounds. It's so strong. It's able to allow you to swing the ally and then drop another ally. Wow, and just make it so hard for your opponent to
Golden Tipo into tapping your hero for drinking the rum.
Yeah.
And then swing with 2 allies.
Yes. I think Sea Lake is definitely the right pick here.
But
But he
passing a
also,
foil mutiny,
Yep.
unfortunately.
unfortunately. I also like to have one of those blue mutinies, the one that give go again.
Yes.
Because it's a really good second cycle card to extend, like to play an ally, attack with the ally.
You're
and
not
then-
afraid of giving your opponent goal because you know you're going to take it back.
Yes. And you also trigger Watery Grave. Yeah. I think the play style for Gravy is like you play very defensively, try to trigger like your rallies or your discard option to get your ally to graveyard. Then once you're reaching that second cycle, then you cash in your goal to make a very powerful big turn to force your opponent to block. And after they block and you having allies on board, they
Very hard
have
for them to clear.
yeah, they have to attack the ally. If they attack the ally, you got another 4-card hand. Yeah.
Essentially gaining you some life.
Yes. So yeah, I think Elliot is in a really good spot and opening the Sea Lakes.
Really pushes his deck power to the roof.
Yeah, to the roof. Yes, to the roof. Yeah, I think in this table we can see that not a lot of Puffin players.
Not a lot of Puffin.
Yeah, I think the last few cards being main cards shows that there are probably 1 or 2 Puffin players.
Seeing that Elliot on the previous pack got 3 allies, Kelpie being third last pick, do you think there's another Gravy Bones player?
There's a good chance that there is like 2 Gravy players,
Including Elliot.
but there's also a very good chance that the other 2 Gravy players are directly below Elliot.
Might be.
Yeah, might be.
I do sense at least 3 Marlin players.
I think there's 4 actually. I think the raid where the Rangers card dried out was
way too fast.
is way too fast.
And they could be all sitting next to each other.
There's a very good chance that there's like 2 Marlin player
We
directly
saw
above.
a lot of raid mech cards being passed. And that, I know it feels difficult to play Puffin. Even I personally feel I have difficulty playing Puffin, drafting Puffin, and seeing the lines of Puffin. But it being open, would you have picked it? Would you have pivoted?
I think I think Puffin is quite reliant on generics actually.
Oh.
For both the archetypes.
Okay.
I think Puffin is one of those class where if you stay open, you have to stay open early to get into it, or you have like a very clear signal like mid of the pack where you get like maybe in pick 5 you get like 3 red mech cards or 2 red mech cards and equipment, and then you're like, okay, this is a very good sign that Puffin is open. I'll just go into it. And then if the wheel comes back and one of the red card wheels back to you, then you'll be like, okay, I'm in the right seat, in the right table.
That is a very
then
clear
you
sign
can-
to have 2 raids.
Yes. So Puffin is one of those heroes that I think a lot of people haven't really figured her
It's
out.
quite too many lines. But the good thing about it is because there's so many lines, there's so many options on how to play Puffin. I think Puffin in this limited format, it's quite reliant on the goal.
Yep.
If we starve Puffin out of goal or she can't generate any cogs herself, then she is essentially starved of options.
Yes, exactly.
So I think Copper Cog for Puffin, it's also a premium.
Yes, I think that's also one of my gripes in this set. I think Copper Cord should be a common. but that's my opinion. I think maybe I just tested it a bit. But I feel like without Copper Cord, without that guaranteed cord on the board, it's hard to play out the turn.
Oh, another blue sloop. And Chowder.
Another Chowder.
This is again another Ranger heavy pack.
Yes. I think probably all the Marlins will be above Elliot.
Yes.
So based on how the draft went, there shouldn't be a Marlin player below Elliot, at least for the next 2 seats.
Probably Mac.
Yeah. So in this draft pack, Archer will take the Sweetwater Sloop over the Chowder.
Yes, I would do the same thing as well.
Because for one is that
It's
you
a blue.
really need the blue count right now.
And this pack has only 1 blue, which is the sloop.
Which is the sloop. I think the blue sloop is really powerful, but there's also argument that you not want too many 2 blocks in the gravy deck. Just in the event that you draw multiple of it with an ally, and then you have to take more damage from it.
And I don't think Chowder is a bad pick as well.
Yep.
It's up there with the sloop.
Yeah, I think it's like above average. Yeah.
Mhm.
It's slightly below Barnacle.
Yes.
Yeah, slightly below Barnacle.
get what you mean.
Yeah, because of the free attack. and it also requires like one card to really clear it.
Looks like he's not punished.
Looks like he's not punished. And
And so many powerful mech cards.
oh, wow,
I see a mech rare and a mech pump.
yes, I do not think there's
Any mech below him. This
any
is
mech below
pack
him.
3.
Yes,
So it's no mechs.
yeah, I think
You got a Zeppelin and a wreck. Is it wreck?
call down the big hammer. I think
Yes.
yes. So call back the hammer.
Call
yeah.
back the hammer.
Both are really good.
Very powerful
Puffin
Puffin
cards.
cards.
But I would say that both of them are also in very different archetype. Yeah.
Looks like it's a sloop. Nothing for him when this pack comes around.
So I think from this pack, I have a good feeling that there's actually another gravy below him.
Yes.
Either directly below him or one seat down. Based on like you really need to see the content on the next two pack to really confirm it. Right now, I think Elliot's priority should be prioritizing the blue cards now.
There's a Mutiny and a Jittery Bones.
Yes.
Blue.
So,
Easy pick Mutiny?
not exactly. I will actually go for the 3-block blue here. I'm not sure why he's looking at the salvage shot. The 3. I'll go for the Reckless Bones, which is also a 3-block blue here. But he
Blow
opts
for
to
a
go for the
blow.
blow for blow actually.
Pirating some sideboard for a mirror?
Maybe. Blow for blow really good in killing rigor mortis and all the 1 health allies. Yep.
He could even kill a 3 health ally and hitting 1 to the face.
Yes. But I think Elliot needs to be aware of his blue count here.
It's currently 4.
Yeah, because that would means that he have to give out some priority picks later on. But he wasn't punished here.
Yo ho ho.
Yo ho ho on the 5th pick.
Easy yo ho ho.
Yeah, I mean yo ho really
Don't
good.
even bring the angry bones to the front.
Yeah, it's slightly more premium,
It's
but he
fingers?
Yeah, like
I'll be very surprised if he throws the fish fingers.
no, actually I'm not. I do think that the
Armor is important.
armor, like I said, armor is so important in this set.
Currently, he has only 1 hit piece.
Whoa, he's
Yes,
deviating from the script. Okay, no, but jokes aside, yeah.
Yo ho ho. Easy
Yeah, I
pick.
think because of the lack of the blue count, I think Elliot should go
He
for
gave us a shock there for a moment, yeah?
yeah.
What was going on?
Yeah. I think fish finger is not a bad pick also, just to guarantee a 4-block suite at the side.
Now we've seen a yo ho ho. Do you still think that there is a gravy bones 2 seats away?
I still think so because
No ally. We don't see an ally, yeah?
Yes. There's a very good chance that what happened in the pack 1 was that the gravy player below Elliot was taking the blue cards in pack 1. So he got the
2
choice of
mutinies.
this, and this is the good one. It's the go again one. Oh no, this Newton and Scrub on the deck.
So,
Scrub the deck.
Swift. Swift water is go again. Swift water is go again.
Yeah, Swiftwater is go again. Swiftwater I think is the one of the better mutiny. With the other one is the +2 one. Yeah. Scrub the deck is also a premium card for gravy. For one, if you go first, you want to create the goal. You can just play this out, and it's also a blue 3-block. And yeah, you also trigger Watery Grave.
Looks like Elliot wasn't punished at all.
Yeah.
All the good blues are coming his way.
I mean, he dropped the right seat. He managed to close off the signal, and then now it's rewarded. Yeah. Okay, and in this pack,
Red golden tipple
yes,
is quite premium, I feel, right in his current position. It's quite a
Yes.
high pick.
I think I will also go for the red golden tipo. I think after the US Nets, where you see the Beta Harden, where Brody actually piloted a 9 golden tipo gravy bones deck. I think after trying out the deck, I think everyone of us know the power of like golden tipo in gravy, getting the guaranteed goal and also getting the ally in the graveyard, and also
It's
turning on
3
the
attack.
golden hook. It's really powerful.
Being 3 attack here can kill allies as well.
Yes.
We are seeing a lot of Mac cards.
Yeah.
I know Elliot just passed quite a few red Mac cards.
Yep. I think as said before, it's just that Puffin, no one wants to go into Puffin. I think yeah.
No Marlin cards as well.
No Marlin cards.
Easy jittery bones here.
Yes. I think at this stage of the draft, Elliot has established his position as the gravy player really well. I'm not surprised that he will do well in this in the next 3 games.
Yellow jittery bones, not a bad pickup.
Actually, I think it's not a bad pickup also.
Not the best.
But I think we can also consider the red teeth vermin. Yeah.
Swindlers.
Yeah, Swindler's crop.
Yellow swindlers.
Yes. He opt to go for the yellow
Big
swindlers.
damage. Opt for the big damage.
Yeah, I think this is just a way to guarantee the goal. And also because of him having the sea legs, he want to have a bit more discard options.
Yellow rally.
Yep.
What do you think of yellow rally?
I think yellow rally is good. I think it just it fits the deck quite well. What rally wants to do. You want to block with it and then trigger the discard effect to either discard your sea legs for Elliot case or ally. Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Wow.
Draw
3.
back the hammer when 1 whole round.
Yep.
Is they're going to take a blue? Oh, on horizon.
Yeah,
Is he desperate for blues here?
Yeah, I think I'll take the blue here also, just because. Yeah, clap them in irons. Yeah, this blue
Not
is
really a card that you see most often. And you another cloud
yes.
city.
Yes,
Oh.
there's another 2 red mag cards. Yeah, I think maybe Singapore don't like to draft Puffin. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, Puffin not the easiest one to draft, and I think under such a high stress situation, I think people would want to opt for
Something
a
they're
more,
comfortable
yeah,
with.
something comfortable with. Marlin is easy to draft, easy to play hero. Yeah. It's the
Okay,
yeah,
let's
so
take a
now
look
let's
at their
take a look
picks.
at their picks for Elliot. I think he have a okay second pack. He got what he wanted. He got
Tough
a good
gold wrench for
he got
a burn away pick.
got
Overall,
good 3 blocks, a golden tipo, and amazing pack 1 pick 1 with the sea leg. Yeah.
keeping track of Elliot's blue count, currently at 8 blues.
I think it's realistically okay. Right now he's at 8 blues, but realistically the good one is only 6 of them. You probably won't want the Captain Irons in your deck or the blue Nimbly, if you have the option to not to play them. Yeah. Usually the pack 1 is 3. Yeah.
9. Them in irons is
Oh, it's a red. Yeah.
it's a blue.
It's a blue. Oh yeah. Cladding Iron is a blue also. So he technically have 9 playables blue, but usually based on the type, you want good quality blues, and 2 of the blues usually are the ones that you don't want to touch.
But if he has no choice, I think it's worth putting them in. If he has no choice, to just put in for the blue count.
I think those are the situation where there's 3 gravy on the table. I think Elliot is in a really good position where I don't think he will
He'll
need
be
to
lacking
play
blues.
Yeah. Usually in the draft, if you have a full suite of equipment and you want a 30 card deck, you can burn 8 cards. So in this case, from what Elliot drafted, I think he has 4 mag cards in total. Those are the last few picks, or 3 or 4 mag cards in total that he can't really play, and maybe include the 2 bad blues and some of the bad yellows. Right now, he's about 6. He's actually about 6 card that he doesn't
don't really
want to play. So he has quite a bit of wiggle room in his third pack to
to just top off his core. Maybe
30 cards.
Core 30 cards. Looking for some allies to round off. Currently, he has about 3 or 4.
3 or 4, yeah. Realistically, it's 3 lah. Yeah.
So maybe 1 or 2 more allies.
Yeah. I think it would be good if he opened another Swabi.
Or Rigor Mortis.
Or Rigor Mortis. Because those allies are really powerful because they have big damage. So if you play them late into the game and you force the block, what will happen is that the opponent, if his life is too low and he is forced to block with 2 cards, and what will happen is that if he send the last 2 cards to your face, and you manage to block it out, you are able to send the Rigor Mortis again for 6 damage swing.
All right, pack 3.
Pack 3, 2 red Necromancer cards. Those are not the one that you really want. And wow.
Red rally?
Really the rear guard. Okay, so 3/4/7s are like the really good backbones in this set. I think having 3/4/7s when both players have no goal is a way to
break parity.
Yes, to break parity and then to check whether your opponent have enough armor to block that 1 damage or break point.
Right now, he has only 1 piece of armor, if I'm not wrong.
I think he has 2.
The helm?
The helm and the chest. The old.
Oh yes, old knocker.
Old knockers. So, I won't be surprised that he either take the rally or one of the or a life for life just to go a bit wider. Yeah. Here he opt to go for the restless bones.
Understandable.
Understandable. Okay. But also do take note that Elliot still needs to hit like 8 more blue to be in a very good position in this draft.
Blue Dipple is good. Even the Necromancer hit piece.
Yeah, he needs about 6 to 7 more blues. So
So
I
I
won't be
think-
surprised that Elliot will start to prioritize some of the blue cards in this pack.
I think taking Golden Dipple might be the right choice here.
Yep. And that also being the one of the only blues that he can play. Oh, actually, there's a Swindle also, which might will. Yeah. I think the rest of the pack is good, but it doesn't really work towards the type of deck that Elliot is building towards.
You also don't see
Any allies?
Allies, no allies.
I think that's one of the issue with Elliot's draft right now. But it's okay. If you don't have good allies, then you need to have
Big attacks.
Big attacks.
But Elliot doesn't have many big attacks.
Yes. So there's a bit of a problem with like if the opponent is playing is have a really good offensive package, there might be a chance that he might get fatigued.
Again, no allies.
No allies. But there's good blues in the set in this pack also.
He has 4 allies, 2 Chowder, 1 Kelpie, and 1 Swabi. I don't think that is bad. I think it's sufficient.
I think it's sufficient also. I think right now, if he can find like a big boat, either one of the HMS or like one of the Balconiers, the 9 damage, the red one that goes for 9. I think if he, it will supplement the lack of damage in his deck.
Yes, if not, Elliot won't be able to block out a lot of the attacks.
I think
he might have some trouble blocking attacks. He has a lot of 2 blocks, which might suffer chip damage, and he might just be forced to play at a very low life and give him limited options towards the end game.
Yep. Oh, wow.
How he was saved.
He was saved. Okay, the script is...
He's back on track.
Back on track. Yeah,
We are back.
We are back on track.
He nearly fell off the boat, but Rigor Mortis has reeled him back.
Yeah. Wow. And this is a forfeit Rigor Mortis, which also means that...
I can only describe how Elliot feels right now.
Like right now, it's just like, wow. There's might be 3 Marlins in front of him. Yeah.
His spot for picks in this pack is, that must mean that the previous 3 packs had 0 allies.
Yes. I think, I think these are like, the first 3 packs in this that were fast doing at the start could be like a bad permutation of cards that doesn't have good gravy or only have 1 class card. Yeah. Oh, here come the allies. Okay. Okay, there's a
will take
couple.
the
Oh,
armor.
wow, there's also a red tipo here.
Spot for picks.
Yeah, I actually will go for the red tipo here.
He's missing an arm piece.
Yeah, I do not really like this piece unless you're going for like a 6 ally build. Because the chances of you hitting an ally off the top, it's not that good. And if you had an ally in hand, it sort of blocks us for 2. But the red tipo really puts the deck together. It allows you to play very offensively, while also generating goal.
One issue I see here is that the blues are drying up.
Yes. Elliot here opt to go for the glove. I think it's a respectable choice. Like I said, equipments are really premium in this draft set. You do want to have enough ways to to block the break points.
And blue,
Wow, another rigor mortis. Okay, I think he actually have enough damage in his ally spot that he don't really have to prioritize red here.
But he has to start prioritizing some blues after rigor mortis. Do you think he should take this rigor mortis knowing that he already has one?
No,
is that too greedy?
No. I think rigor mortis is like the second best ally.
After Swabi?
After Swabi, yes.
Wow.
Yeah. It's only bad if you know you're fighting against a fatigue player, but against most of the other type of archetypes, you don't mind like a rigor mortis out there swinging for 6 every turn at the cost of 1. Yeah, and you know the chess. No, since rigor mortis have 1 to attack and a hit stone, but he already have that hit piece.
Looks like you. Blue, premium blue.
Oh, it's a He-Fo.
Wow. He-Fo, premium blue.
Yes, I think this is
back
the
around to him.
Arsenal disruption
Pick
one.
7.
Yeah, I think at this point I don't think he's the solo gravy on the table, just because of how dry Pack 2 was for him. Yeah, but he's really in a good spot. Like you can see, there's no gravy players in front of him.
Giving his pirate ally attack overpower certainly will close out the game.
Yes, definitely. Oh, and this is like one of the best combination you can do with Swabi. Swabi for 7 overpower guarantees, almost always guarantees the kill.
Still more blues.
Yeah, at this
just
point,
take the blues. Don't really need more allies.
Yeah, I'll just go for the blue 3 blocks. I think Elliot is considering the Shelly to bump up the ally count by 1 more to 6. I think having 6 allies is really strong in the mirror.
This is his 7th ally.
Yes.
2 rigor mortis, 1 Shelly, 1 Kelpie, 2 Chowder, and 1 Swabi.
Oh, this is 7. Might be too much, but we shall see. Yeah.
But he has some cards to burn. Looking at this wind up here, being a 8 pick or 9 pick, seems again. I have to comment that Puffin is hard to play, and nobody wants to touch it.
Nobody wants to play. Yeah, unfortunately, here Elliot had to opt in for like
blue.
a blue card, blue call on the gate. I think this was his wheel pack also, the one that is open. Yeah, but seeing the wheel, I don't think there is a
red
gravy player on board. Sorry, I don't think there's a Puffin player
anywhere near him.
Anywhere near him, yes. Okay, red jittery bones, really good. If you have that ally count to back it up, Elliot can play the 7 ally kind of, or 6 ally gravy bones deck, where if you hit the ally off the top of the deck, you have, like, you sort of gain a free card by playing those necromancer card that requires you to destroy the top card of the deck or discard a card.
Right now, he has about 13 blues. Do you think he has to play all his blues?
I think 13 is a good number, but I will wish to get 1 or 2 more blues in the last 3 picks actually. On the horizon, it's not bad. It's not the best, but we have to get what we have. Yeah.
Yellow belly bones into a blue on the horizon.
Yes.
I think it helps round it out. And he gets past a cutty at the end.
Well.
Question mark.
Yeah. Yes, the second last is Cutty Shark.
And then a yellow going turbine.
Yep. I think Elliot is questioning the lack of Puffin in this draft. I think there should be at least one Puffin. He's being feed quite well. But Elliot's deck is not too shabby. I think there's a couple of picks that could be slightly better. Like some of the yellows, pick could be a blue, so that he doesn't have to be that blue stuff near the end. Yeah.
He has maybe a little two allies too many.
Yeah, I think because of pack 2, draft is never like you can't
never
really draft.
know.
You never know because you won't know like what cards are being passed to you at the start or what you're gonna open. So I think he was having this consideration that I didn't draft enough red attacks, so I also didn't see enough allies in pack 2.
Right.
So I had to start to take a bit more red attacks. Yeah, I think that was his thought process in his second pack. So there's some red cards that I don't think they are that good based on how his deck is turning out. Yeah.
But overall, I do think Elliot has a above average power level gravy bones.
Yeah, I think he could easily go to 1 or 3-0 with this build. I think one of the issue with Gravy is how you play it, how you pilot. Is one of the more skill intensive heroes in the draft format in the recent years. I think a good player will elevate the deck really highly. Yeah.
So overall, well done, Elliot. Opening pretty well. Getting
pretty
past Impact 3, two rigor mortis.
Impact 3, 2 rigor mortis.
We were all shocked.
We were all shocked.
Fei and I were like,
is this scripted? Yeah.
So we are very excited to see how Elliot's going to play. Right now, the decks are being checked, getting counted and marked. So right now, do you still think there are 2 gravy bones?
I still think there's 2 gravy bones. Maybe I still think there's 2 gravy bones. I actually starting to suspect there's actually 5 Marlins.
Yes, if one Puffin,
and 1 Puffin.
Because we noted that ever since pack 1, by pick 3, 0 arrows.
Yes. There's also another possible scenario is that there's 4 Marlin
and 1 Scurf.
1 Scurf and 1 Puffin.
Wow.
Yes. Because during the wheel there's also a lack of pirate cards. There's like the last few cards are class cards.
Yes.
So usually those are like the signs of like there might be a Scurf in this box.
Oh man, excited. Hopefully we can get to see a Scurf on stream. We will be very, very I'm very, very interested to see how the Scurf player drafted his deck.
Yeah. And I think there's another clear sign of indication of a Scurf is like, some of the 0-4-4s that shoot wheel, it doesn't come back.
Yes.
So usually Scurf like to draft those 0-4-4s, those 1-4-5s that can take advantage of the Gold Kiss rum.
And getting a resource from drinking rum.
Yes. Those are like signs that there's a good chance that there might be a Scurf on the table. Yeah.
So 4 Marlins. So 4 Marlins will be struggling to find arrows and they might just mainly be playing 3-4-7s.
Yes. Unfortunately, yeah.
But it's not bad, not too bad. 3-4-7s are still on rate, very strong. We're in a limited meta with many, many 2 blocks. And, getting gold, and if they're playing the hand cannon, definitely a lot of chance to make Goldfin, Harpoons, just pitching the blues and hitting in for me 6 overpower. Still quite a good turn.
Okay, so now we will be looking at Elliot's deck. So he has 3 armor pieces. So Helmsman Pick, a old knuckle, and a washout wave, which totals to a 4 block value if he chooses to block with it. Defensively, I think Elliot's a bit on the low side. There's a couple of 3 block blue that he could have opted for, but he chose to choose like a red offensive card. Maybe because at the start of the draft he felt like there's not enough allies, so he decided to hedge on those red attack cards.
Which is totally understandable. Having a hoist up here blocking for 4 definitely will help him on crucial turns.
Yep.
Definitely in a pinch might actually win him the game.
Yes. So if I were Elliot, the couple of cards that I will cut here will be like the red expedition to Iris Key. Some of the yellows, yellow stringer's gift, since it only blocks for 2. There's 37 cards here.
How many blues does he have?
Right now, I think he has 14 in total.
14 in total. Do you think he has to play all 14 blues? I always ask myself this question when I'm drafting limited.
So I think he actually can go for 13, mainly because he doesn't need that many. Mainly because he doesn't have that many high tide cards. I think 14 is a good number if you are running like Buccaneers, where you really need to have that double blue pitch to activate the additional effects.
So you will take out the Clamp Them in Iron?
Yeah, probably Clamp Them in Iron is like the least impactful card. Maybe I'll put it in against Graving Mirror.
Right.
Yeah, which
Not
maybe
a bad idea.
there's some like effect to it, but you know, it doesn't really trigger Watery Grave on your turn. You have to wait a turn for it to go to the graveyard. But it's still, it's still an option for him. The other card that I might cut is probably the yellow Fly High, the yellow Kelpie, the yellow Stringer's Gift, the red Expedition to Arrow's Key, and blow for blow, I'll probably I'll sideboard it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then after that, I will try to refine like the ratios a bit more, like cutting some of the yellows. Yeah.
So you will play 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 allies, taking out Kelpie.
Okay, so the allies, I think the allies are great. Shelly, I might consider not to play in against certain matchups.
Right.
I think if I know that my opponent is a red line deck, I probably wouldn't want to play I wouldn't want to play that many allies. Yeah. I think one of the important things that we need to do, like in this matchup, in this format, is to understand what's the archetype of your people that's playing in your table.
Right.
So if I were you, I would try to hide my weapon as long as possible. I would, like if I'm Marlin or Puffin, I'll try not to let everyone know that, hey, I'm playing a red line deck.
Right.
Because a lot of information can give out just from knowing the type of weapons that you want to run. I think Elliot, in general, he drafted really well. Of course, you won't know like how the draft goes, but I think based on his position of like how the cards were given to him, I think he made some really solid decisions trying to hedge on certain outcomes that might not happen. Like what if he's not being past the allies in pack 3? At least he have the red attacks to supplement the offensive power of his deck.
And rely on his early picks of ally in the late game, especially his first pick Swabi, and first pick, second pick Steelix, allowing him to go wide.
Yeah, and I do think there's a yellow Tipo that's missing from this deck list also. I think he drafted a total of 4 Tipos. If I recall correctly. Yeah, and I think that once your opponent is like, once he fight against your opponent, there's a lot more defensive, like, a Harpoon Marlin. He can actually cycle through his deck really quickly with the Golden Tipo, get the goal, hit the stack, and then really start pushing the allies on board.
Yes.
Yeah. Overall, I think he did a really good job. Solid job navigating the draft. Even though, you might say that, he actually forced Gravy, but did he? I mean, he took the risk and he actually paid off. Like no one above him was playing Gravy, and
no one below him was playing Gravy as well.
I think there's one Gravy player below him.
Cause of pack 2.
Cause of pack 2, yes.
Fair
one
enough.
or two Gravy players below him. Yeah.
We are excited to see how Elliot's going to play.
Okay.
We are just getting ready as the players submit their deck list on who is going to choose which hero.
Yes. So I would suspect that there's about 2 to 3 Marlin players above Elliot, and then there's another Marlin player like 2 seats below Elliot.
Yep.
I think the Puffin is directly across Elliot. I have a very good feeling it's the furthest away for Elliot. I do not know who is it, but I think either that or there's no Puffin players on the table at all.
Wow. Yeah. If there's no Puffin players, I will be entirely shocked. But if there's a Puffin player, so your suggestion is the Puffin player is going to be his first opponent.
Yeah, it's the furthest away from Elliot. Yeah, but the issue with a solo Puffin is that I do think that Puffin actually requires a lot of generic cards to function. and if there's like 4 Marlin players that after they took all the class card, they have to start taking generic cards.
Yes.
And then you start to also starve out the Puffin also. Yeah.
So it's, all these things you've said is just, making my mind steam and overwork and overclock when I think about Puffin and drafting Puffin. It
Yes.
is a high skill, it's a very high skill ceiling to draft Puffin, and also a very high skill ceiling to play Puffin.
I think a lot of the good players will try to avoid Puffin, especially when the draft at this point of the drafting stage. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong. It's if you do not have enough draft practice, it's also good to avoid things that you're not comfortable with. But there's a couple of issues with Puffin in general. Yeah. Okay.
All right, let's take a look at the pot.
Okay.
Look at
oh,
this.
Timothy. Okay.
We have 6.
Wow. There is actually 5 Marlins.
5 Marlins
in this table.
It looks like we were right that there is a gravy bones down, Elliot, because of pack 2.
Yes. So yeah.
And I am surprised that Puffin is 1 seat above Elliot.
Yeah.
Because Elliot was past 1,001 powerful Puffin cards.
Yes. So the first round, Elliot will be against Ivan, who is on Marlin. I think Ivan, not the best opposition. If you know, like in draft, you do not want to be like the middle.
You are
heroes
surrounded by Marlins.
because that will mean that your first pack and your second pack will be will be bad in both directions. Yeah.
The
However,
only out for him, I suppose, is his pack 1 pick 1, pack 2 pick 2, pack 3 pick 1.
Yes.
Are all powerful, rare Marlin cards.
Yeah, but we shouldn't count Ivan out. I think he's also famous in Singapore for innovating draft strategy, although some people feel that he forces a bit too much. But yeah, if it's not a bad strategy if you recognize that, hey, this hero is the strongest one in the set, and he doesn't really need that much requirement. But unfortunately for Ivan in this table, I think quite a few people also have that same sentiment, and also decided to go into Marlin. Yeah.
I think Marlin also plays pretty well with a mix of arrows and pirate attacks, because it's just so wide, because you have a weapon and you can play your generic and pirate attacks as compared to a gravy where you really, really need allies.
Yep.
Or not allies, if not allies, high tide cards.
Yeah. However, I think in this combination, I think the only possible like red line player that have like really aggressive build is only Timothy.
Yes.
Since he's only the solo Puffin, he have access to more red class card compared to the other 5 Marlin players.
He can choose to either go tall or go wide in the Puffin play.
Yep. Yeah. I'm actually excited to see like how things turn out. I think Elliot have really a much better like draft direction compared to Jason.
Yes.
Especially how like the third pack turns out for him.
He has 5 players above him that doesn't play gravy, as compared to Jason. When passing to the left, only 1 player above him that is not drafting gravy.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Now we know why so many rigor mortis got passed.
Yeah. I think it's also quite fortunate for Elliot that in the pack 1, the first pack, there's not really good allies in any of them. Because I think one of the situations where I realized there's a lot of gravy in the pot is like, oh, everyone, like maybe there's 3 people in the pack like open in the draft table, that one of them open a Swabby, one of them open rigor mortis, one of them open like another Swabby and stuff like that, and then 3 of them started to force gravy.
Their first pick is the ally.
The first pick is a good ally, and then 3 of them started to go into gravy. Yeah, you also do not want to have this type of situation. But I think, like, fortunately for Elliot, his first 5 packs have like not really good allies, only for like a Chowder or something.
Well, I think that's pretty true. It goes down a bit again to the variance and the complexity of draft. You don't know what you're going to open, and you have to make very educated and experienced decisions on the fly, especially on assessing, good allies, powerful raids, whether you want to go tall, how many blues you have. So it's if you haven't tried draft, I totally recommend. Fenfei and myself really enjoy draft, and it's always good to dip your toes into something new. And one thing I would like to say about FAB players, they're all very welcoming and all willing to teach, even though you're new.
Yeah. I think draft is even in other games it's always like something that requires like to new players it just feels like very high skill ceiling. Like I just going in to open 3 packs, and then there's
very daunting.
Yeah, very daunting experience. But I think if you come to some of the armories, our local armories, we do have players that can help to. If you're new to the draft, you can ask like some of the players to help you teach you what to pick, what direction to go in the draft. Yeah.
And they can tell you. I sometimes struggle. My personal struggle with draft is that I can't read the packs.
Yeah.
Sometimes under a stressful situation, you can't read the packs, and then you don't know what's passing the left, passing the right. But having an experienced player teach you, because they can instantly tell by pick 3, by pick 4, who is playing what on your right, who is picking what on your left. It really helps to play as a community when we all come together to learn difficult things like draft. So we have, in Singapore, we have many teams who come together to draft. Sometimes even daily, to prepare for nets, and especially the upcoming Singapore Pro Tour.
Oh yes.
Hey, they're calling in Singapore. I'm very excited for that.
Yeah, and yeah, it's always a welcoming experience for us to host such a big event in Singapore. Of course, I think this draft set really will check the skill expression of the players that's coming into play.
Personally for you, what will you be playing? Are you playing Pro Tour? Are you playing calling?
I'm qualified for the Pro Tour.
Ooh!
Oh. Not playing the Nets. Yeah, I actually haven't decided yet. I'm quite well known to play Azalea in Singapore. I actually was expecting her to LL last week. Hopefully she do so this weekend also. I really do not want to have too many choices for the PT Singapore. But yeah, if by any chance she doesn't LL this weekend, or the weeks leading towards Pro Tour Singapore, I will probably be playing Azalea for that event.
We are very excited. We hope you do well. All the best for Pro Tour Singapore. We're going to welcome all players coming around the world. Play the game, see the world, as the tagline goes for Flesh and Blood. One thing that is also very good for this national event is that the prize support for this event totals 10,000 USD.
Whoa! Wow! Is it?
Yeah. The total prize support is 10,000 USD. So if you're the top 24 players, you get a cash prize.
Yeah, I think it's a lot more than 10,000 actually.
10,000 USD. We saw it just now.
Oh, is it? I thought it's first place is.
First place is 2,400. Second place is 1,200.
I think it's. Okay.
Okay. Right now we are going to take a quick break as the players get ready to play round 1.
right, welcome back to our first draft game. So hope you guys enjoyed watching the draft POV of Elliot. He has drafted the Gravy Bones deck and we'll be following him for this first match. So
I think he'll be playing Ivan for the first round, and I think Ivan is on Marlin.
Yep. one of the Marlins in the pot.
One of the several Marlins in the pot, shall we say.
Yeah, so I think we're actually working on some infographic to show later, at least how the draft composition came out to be. But I think to our understanding, it was 5 Marlin.
Yeah, 5 Marlins, 2 Gravies, and 1 Puffin.
1 Puffin. So maybe eventually we'll see the 1 Puffin in action. But for now, we'll be seeing a Marlin and Gravy deck.
Yeah, we're seeing a Marlin and Gravy game. We did see in the packs being passed to Elliot that there were indeed a lot of Mac Power cards still circulating late in the pack. I think in pack 2, one of the cards he was passed, one of the packs had like a red Thief in the Cog and a red, I think it's Cloud City Steamboat, which are premium in any Puffin deck. So the Puffin player was very well rewarded for choosing to stick to their guns, so to speak.
Yeah, and trying to, read the signals, right?
Yeah. Stay open.
Yeah, staying open.
Yeah.
But here we go. It'll be Elliot against Ivan Teo. Ivan, also a very good player and very well known for drafting, right?
Both of these players are extremely, extremely accomplished. Elliot has, I think, top 8'd 2 nationals in a row, top 8ing last year with Enigma. And Ivan has, I think, top 8'd, I've lost count at this point. I think he's top 8'd like 2 or 3 nationals as well. And more recently, he top 8'd, I think, calling Kuala Lumpur.
Yes, I think so.
I think he was on Aurora. And also in the recent calling Taipei, I think he came very close to top 8 as well. I think he was in the top 16, if I recall. And he was on stream a few times.
Yeah, so 2 very prominent players. And I'm not sure if you guys have watched Elliot cast before. He's actually been casting in the past. So we'll be seeing him here play now.
Yep.
And he is as good a player as he is a caster. And that's pretty good.
Yeah,
that's why
pretty damn good.
Yeah, top table, right? So
top table indeed. I think for Constructed, I think he was playing Prism.
Yes.
And Ivan should be on Arachne Slip to the Cracks.
Yep. Yeah. So both very accomplished and both have the same sleeves.
Exact same sleeves.
Both yellow sleeves ready to go in. I think Elliot's deck was pretty strong, right? From the draft POV just now.
It actually looked quite dire for him at certain points. I think pack 2, he had a pretty poor pack. But pack 3, he was rewarded very heavily with premium allies like Rigor Mortis passed to him.
Yes.
And I think even Shelly may not be the most premium, but it's a big body that stays on board and buffs your blocks.
Yeah, and we can see now the game is starting. Looks like Elliot's going first and showing up with that Marvel Gravy Bones.
Fellow Bling enjoyer.
Yeah, already intimidating his opponent, but Ivan does not look phased. And Marlin presenting the harpoon weapon.
Looking at the equipment suite, we see that Ivan has a full suite of equipments. He doesn't have the premium Marlin class equipment, which is Glidewell fins. He only has Fish Fingers, but Fish Fingers is Blade Break 1. It's nothing to sneeze at. And he has what many would consider to be the best chest in the game in Buccaneer's Bounty.
Yep, and looks like Elliot just passed his turn 0, didn't get to put any allies into the graveyard. So I'm sure Ivan is happy to see that, as he can just, play out his turn and try and take tempo from here, right? Because he's going second.
No allies in the grave, and also no counters on Treasure Island as well.
Yeah, by choosing not to attack, no counters on the island. But here's the first counter on the island, and Ivan swinging a Walk the Plank, is it?
Yes, it's Walk the Plank, and this is one of the premium cards against Gravy Bones, because it taps, I think, yes, either them or an ally they control. So in this case, there's no ally, but you tap Gravy, you stop him from cycling and putting an ally in the graveyard if he's able to generate a goal. Yeah,
then, if that happens, Elliot would then have to put allies in the graveyard a more difficult way, a more convoluted way, maybe through Tipple or through rally the Coast Guards or the other, right?
We did see that he drafted a fair number of Tipples. I think I saw about 3, maybe even 4. I think 3 is probably the correct number that he drafted. And those are excellent extenders for Gravy.
Yep, so he's blocking with Rally the Coast Guard and a Burly Bones. Doesn't seem to be activating the Coast Guard ability. So just going to be taking the damage, tapping Gravy, and Ivan's going to get 1 gold for his troubles.
That's a pretty good start for Ivan.
Yeah. And he returns with his own 3 for 7, right, this one?
Yes, Expedition to Horizons Mantle.
Yep, so choosing not to add 1 more, I think. So it's just going to be 1 counter on the Treasure Island.
3 for 7 is still nothing to sneeze at, and gold is very important for Gravy to get early.
Yeah, so we'll see, right? Both players just trading 3 for 7s, which are very premium in this format, especially when Treasure Island as a macro is in this draft, which is kind of a new thing, right, for this high C set. Quite unprecedented. They have such a significant macro that interacts with the board.
We've seen macros before in other sets like Rosetta, but those are per player and not a shared macro, not a landmark like it is for Treasure Island.
Yeah, and
which basically gives every attack an on-hit.
yeah, exactly. The previous macro was kind of just like a backup AB kind of thing, right?
Yeah,
The
yeah.
Sanctuary of Arya. But here it's really a core component of the limited gameplay, and I think that's what really makes this draft format very refreshing compared to the others.
I think some have even said that certain heroes like Puffin feel stronger and easier to play limited because of the access to gold that Treasure Island constantly gives you. Whereas in Constructed, you don't have access to this. You need to find other ways to make gold.
Yeah. So here we go. Ivan just going to be blocking for 3 and giving Elliot the gold from the Treasure Island.
And it's not that bad to take 4 here, because there is only 1 gold on Treasure Island. So even if he takes 4, he's not giving Elliot that much gold at the end of the day. Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Apologies. It's a lost in transit. So Ivan gets even more value from the 3 block here. He removes the gold counter and doesn't let Elliot steal the gold from Treasure Island.
Wow, that's crazy. That's even better.
That's pretty heads up play there.
Yeah.
And returning with a Scarf for 4 go again after he dips just under Elliot's life total.
Yep, so Scar for a Scar, another premium card. Once again, because of the macro, right? You're constantly threatening the hero, presenting these breakpoints, and once you secure the gold, it becomes a lot easier to navigate your own turn. But it also becomes easier for the opposing player to block because now they don't have the threat of the on-hit.
We see Ivan crack the gold here, and his hand seems to be blue Sirens of Safe Harbor, a red Dry Powder Shot, which is a powerful card, and I think a yellow Sikkim Shot.
That's a very interesting
So
hand.
drawing off the gold here lets Ivan reload with Marlin's ability. He seems to be leaning towards the yellow Sikkim Shot.
Yep. And depending on what he puts there, he can pitch the rest of his hand into the harpoon, into the cannon, but because it's not a harpoon that he's shooting, it's not going to get overpower.
It's still I think pay 4 to get +4.
Yeah, it's a good resource sink.
Still nothing to sneeze at.
And here we go. It's going to be the Sikkim Shot. I think it's just going to be fired by itself.
So it's 3 go again.
Yep, and with 2 float. It's interesting to see what Ivan will do. He could technically crack the gold and then load the arrow in his hand and draw a card for his arsenal. But that will leave him with no gold after that.
Dry Powder Shot, I believe, is a 0 cost, if I'm not wrong. I can't recall, but it's entirely possible that he cracks the gold here to load the Dry Powder Shot, and then he just sends it for a hefty chunk of damage.
Yeah, he can shoot a Dry Powdered Shot, and then with the card he drew off the gold, he'll just arsenal that, right? So that's a pretty good play line.
I think Ivan, knowing that there's only 2 gravies in the pot, should expect that Elliot's deck is pretty strong.
Yeah.
And he may be trying to hit Elliot as hard as he can before he's able to put allies in the graveyard. And the fact that Elliot hasn't drawn any allies yet could lean to the fact that he might be flooded with allies later.
Yeah. So Ivan drawing a card, and yep, there we go.
Put the Dry Powder Shot in.
Shooting it for a 0 for 4.
And I think it gets the buff because it gets put face up.
Oh yeah, so this is a 0 for 5.
Yeah, 0 for 5. Nothing to sneeze at.
Yes, definitely. We love 0 for 5s.
Yeah, 0
there
for
we
5.
go.
That is pretty strong.
Yeah, and we don't know what Ivan drew, but we'll see. How bad is it for Marlin to go to 0 gold?
I don't think it's that bad if you drew an arrow to Arsenal.
Okay.
And I think if a Glide Well Fins is a lot better because you don't run the risk of being stuck with an arrow in hand and no way to load it into your Arsenal. The Harpoon build can run into that issue.
Yeah. It depends whether he also drew the card that allows you to reload, right?
Yes. Call in the Big Guns,
Oh, yes,
which is
Call
a
in the Big Guns.
premium Marlin card.
Yeah. And we can see he even pitched one of the yellow ships. I think the Battalion Burke. Is it something like that?
Battalion Buck?
Battalion Buck, the yellow one. He pitched it to the bottom of the deck. So we can see that coming back later on.
And we see Elliot discarded a yellow flying high to the golden tipple, which is not the most ideal. I think ideally you want to get an ally in the graveyard off the golden tipple so that you still retain the potential to play that ally. And the graveyard acts like a second hand, sort of.
Yeah, and it's quite unfortunate for Elliot to not find any allies. But I mean, the tipple still generates him a gold, which can be useful when he eventually draws the allies.
He can cycle it with gravy, or he can use the gold now to try and dig for an ally.
Yeah. I think burning, it really depends. I think if he has already compass, right, it would be a bit dangerous to dig with the gold itself.
Seems like he's activating gravy.
Yeah, so this might be a better option because it allows him to have a bit more control over how he deals with the draw.
He drew a Sea Lakes, which does give him a gold kiss rum.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
But I don't think it's the ally he's looking for.
Yeah. I mean, at least it does something when it's discarded.
It's better than nothing. It's better than nothing.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
So Elliot doesn't seem very happy with that draw. I think he expected to draw an ally soon because he hasn't seen one yet.
I think given the fact that he has 6 allies and this is turn 2 or 3, you'd expect to see at least one by now.
Yeah,
so it's quite unfortunate that he hasn't seen any.
Yeah, and so I think he's just trying his best to convert the turn here. And I even did block out the tipple, so actually the counter on the Treasure Island still hasn't been taken yet.
I think the last card in his hand is a Crash Down the Gates, but
I
think it's a blue Crash Down the Gates. Oh no, he has the pitch from tipple.
So this is the Saltwater Sloop.
This is just for 4, but there's no go again because he doesn't have High Tide active.
Yeah.
He doesn't have 2 blues in the pitch zone.
It does still threaten the Treasure Island hit, which Ivan does seem to be incentivized to block. Yeah, I think he was hoping for perhaps if an ally had went into the graveyard, he could have played out the ally, right? Because this has go again. Assuming, then he could pitch the last card in his hand probably somehow.
So I think Ivan here is prioritizing denying the gold to Elliot, given that he seems to be digging pretty hard for his allies or his gold generators.
Yep,
and we see it's a pretty strong attack in a yellow Pilfer the Wreck.
Yeah, Pilfer the Wreck is the one that it does interact with allies somehow, right?
Yes.
You may turn a card in their graveyard face down, and if it's a yellow, create a gold token.
Funny enough, he doesn't have any allies to turn down. He can turn down the Sea Lakes, which still gives him a gold, and gold is not gold as we established. It's important for Marlin to have in order to load arrows into the graveyard.
Yeah, and it's really difficult for Elliot now because if he actually does have if he has allies in hand, he's not able to block with them.
So one way that allies can go into the graveyard, either off the top of the deck or the hand, is actually the washed up wave.
Oh yes, washed up wave.
So if Elliot has seen an ally on top now, he can block with washed up wave, he can put in the graveyard and get 2 blocks. We just heard Elliot exclaim in a bit of exasperation.
Yeah, it seems that the deck isn't really cooperating with him.
Yeah.
I mean, we've all been there, right? During this draft, you can tap the compass and you look at the top and it's not something you want.
I think I see a red Swindler's Grift in his hand.
Elliot, you're blocking your hand.
I see, I think, blue on the horizon as well.
And
So
yep, you're right, that's the Crash Down the Gates in Arsenal.
I didn't catch what color it is, but I think it's a blue, which is not ideal to have Arsenal.
Yeah, hey, if it's a blue, he can go kiss Ram, attack with it, and then resurrect a card.
He can. That's a good point. That's a very good point.
Yeah, but we'll see.
He needs to keep a pretty big hand to do that, though. Given that Crash Down the Gates is a 3 cost, I believe.
And that's the problem with Gravy, right? When you're down on life, like even below 10, it becomes very hard for you to keep the 4 to 5 card hands to try and establish allies or, just try and gain tempo back, which Gravy might be able to do in Constructed because you have more leeway, more life.
Yep.
But here in the limited format, it's a lot harder.
I think going first and not establishing an ally, or at least putting one in the graveyard, is quite a setback as well.
Yeah.
But we see that he's blocking the washed up wave, and he seems to be triggering the washed up wave to discard a Swabby from hand. So he finally does have a ally in the graveyard here.
Yep, and a very dangerous one at that. Right? Swabby can swing in for 7 damage.
I think the issue with Swabby here is that it does cost quite a lot to establish and to swing with it. So to play Swabby, you need to realistically have like at least a 3 or 4 card hand.
Yeah, which Elliot can only hope that Ivan, perhaps blocks a lot here or breaks his hand.
The benefit of Ivan's equipment suite is that it does have a lot of additional armor. So right now I think Pegleg and Buccaneer's Bounty provide an additional 2. So this is coming for 6.
Yeah. And this is a blue sloop and this is and on Ivan's
Blue
side.
Swindler's Grift, I think. Which is
Okay.
for 4. So wait, does it have power greater than the reveal card? I think it might be the same actually. Blue Swindler's Grift and Crash Down the Gates might both be 4 powers.
Yeah. So if it's both 4 powers, then it would not be +2.
So it might just be 4.
Yeah. But the on hit is still 3 gold and destroying the top card of the deck.
To be honest, there may be some merit in letting this card go away because it's not exactly the most premium card in Ivan's deck.
Help Ivan
in all
clear
probability.
clear his deck out. And but Ivan's still blocking it out, preserving that gold on Treasure Island for himself to take. So here we go. Now that there's a Swabby in the graveyard.
Wow, Saltwater Swell.
Oh, and it actually allowed.
It's free information for Ivan. He was able to do this play because the Crash Down the Gates revealed
There was a
Swindler's
blue.
Grift.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny. It's like a free compass.
Yeah, it's a free compass for Ivan, allowing him to safely play that out. And this would be really devastating if Ivan had a gold to load arrow for him to harpoon out, but he doesn't have a gold.
I think this is why Elliot is so adamant about preventing this 1 damage through.
Yeah, but this sloop is really significant too because
The 5 go again.
yeah, and the swell enabled the high tide of the sloop because it put the other blue into the pitch zone.
So I can see that Elliot has an Hoist them up in his hand, which if he compasses and it's an ally on top, would actually cleanly block out the sloop. I remember I spoke to Elliot briefly just now and asked him, I saw you took the Hoist them up pretty early, and he said he prioritizes 4 blocks in this set quite a bit. And I think that's part of the reason is because Marlin does have overpower.
Oh yeah.
So this is a good way to kind of ensure that you can block out those big cannons.
Yep, and so we can see Elliot really trying to deny Ivan the gold here, such that he can't load any arrow. But it looks like Ivan has an attack to swing regardless. And it's going to be the one where they kind of rob you. Yeah, money or your life.
And there's a yellow money in your life, which is 5 damage. And it's when this hits a hero, deal 2 damage to them unless they give you a gold token they control.
Yep, so no gold
Which
on
is
Elliot's side.
pretty strong on hit.
Yeah, so it's just going to be a 3 for 4 and
2.
yeah, potentially 3 for 6.
Yeah. I think it's interesting that Elliot didn't compass here to check if potentially he could have blocked with Hoist them up. I think Hoist them up. Oh, we see 3 blues in his hand.
Yeah, not really great. The tipple isn't what you would want. He does have a mutiny for him to play, such that he can activate Gravy's ability to play out the Swabby from graveyard.
I think this is really unfortunate. He's the only ally he's seen is Swabby, and that requires keeping a big hand to play.
Yeah.
If he had seen like a Rigor Mortis, for example, he could have played that off a 2-card hand, and it's a threatening ally on board that swings for 6 every turn.
And that's so tough, right? Because here there's a lot of loss value you're taking by letting this hit because of the extra 2 damage. And even for Elliot's side, even if you establish the Swabby, going down to 3 is really quite bad. When Ivan's on 16.
And don't forget that the Hammerhead gives overpower. So going down to 3, even if you have a blocking hand, might not let you convert that blocking hand into defensive value. See, they're reading Treasure Island.
Yeah.
I deal damage. Oh, okay. So you take all the gold, 3. I do 1 here, then I do 2. So total.
Oh, I see. What they basically asked whether.
My turn is.
I think Treasure Island just triggers when you deal damage, so it doesn't matter whether it's physical damage or it's damage dealt by, for example, the on-hit of money or your life. So I think we're just clarifying that, yes, the damage from money or your life does indeed give you that gold in Treasure Island.
All right, so Elliot took 1, and then that triggered Money or Life to deal 2 more. That's why Ivan took 3 gold. And that actually puts Elliot in a very difficult position.
In your experience, how important is fatigue in Gravy in Limited?
Yeah, I mean, in Limited, fatigue is always a threat, right, for everybody. But for Gravy especially, because you have no weapon, and you have very limited allies, generally between 4 to 5, right? And I'm not sure how many Elliot had.
I think he had 6, but they were quite premium allies. They were there was a Swabby, there was 2 Rigor Mortis. I think one of them was a Kelpie, which I wouldn't say is the most premium. It can tap Marlin, which stops her from making a Harpoon.
Yeah.
But I think Marlin, if she has access to gold, also has this anti-fatigue mechanic in the form of Harpoons, which Rangers normally have been quite vulnerable to fatigue traditionally.
Yeah, right, because their weapon technically doesn't deal damage as well. But I think they kind of, LSS kind of solved it by using Marlin's ability to generate more weapons.
You still do have to make gold, so you still need to hit them somehow. But
Yeah.
I think that gives you space to, have a bit more flexibility in your deck building.
Yep, and here we have another
Blue Swiftwater Sloop here.
Yep, coming in for 4. Go again. Very important now. I think towards the end of the game, these go agains are extremely premium because they can really push damage over and push you towards the lethal range.
So I got a glimpse at Ivan's hand just now. It did look like it was a very strong hand offensively. I think I saw yellow on the horizon. This Sloop is probably the most premium card in his hand, and I think he might have to cycle gold a little bit here to start digging for more offensive threats, given that Elliot's already at 5.
Yeah. And he does have a decent amount of gold to do that.
I think Ivan is counting his pitch stack from the... I believe the first few cards he pitched were Rusty Harpoon and...
a Rusty Harpoon?
Yeah, Rusty Harpoon, which, I mean, there's nothing to sneeze at. You can give it overpower with the hammer hit.
But he can... Yeah.
He's cycling through his gold now.
He's creating the Goldfin Harpoon, right? By tapping Marlin.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, he's created 1 and he cycled it, so he can load the Goldfin Harpoon off the draw, I think is the intention. And he can then overpower it for 6.
Yes.
If he's drawn enough pitch to send to the... If he's drawn enough pitch to activate the hammer hit.
Yep. So here he is trying to count his deck again. Perhaps thinking of ways he could finish off the draft. I mean, finish off this game, and whether there are any overpowered targets. Like what you said, maybe the Rusty Harpoon. He has 3 cards in hand though, so how is he gonna convert that? Just pump it onto the cannon?
Yeah, I think that's one way. Or you can do what he's doing now, which is drawing more gold. I think he might be more... Oh, we see a red Rally the Coast Guard, which is a strong 3 for 7 here.
Very interesting, but it doesn't pair well with the Goldfin Harpoon in his arsenal, right?
One thing he can consider is just leaving the Goldfin Harpoon there, but it looks like he's chosen not to do that. He's played the Shifting Tides, and that...
Alright, it's an aura. That at the start of your turn, you pitch the top card of your deck. If it's blue, put this on the bottom of your deck. Otherwise, destroy this. So it kind of works as a pseudo blue pitch, potentially. And I think that's possibly why Ivan was counting his deck.
Yeah, I imagine so. And the fact that he has 1 gold here might actually let him convert that blue into a hammer hit overpower. We've seen that Elliot has already blocked with his Hoist 'em Up, which I believe was the only block in his deck. I don't think, besides blue on the horizon, he has any other block cards. And he's at a pretty precarious life total right now.
Yeah, it's at 1. And just going to be swinging for 1.
I think this has been a pretty unfortunate series of draws for Elliot.
Yeah.
And his allies didn't line up with the discards and gold generators at the start.
Yeah, he finally does the blue tipple into Rigor Mortis, discard and play. But it might be a bit too late for that.
It's still 6. It's still a pretty hefty chunk. But we see that Ivan immediately declares no blocks and takes it down to 9.
Right, so Ivan... Alright.
So they seem to be discussing whether he's doing the Marlin activation on Elliot's end step, potentially.
Yeah.
Was there gold on this thing the previous thing? Should be, right? Because you...
Oh, they're discussing whether there's gold on Treasure Island, whether Elliot will be able to make gold.
I mean, with rigor mortis.
Yeah, with rigor mortis swings, you should be generating a gold on Treasure Island there.
I think he did because he created one off Tippo and one off Treasure Island.
He did. Oh, he swung at the Tippo and he hit Tippo, I believe.
Yeah.
That's a blue.
No, this one is...
Wait, does it
Is it?
trigger if it's a blue?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, same Elliot. I actually have not seen this card.
I have almost never drafted Shifting Tides before in a draft, so apologies there.
Oh no, you can just pitch the top of your
it's
deck.
blue on the bottom, but it's functionally shifting pitch to your next turn, which is really powerful. And Swift Shot here is really, really strong.
Yeah, Swift Shot is a very good card to find now.
He used the pitch he got from the Shifting Tides to draw a card and load the Swift Shot into his arsenal. And he has one more load potentially here from the last gold on field.
He has go again and it's a 4 attack, and that's really difficult because Elliot's gonna have to give 2 cards here. Yep, block in for 6.
He drew the Rusty Harpoon.
Yep.
And I think this might be...
Oh, whoa, loading another go again.
3 go again. And I think he still has that Rally the Coast Guard in hand.
Oh yeah.
He's gonna end the chain to Rally.
Oh no, even better.
Sorry, yeah, that's even better. And that is game.
It's a massive boat coming his way.
That was a crazy turn. That was 4 go again into 3 go again into 8.
Yeah, Ivan really sequenced.
Yeah, I think he made the best of a 5 Marlin pod.
Yeah, it's
and
so
he's beaten
surprising.
1 of 2 Gravies, which is really, really impressive from Ivan.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for Elliot, he didn't see his allies until like mid to late game.
Yeah, and by then he already dropped below 10. He didn't really have the space to kind of take damage and start establishing his allies on board.
Yeah, but can we talk about how Ivan countered his deck and do you think he knew what was on top?
I think he knew roughly what he pitched, and maybe he was counting from the bottom, like, oh, I pitched 5 cards. Maybe these bottom 5 cards will be coming up soon. And maybe that's why he started. He knew that, oh, maybe the next card in my deck is a yellow or blue for sure, given that I've seen all the reds that I've drafted. And I know that I'm going to have the ability to just use the pitch to draw off the goal. But I think that was beautiful, beautiful sequencing from Ivan.
Yeah,
and he made it so difficult for Elliot to block the number of break points and the pure damage that he was throwing at him.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's only 30 cards in the deck. So in terms of like counting your pitch, trying to remember what cards you have left in your deck, it's a bit easier than constructed.
Yep.
And because you just crafted the deck, right, maybe you still remember it. So
yeah, it's fresher in your head.
That's quite crazy though, to still like play a card like Shifting Tides and using that to fuel your next turn. I've never drafted it.
I've never drafted Shifting Tides as well, I must confess.
Yeah, so here we have the
Here's the
breakdown
pod breakdown
of the pod that we watched this match in, and also the pod that Elliot drafted in. So we can see that there was actually 5 Marlins here.
And there were 4 Marlins in a row, and Ivan was the second in line of the Marlins. So Sepko was passing to Ivan, and from then on, the 2 people after them decided to go Marlin. So there's always the potential in Limited for variance. There might have just been a bunch of very strong Marlin packs. We did see that Marlin cards were extremely dry in pack 2, and the Gravy cards were quite weak. So there's always the chance that the weak Gravy cards may have pushed some people to choose to draft Marlin instead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, we saw Ivan play a lot of pirate cards, a lot of generic cards that actually really helped his end game when he did reach the Ranger cards. So it's not only about what cards you get, it's how you make the best of what you're offered and how you incorporate that into your game plan, right?
Yeah, it's not just the strong class cards. The pirate cards do a very important purpose here. I think Sloop is one of the
the
best cards in the set by far.
Yeah,
and
the Sloop's so good.
It's even run in some constructed decks.
Yes. And we can see here Timothy, Theo on the 1 Puffin.
Solo Puffin.
Yes, I think I've heard rumors that the deck is very strong.
I imagine so. If like Cloud City Steamboat Red is being passed in like mid pack 2 or like the last few cards in the pack, it has to be a really strong Puffin deck.
Yeah.
Yep. And we're going to be taking a short break before our next draft game. So we'll catch you for the next game.
Yep, stay tuned for the rest of the people on the pod.
we're back for round 5. Fenfei is back with me now. We are quite blown away by the previous match between Ivan and Elliot.
Yeah, what a game. What a class act by Ivan, man. Playing aggressively with the goal. I really like the play where after he get like 2 goals, then he start digging for more aggressive answers just to push the damage against Elliot. I think he recognized his win condition back there, where he know that he cannot let the game drag because he could not play the late games against Gravy, and decided to cash in the goal in the middle of the game, like around turn 4 or turn 5, just to push additional damage.
And so unfortunate for Elliot.
Yeah.
No allies.
No allies. Yeah, and I think you can see like the weakness of Elliot's deck. I think the lack of 3 blocks in his deck means that he could not really delay the game to a stage. If he's a bit unlucky at the start, not seeing any allies in the first 4 turns.
So Ivan, again, kudos to him, sitting in between all the Marlins, drafting very technically, and as you said, all the 3 blocks really got him there with the 3 block arrows.
Yes. I think this shows like, I actually really respect Ivan as a player. I think especially in draft, he usually the person who figures something else, something out compared to other players. I think he also realized the power of like generic cards in this case. I think the previous game also showcased like his prowess in using the generic cards as like a go again folder to push more damage into Elliot. Yeah.
We're just getting ready for round 5 between Ivan and Timothy Teo.
The solo Puffin.
The solo Puffin.
Okay, I saw Tim's deck. There's a really good chance that he don't even run yellow.
Reds and blues.
Red and blues.
Borderline constructed blitz deck. Well, we will see whether technical Ivan can overcome a solo Puffin.
Yes. I mean, there's no boost misses. Purely full mech.
Full mech, so most likely very strong 3 blocks for Timothy.
Yes. Yeah, I do think that Timothy definitely have a better card quality in the draft if you have like all the Puffin cards to you. However, I do think that as a Puffin, your card pool doesn't really give you much supply of gold.
So yes, that's true. And Puffin as a mech has the least amount of mech cards in the entire
pirate mech cards. Yes.
Pirate mech cards in the entire limited format.
Yes. So
go ahead.
So I think that's one of the deck building problems that deck building issues that team have to be aware of while he's building his Puffin deck pool. You need to understand that hey, I should build a deck that doesn't really rely too much on having a gold generation, but in a sense, trying to push as much damage as possible.
Right, the players have set out their equipment.
Yes. So I think the weakness of Puffin is always the gold generation. I think one of the ways that if Ivan knows the composition of Timothy's deck, I would think that Ivan will try to block out team's turn, try to deny the gold generation as long as possible, because if you do not run any like pirate cards, the odds of you making a goal is actually kind of hard.
Yes.
Yeah. On team side, I think that his win condition is he needs to try to start to set out the turbines. Even though Puffin is like
the
cogs, yeah. And even though Puffin is like somewhat of an aggressive deck that likes to go second, I would actually prefer to go first in this case. Hopefully have a go win turbine in hand. Play out the go win turbine, but don't crank the cog.
Leave the cog for the next turn.
Yes, leave the cog for the next turn because of how important it is if you do not have that goal.
Looks like Ivan will just be activating the cannon.
Yes. I think he might have like a 3 blue hand, and then he don't want to see like 3 more blues the next turn, so he just like filtering the cards down. And I think as Marlin, if you don't have like the arm for the ranger, and the Trihorn to draw a card, normally you want to go first to arsenal a card. because you don't really have a reload option until you get your goal. Yeah.
Well, I'm excited to find out what Tim Teo is going. What kind of Puffin is going to play? Is he going to play a go tall Puffin or go wide Puffin? He's spoiled for choice.
Yeah, exactly. But I think without a cork, you can't really go wide actually with Puffin.
So he looks like he's going to go tall here.
How about I do?
Cut the course, followed by a +4 pump.
Yes. Oh, can we also take a look at the gun that team is choose to run? I think he chose to opt for the Spitfire here.
Spitfire.
So unfortunately, this gun requires a cork to fire. You can take additional cork to give it a +1 damage. However, there's certain drawbacks, like here he can't really play the 144 pump, and then Sing 2 unlike the Barnabas. Yeah. So
Right now it's an additional 7 damage.
Yes. So right now, team will empty his whole hand. This is
7 + 4 + 2.
12 damage, a very big gun. Yes.
Looks like the Spitfire paid off because he had to use the last resource to pump for the final Titan the screw.
Yes.
And he attacked with the Spitfire for free by tapping the cork.
Yes. Yeah.
You don't always see 12 damage from a Puffin, especially in limited.
Yes. I think in this format, the breakpoint is 10. 10
because
almost,
of the 2 blocks.
Yes, because most of the time you can't really get like a high concentration on 3 blocks in your deck. I feel it's about 50-50 class card and non-class card. So if you can present like 10 damage, you almost always guarantee the goal. But this is not factoring in the equipment.
Right.
Yeah.
So Puffin getting goal here on turn 1 is extremely pivotal.
Yes. And looking at Ivan's hand, there's like 3 2 blocks and 1 3 block. So team would almost definitely get the goal in this play.
Looks like there's a Scar for a Scar.
A trade in Arsenal.
Trade in. Looks like can go wide.
Yeah. Yellow Snoop.
Yellow scoop.
And
2 yellow cards.
2 yellow
during the
cards.
scoop.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, Ivan is in a think tank now. I think sometimes like good players like Ivan, I think he's really good at playing to his outs. However, if you do not give like this good player enough time or space to actually do their thing, no amount of skills can can overcome like big numbers. Yeah.
He's just gonna take
9 here. Yeah. I think this is the only play that I don't think he's happy with this. I think he's hoping for a hand with like 4-3 block out the turn, and then hopefully team is unable to make a goal to have a bigger turn the next turn. Yeah. Yeah, but having a lower life allows Ivan to play a Scar for Scar with Go Again. One of the better 0-4-4s in this set.
The team might just try and raise this and not block, since it's 0-4-4.
Yep.
And only 1 goal.
Yep.
And team has 2 goal. I assume he's way in the lead.
Yes. However, if your hand doesn't work, then you probably have to block. Yeah. And I think one of the powerful thing of like a 0-4-4 or anything attack with Go Again to threaten the Treasure Island gives you the option to crack the goal to draw more cards. Yeah. Yeah. So as we suspected, I think Ivan really drew like a 4 blue hand here. So he opted to use his Patch the Hole to take back a blue trade in to hand, so he can actually play
Fulfill the Rack,
which
for
costs
6.
Yeah, for 6 which costs 3. Yep. I think he will then arsenal the yellow sloop into his arsenal after this.
And team might be thinking of taking some damage.
Yeah.
Pretty good hand as well from Tim.
Yeah, I think one of the weaknesses of the
no blocks
Spitfire is that you really have to
have a cork.
Because if you don't have a cork, you can't really fire a gun. And I also noticed like even despite being the solo Puffin, look at his chest piece.
He has no mechanologist chess piece.
Yes.
It doesn't even have a headpiece.
Yeah. I think generally if there's like 5 of the same hero, generic cards will start to dry off first. So once they dry off, that includes like the generic equipment. So what I suspect is some of the Marlins will have like a full equipment suite because they have to prioritize the equipment early. So that leaves like the other heroes. If they do not suspect that there's like 5 Marlins or 4 Marlins on the table, they won't have like the equipments to wear.
Now, Timothy wants to swing back hard. First, making a call. No, cracking.
He's cracking the goal. He thinks that unfortunately he drew a blue
Sky Skiff.
Not really the best card that you want to see. I think usually you want to see like another red card to push more damage in. However, what he can do now is he could make a cock, give one of his attack go again, and fire the Sky Scanner and the Cloud Skiff.
For a total of 9 damage.
Yes. However, that will mean that he have to arsenal the blue Cloud Skiff.
Right, because he has 1 floating.
Yes.
I wonder if he needed to draw.
Yep.
Because what was he looking for?
I think
a pump.
I think his thought process is that he realized that his turn only requires 1 pitch regardless.
Right.
So if I'm not running the other gun, then I might as well just
draw and maybe arsenal.
Maybe draw a good raid, and I can arsenal for the next turn. Yep.
But now he might need to play the blue.
Yeah. So like
he get a clunky hand.
Yeah. So like we can see from Elliot's game, if you're playing a full Puffin deck, full mech Puffin deck, your key card in this scenario is your Goldfin Turbine.
Right.
Yeah. So those are the guaranteed source to create a cog if you do not have the goal. I think trying to find one and have one for every turn is really important when you are trying to fight like another aggressive deck like Marlin.
In this case, looks like Ivan a little bit more of a defensive posture.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's like the power of like attacks with go against, because you do not want to give your opponent
the goal
to crack.
So if he blocks the first one, he has to continue blocking.
Not exactly, because if the first attack hits, you can get the goal, you can crack the goal and draw into more cards. Yes. There's like some...
Looks like he's firing the red.
So here he played the red Cloud Skiff.
Yes.
For 5. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think team have a really good start here, because this is still converting into like a 3-card 9, which is quite good for this format, but it's not the kind of damage range that you're looking for. You're looking for like 3-card 10, 3-card 11, just to like pull ahead.
You need the additional breakpoint.
Yeah. And Ivan is considering to block out here also, just to deny the goal from Timothy.
I think Puffin without goal is not as strong as it can be, and it needs to be.
Yep.
So I'm not sure. Maybe breaking the goal was quite a greedy play.
Okay, so there's actually a lot of argument for that. I think there's one thought process is that team might be playing around mutinies.
Right.
Yes.
So
mutinies are like really powerful at such a stage of the game where if both player doesn't have where you can utilize your goal quite easily, especially against deck that can crack the goal and then draw into more blues. Those decks can play mutiny by just simply cracking their goal. Yeah.
Oh, makes it 6 by cracking his unicycle so he can get the goal.
Yes.
I think that's a smart play.
Yeah, but did he actually block with the unicycle? He did. Okay, he did block with the unicycle. So okay. Yeah, I do think that cashing in that one attack just to guarantee the goal is very important as Puffin.
Now it's a 2-card hand from Ivan cracking the goal, hoping to draw into some gas.
Yep.
With a yellow sloop in the arsenal. Not the best card if you don't have a follow-up.
Yep. But damage is still damage. 5 damage into potential. Oh, you just opt to crack the Volcano chest, which will give you 1 resource to launch the Snoop for 5.
I think that's a fantastic play.
Yep. So he basically just converted like 1 gold, 1 resource from the chest piece into 5 damage.
He chooses to take 1.
Yep.
And he gets back his gold.
Mm.
Oh, fine play from Ivan. Wonder what. So team now again with 4 card. Oh, 3 card hand.
Yep. 3 card and 1 card in arsenal.
With a perk up.
With a perk up. Yeah.
But he doesn't have the gold.
Unfortunately, if he had saved the goal the previous turn, he could have used the perk up to draw a card. To cash in 2 goals to draw a card.
But he has a turbine in this case.
Yes.
So he wasn't afraid.
Yep.
Going to draw a card.
Yep.
Turbine, always a good card for Puffin because it more often than not allows you to draw a card.
Yes.
And he gets 2 pumps.
Yes, he got 2 pump with 1 resource, but do remember he still had that chest to net 1 more resource.
Because he drew a card.
Yes, because he drew a card, he can actually activate the chest.
And he could just fire the gun for 3 because he has 2 cocks.
Yes, and he
Oh
can
my
fire
goodness.
But I think here, I think team opts to try to clear his arsenal, which is you don't really want to see the blue cloud sleeve because sometimes if you do not have the call on board, it's quite a dead card to end with. So I think he chose to play the blue cloud sleeve from arsenal so that he can actually crack the chest and fire the speed fire after.
Or he could just pitch 1. Oh, but then he wouldn't have arsenal if he pitches.
Right. So if I were him here, I will crack the chest.
Okay, because you won't draw a card most of the time as Puffin. You don't have much opportunity to draw cards.
Yep.
Another strong turn from Tim. Ivan, to be honest, doing pretty well to navigate this big turns.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think based on like how well Timothy is in the draft seat, being the solo Puffin, I think he have access to a lot of 3 block and even like on the horizon as a 4 block. He's slowly pulling the life gap between him and Ivan. I think having like the tempo at 4 cards and having an additional 3 life lead make it so that Ivan really need to dig very deep into his deck to really come back into this.
And as the game goes on, Tim is just going to chip away cards from Ivan.
Yep.
He will not be able to block anymore. And sounds like you are calling this script well, cracking his chest piece to pump the gun.
Yes. So the gun here, the Spitfire here is coming for 6, which also demands 2 more cards from Ivan. Ivan in this turn was pretty lucky. He got full block. He got 3. He got 4 cards in hand that all blocks for 3, able to cover the damage nicely. However, in limited, both players are all limited to 30 cards. So you can't really full block too many times.
You run out of cards.
You'll run out of cards first because of the nature of the format. I think you're only allowed to have like 1 or 2 of this kind of turn where you can really throw 4 cards down and full block the opponent.
I'm wondering if Tim can convert his entire hand again. Looking at it's all red.
All red hand. But it's still a really good hand.
And he has a daft tail.
Oh wow. Yeah, but he doesn't have the blue and he also doesn't have the cork.
And he doesn't have any gold.
Yeah.
All he's hoping for is a Dimbelism now.
Yes. But I think having to send a walk the plan for 7 is also quite a heads-up play.
He has a pump in his arsenal.
Yep. But without the goal, without the cork
he could
generation.
pump and send a sky scanner?
That's for 8. Yeah, that's technically a bit more than a walk the plan, but I think team is opting for just to play the walk the plank. I think he's also choosing to. Oh, I was looking at the picture. Tim Timothy tried to hide his M. He said, "Oh, you do not. You never see this."
And Ivan was equally shocked to see him pitch 3 cards for a red walk the plank.
Yeah, I think it's also a sigh of relief on Ivan's side. If you imagine like, if any of the card like is a blue and then he have like one more turbine, wow, what an insane turn! That.
Might give some respite to Ivan, but how much respite we will see,
Yes.
as Ivan does not have any more armor to give.
Yeah. Okay, so actually, well, now I'm thinking about you're also considering to maybe pitch the Dark Steel to play the Perk Up and then to play one of the Sky Scanner for it. And then Arsenal one of the Sky Scanner.
Yes, that would have been my play.
I don't think that's a bad play, considering that team doesn't really have any goal right now. Yeah. But I think having the Perk Out in Arsenal have a bit of a higher upside compared to the other two.
For the later turns, right?
Because it's a very efficient 2-card play. You can like block out with 3 cards, have a blue, perk up and hope to draw into something else. Yeah.
So Marlin is tapped.
Yep.
Don't think will make much big of a difference.
Yes. I don't think we're at the stage of the game where generating Golden Harpoon and overpowering for 6 is at yet. Ivan opt to crack a goal to draw a card. Just to see his option. Oh, unfortunately, he actually drew a block card. Those are not the card that you can draw off a goal. Yeah.
Secret of pitch to draw again.
I think at this point, Ivan knows that he's very behind. Not just in life, but also in cards in library. If I were him, I would just try to risk it and hope to draw one of my high tide cards. And he actually did find a blue scoop. Oh, and then he has a red Buccaneer in his arsenal. Oh, wow. He
came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
It came out of nowhere. We were like,
did you see that side eye? Did you see that side eye that he came? So I can also do. But then not that bad considering I'm middle Marlin. He's like, is this good enough?
Came out of nowhere. I was like, what?
Yeah.
What card is Ivan keeping in his arsenal?
Yes.
It looks like he's not playing a Marlin deck at all. He's playing a generic high tide deck.
Yep.
We see him throw his arrows and preserve his blues.
Yes. Wow.
Now, this Tim is wondering, how much should I block?
Yeah, I think it's quite starting to question. Is this Marlin actually a ranger? I don't think he actually fired.
A pirate. It's only a pirate.
Yeah, I don't think he actually fired a single arrow yet. Blocking with arrow, playing with
boats. Blocking with arrows, playing with boats. It was... Tim does have a pump in the arsenal.
Yeah. Arsenal, yes.
It's not enough because he might be... he takes it hoping to hit back harder than 9.
Yeah. Well.
Sure.
Yeah, Tim, show us your hand.
Oh, wow.
Wow. 3 blue. Hey, it's 3 red, 1 blue hand. Usually that means danger.
He could pitch.
Wow, tighten the screws.
Tighten the screw pump. He could pump twice and send the Clockwork Zeppelin.
Could he? Is that pump a 0 cost?
He has 3 reds, 1 blue.
Ah, yes. The red in Arsenal, yes. Yeah. But it's not really that efficient, right? Yeah.
So is he going to send? Okay, he was pumped.
Okay, he chose to play the perk out to untap Puffin. And then he chose to play Tighten the Screw. Oh, and the third pump, is it? Oh, and he opted to play the Zeppelin. Maybe it's
so he could tap the cork to make another cork.
To make another cork and to fire the gun. Yes.
Yes, because he gets to draw a card as well.
Yes. I think this is a better play than playing the Clock Thief.
For 14.
For 14. I don't think you can block that without armor. Yeah. So
even with the whole... Ivan has to throw his entire hand.
I think even if Ivan throws his entire hand, I don't think he's able to block this out. Yeah, which means he will guarantee the generation of the golden
And
cork.
he will shoot for
and
additional 2.
For additional 2. I think that's one of the power of the Puffin deck with
I mean, he was a free reign Puffin. And we have seen at least 4 pumps.
Yes.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, indeed it is. Yeah, I think Ivan is looking through his hand and questioning how do I survive this turn? Not how should I block this? How do I survive this turn?
He has a 2 blocks in hand and 2 3 blocks.
And 2 3 blocks. However, one of the 2 blocks is rally the Coast Guard.
Yep.
So technically he can block 11 here.
11, but he's still going to make a call and add in another 2 for free.
Yes. However, I do think that yeah. So Ivan is thinking about it, and yeah, he will opt to discard his blue mutiny to block for 11. 1 damage will go through.
3 damage.
3 damage will go through, and then tapping the golden cork to create another golden cork, cranking and draw a card.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. And he draw the turbine.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that almost guarantee that his next turn will have
He's going to draw another card.
He draw another card.
He's going to play for 5 card hand.
Yes. Wow. Wow, what a dominating performance by
His
Timothy.
mechanologist is just guessing after turn after turn.
So if you wonder how to draft Puffin, just
my
be the
goodness.
solo Puffin.
And I was saying during our draft commentary that Puffin is the hardest. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
He can just fire his gun. He doesn't need anything else.
It's Windy City.
He has
so many
4
turbines.
turbines and 3 of them are red.
Yeah, and the blue one in Arsenal.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Turbine. Shoot with gun.
Shoot with gun.
Draw a card.
I think he's so ahead because Ivan have been blocking so much.
And
anyway.
Does he need to tap to make a call?
Yeah. I think it's okay. Just so that you can.
But he will
have
get the
more
gold back
options.
definitely.
Yeah.
Oh.
So, yeah. So.
Okay, looks like
he drew a blue. Here, that means he can also play the other red red turbine. But he also had the option to play the blue one in Arsenal to Arsenal the red one. Yeah.
Yes, playing the blue one, or he could even play Sky Skiff, go again, play the pump again, and then fire his rifle.
Yeah. I think I think what Ivan's thinking, what Timothy is thinking here is that maybe he could have launched like a 7 go again here. And look at depending on how Ivan chooses to block this attack. If he allows the attack to go in to generate a goal, he can instead to crack the goal and maybe draw into another red card.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Looks like Puffin has all the options.
Yep.
One is flying high in the sky, and one is deep in the water.
Yeah. Fortunate for Ivan. Yeah, being middle Marlin and having in a draft in a 5 Marlin pot, that also means that you do not really have a lot of class card, which means your 3 block composition in your deck is not very high. Yep.
Timothy is showing us what solo Puffin can do.
Yep.
Card quality just through the roof.
Yep. Looking at Ivan's hand, I think he can present a good 3-4-7.
I don't think you have any cards left.
Yeah, I don't think he have any cards left. I think the best thing he could do is block for 6 here. Hope team don't present any damage more than 3. And then, maybe have one more turn to present
You are
7.
very hopeful.
And stabilize from there.
I like how team has a poker face. Not giving anything away.
Yeah, or maybe team forgot to give the Klaus give go again, and then turn Ashton. Yeah, but I think Ivan knows that he probably won't survive the turn if he give Timothy the goal.
Yes, looks like Ivan is seeing the writing on the wall.
Yeah, and he choose to full block this so that maybe the next attack won't be that powerful.
Hoping
to
his playing to his outs.
Yeah, unfortunately for Ivan, Timothy have too many goal in turbine.
Should Ivan gain a life from the siren?
Yes, he should. I think he gained a life.
Okay,
yeah,
gained
he's up to
5.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, 3 plus 3.
6. Yep.
Take 4 to 1.
I think he's blocked with a 3 block here.
3 block.
So
Okay.
it's down to 2. Yeah. Okay, so yeah.
Looks like it's just. Is Timothy running off cards? No.
Unlikely. I think Ivan blocks quite relative quite a bit here. In
All
this
right,
matchup.
let's take a look at Tim's hand.
Yep. Oh wow, he actually have a his mutiny.
Tim has a go again mutiny.
Yep, a go again.
Thank you for your goal.
This is the +2 one, I think. Yep.
Oh, he has a Clockwork Zeppelin.
Wow. This
He
deck
could-
is he could actually crack the goal to 0 goal and still Ivan's last goal. Wow. Yeah, I think he's actually doing
Yep.
that.
He draws a card
Draw a card here.
from the turbine, blue turbine.
2 turbine. 2 crank turbine means a card draw for Puffin. I draw the cloud, blue cloud skiff.
Skiff. He could play the blue cloud skiff.
Yep.
And then into the Clockwork Zeppelin.
Yes.
And if the Clockwork Zeppelin hits, the gun will come in.
Yep. I think.
He
Tim
draws.
Choose to draw a card while pitching the mutiny. That's an interesting line actually. This is the pitch deck where he pitched the 3 raids.
Right.
So I think the next card might be his M. The one for
dovetail.
5, the dovetail. Yep.
Oh, this is
7 go again. Really powerful. I mean, this really shows like the power of like a solo Puffin. Playing with a lot of mech cards.
He's going to have to block with 3.
Yep.
And then he definitely going to fire the gun because he will play the Zeppelin.
Yep. This is, I think, blocking for 6 only.
Yes.
Yeah.
He didn't pump.
Didn't pump.
If he pump, he have 1.
Yeah, but you know.
Oh, he wants to play with his cards.
He wants to play with his cards.
Timothy, now we all know.
Coming for 4.
Showing off his
Showing off
mech
his
cards.
whole deck, the solo Puffin deck, to everyone who's watching here. Exerting that dominance. Ivan have no choice but to give the fist pump here. Oh wow.
Oh, well played, Ivan. Timothy, well done to you too.
Well done to Timothy. Actually, I have a feeling that he doesn't even run Nimbalism. He still run the gloves.
Gloves for the sake of running.
For the running sake of, keeping himself warm. Or, keep your opponent thinking and say, oh, he might actually run a Nimbalism. Yeah. Wow.
Timothy's too many pumps.
Too many pumps, yep. Really
But-
strong deck.
It was fortunate for Timothy that he didn't draw 4 pumps. Even if he drew 4 pumps, he could have just fired the gun.
Yes. I think one of the downsides for Timothy deck, if I were to critique it, is that despite being solo Puffin, I think I only see like 4 or 5 go win turbine.
Right.
Yeah, so if it's a bit unlucky and he doesn't see the turbine, and if the opponent manage to block him out early to deny the goal generation, he might actually have a bit of issues.
But it's a bit hard for him to be denied the goal generation if his attacks were always that big.
Yes, exactly. I think that's where the pumps come into play.
Wow. What a game. I was never on the edge of my seat because I was in shock. In shock by how many goal win turbines it has. Wow. So looks like Tim will be staying on the feature table.
The feature table.
And we'll see more wind blowing by the goal wind turbine.
Yes.
Seeing more attacks swing in for 14. And I'm very excited to see that, Wenfei.
Yeah. I think, it's a rare display of solo Puffin.
Really rare. For new players who are watching, this can happen, but this doesn't always
Will
happen.
always happen. Yeah.
So, wow.
Wow.
Really wow.
And he didn't even have to use his M, the
Dovetail.
dovetail.
Yeah.
That's a
His
very
entire
powerful.
turn, where he had a 4 red hand, pitching 3 red for a walk the plank, and he was never on the back foot.
Yeah.
All right, we're coming into the last round of draft, round 3, and then it will be draft round 2. Now we're going for a 15-minute break. See you in a bit.
See you in a bit.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the final round of the first draft in Singapore Nationals.
And for the last round, we'll be featuring Tim against Jason, who is one of the other necromancer in the pod besides Elliot.
Yep, so here are the results so far. And the third game for the 3-0 spot in this draft will be Jason against Tim. We can see that the other Marlins have been doing
pretty good. Like,
all right.
For one of 5 Marlin pot, 4-1 is nothing to scoff at.
Yep, and
We can see, I think 2 of the Marlins have gone. Oh, sorry. There's one. The 0-2 currently is one of the Marlins, Ming Shen, who was our featured player on Game 3 on Vincent.
Ah, yes.
Yep. So.
And Elliot's now on 4-1, so actually he did win the second game.
He did win the second game. I think I saw him playing against Sepco, so I think it should be updated to 3-2 actually.
Yes.
Yeah.
But no worries, now we're just going to be looking at the 5-0s, the only XOs left in. Actually, are they the only XOs left? No, there's
I think
another
pot 2, I spoke to Keith Ang briefly. He said he's 5-0 on Puffin.
Okay.
So Puffin in CC and Puffin in draft. So
Puffin in
Puffin CC is
CC.
mad to me, but yeah.
Okay,
Maybe I'm very excited to feature him if we get the chance, because Puffin is, I think, very, very underexplored.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people will be happy to see how the Puffin managed to get 3-0.
Yeah. So you see Jason and Tim on camera. Jason is a pretty accomplished player in his own right. I think he's top 8'd calling Kuala Lumpur, I think on Zen, if I recall.
Zen or Viscera?
I think it's Zen. Zen environment. I remember he was on camera against Brody Spurlock.
Oh yes, correct.
Yes. He was on Zen.
Wait, I think I casted that game.
Oh yes, I think you did. You did cast that game. Yeah.
Yeah. So here we're gonna see Tim like once again. I'm sure if you guys had watched round 5, you'd see how devastating his deck was. Almost akin to a blitz deck even. So
Solo Puffin is definitely a big threat.
yeah, and I'm sure Jason also knows the danger of Tim's deck, but no, I think Jason has a very strong gravy deck in his own regard, right?
Yes. From what we saw just walking around the tables, he seems to have a deck that's comparable to Elliot's, if not slightly stronger. We can see that he has Headstone as well. He doesn't have a chess piece and legs, but I imagine the rest of his deck is pretty powerful.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll see who's on the play here. I think Jason would probably want to start first. Yep, you see him compassing.
Yeah, so Jason only has the 2 equipment, but it is the 2 most important equipment for Gravy Bones. And the 2 most relevant ones.
We see that he's
contemplating.
Yeah, he's thinking about his turn.
So
I think the ideal start for Gravy on turn 0 is always establish an ally, right?
yeah,
But at the same time, you don't want to put your stronger allies on board immediately, because they're easy pickings for the Puffin to clear them, especially with cards like Spitfire. Let's say you put down a strong ally like a Rigor Mortis, and it's an easy cleanup with a Spitfire.
yeah.
You ideally want to combine that with some go again and some additional pressure.
Yep. And so it looks like it's just gonna go to Tim's turn.
Okay, so it looks like Jason just Arsenal passed. And seems that Tim is coming with a red Cloud Skiff, 1 for 5. And
Yep.
he's pitched the Clockwork's Dovetail, which tells me that he's planning for this to potentially be a long game.
Yep.
And Clockwork's Dovetail, I think, probably one of the better, if not the best, mechanologist cards here. I think Palantir Aeronaut has a higher ceiling, but it's pretty hard to get 3 cogs in limited. I think the other one that's pretty good is Jolly Bludger, which is overpower and steals gold from the opponent as well.
Yeah. Very important in the limited format. I mean, here we see, even though it's the Cloud Skiff coming in, Tim does not have any golden cogs right now. And I think Jason hopes to keep it that way, because we saw what he could do when he's able to generate like 2 or more golden cogs. It really lets him swing all of his attacks with go again.
And gold is really important for Gravy as well, in order to cycle allies and not be caught with non-blocks when you're being presented with the amount of damage that this Puffin deck is able to present.
Yeah. And I think Puffin is one of the classes that is a lot more reliant on getting the gold, right? Because you have to generate the golden cogs and pair it with a card that generates golden cogs to generate the 2 for Puffin's ability. If not, she doesn't really have an ability apart from that.
Would you say that gold is? Would you say that out of the 3 heroes in limited, gold is the most important for Puffin?
I think it's between Puffin and Gravy, right? I think Marlin is able to play a bit better without the gold if you have like the that reload the reload pump. And for
the big guns?
Yeah, the big guns. And for Marlin, yeah, for Gravy it's a bit tougher because you got to put the allies in the graveyard. Here we see, but I think for Tim here, because he has the pumps, right, that don't require you to go again.
Yeah.
It does allow you to pump everything onto one attack and just swing at it.
Wow, he takes 13 here. Sorry, he takes 7, goes down to 13, which is really quite a big chunk to take this early on. And
I
he
would be
gives
very
2 gold.
scared.
Yeah. That being said, I mean, we took a sneak peek at his hand, and I forget what Titan the Screws does again, but I don't know if he has a way to create a cog right now, unless he has a turbine.
Which it is. He does have a turbine.
He does have a turbine.
Yeah.
It's a yellow gold wing turbine, I think, is it? Oh, sorry, it's a red gold wing turbine.
Yeah.
So premium Puffin card.
Yep. And here's the Titan the Screws into a
Sky Skimmer. I think this is coming for 11.
Just an 11.
With the potential for go again or for +1, which would be a pretty hefty attack.
Yeah, and the thing now is that his Spitfire, he has to create 1 more golden cock, right, to attack with Spitfire.
Yeah, he does. We see Jason's hand seems to be 2 Burly Bones, both in red and blue, a Barnacle and a Jittery Bones.
Yeah, so Jittery Bones able to swing, discard the Barnacle, but he wouldn't have resources to play it, right? The Barnacle costs 2.
He wouldn't have resources to play it. I imagine one thing he could do is potentially... I mean, we don't know what his Arsenal card is.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a way he can potentially get a resource here. Maybe like a Saltwater Swell if he has Compass and sees it's a blue.
Potentially.
That could be one way.
Yep. I mean, for now, Tim is threatening the gold on hit from Treasure Island. If he's able to get the gold from this hit, he would be able to potentially make another cog, which means he would be able to draw a card.
And we see that Jason's prioritizing getting the gold denial here, using the washed up wave to put the Barnacle in the graveyard, along with blocking for 9 the rest of his cards.
Yep, that's really good. He's able to protect his life
and
core.
Tim pumps it by 1 to get the 1 gold to start the train going.
Yep, but he's gonna, in order to do that, he will have to end his turn. But I think he already got all the cards out of Jason's hand, and Jason's just gonna pass back over.
I think that's quite a heads-up play from Jason. I think even knowing that you can get pumped by 1, I mean, you stop the potential for getting the go again from the gun, right?
And, well, looks like Tim drew a really good hand.
Yeah, this looks like a strong hand. I see a red drawback the hammer. I think a red puck up, which is what you want to see in a Puffin hand always.
And here's another turbine. Was that from Arsenal?
I think so.
Okay.
I mean, he's had the pick of the litter in this pod.
Yeah, yep. So pitching a yellow, and by creating 1 more golden cock on top of the one he created from the gold, he's able to draw a card. But I saw his hand was all red, right? So he has to draw some resource card here to kind of maximize his hand.
Yeah, I think that's what he's hoping for here. Alternatively, if he's drawn just a bunch of pumps, the Spitfire is free, as long as you have a cock to tap. So that's one way he can convert it into offensive value.
Yeah, that's true. The pumps for 4 cost 1, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
From what I recall, I think Titan, the drawback the hammer, Titan screws are all 1 for 4s.
Yeah.
And pitching the red perk up to play drawback the hammer.
Oh. And here comes the Sky Skimmer. For like
9.
Alright, 9.
And if you look at his pitch zone, these are all very powerful cards that he's preserving in his deck for late game, if the game does indeed go that long.
Yeah. I mean, your deck has so many good cards, right? Like, even if you're not intentionally doing it, your strong cards are going to end up in pitch anyway.
That's true.
Jason is on a healthy life total here, though.
He does have a lot of 3 blocks in his deck. can't see the last card. Looks like a Murderous Rebel, potentially.
Yeah.
I do think if he wants to stem the bleeding a little bit, he might have to take some damage to play a ally from his graveyard, which he looks like he's considering doing here.
Yep. And it looks like it's gonna hit. Tim's gonna refresh that gold. He used this turn. And it's gonna just swing the Spitfire.
2.
No.
Yeah, it looks like Jason's taking it. I think seeing that a few power cards have gone to the bottom of the deck, maybe he thinks that this could be his time to try and take back the tempo a little bit. Because he's pitched the red perk up, he's pitched the Dovetail on the last 2 turns. And, you know, realistically, there's a good chance that Tim breaks a little bit here if he hasn't seen a blue in a while. It could potentially be blue flooded.
All right, so here we go with the Angry Bones. Not gonna trigger its ability. I don't think there was an ally in his hand and not on the top of the deck. So it's just gonna be a 2 for 6.
Pitching Murderous Rebel here, which is quite a heads up play because you don't know what's on the top unless you compass. And the fact that he's compassed but chosen not to do it and play the Barnacle could maybe indicate that there's a red on top. And he wants to save it to get the value later in the game.
Yeah. And by blocking out, perhaps he's trying to drive Tim into a fatigue situation, right? But then again, Tim has pitched down a lot of reds, so we are not sure how that might turn out.
It is possible, given that all the red cards that he's played do need cogs to be active. And if he focuses on denying gold and taking the gold from Treasure Island for himself, it's very possible that he denies Tim the cogs that he needs to activate his most powerful cards.
Yeah, and particularly Spitfire is a weapon that, you know, can't shoot if you don't have the cogs on the board.
Yeah. So the weapon is conditional, and that may be one thing that he's looking to do. If you establish a card like a Barnacle, you know, you can just block out, swing, and if your opponent takes it often to kill the Barnacle, then you know you have a bit of space.
Yep.
Saw a little raise of the eyebrows from Jason at the Blue Pinion Sentry.
Yeah, and Pinion Sentry is gonna refresh one of the cogs. Going into Tim's turn, so he'll have 1 available for himself. And I think Jason's gonna Arsenal the Burly Bones.
What do you think about arsenaling that card so early? Normally, you see it as a finisher in Gravy, given that it's one of the few ways that the hero can get overpower. I think I can't remember the name. Yo-ho-ho might be another one, or it's one of the blue 3 block non-attack actions. I forget the name, but I think that and Burly Bones are pretty much the only way you can get overpower in Gravy.
True. I mean, maybe Jason's just looking to Arsenal a strong attack.
So strong red and block out like when he's facing down walk the plank for 10.
Yeah.
Wow.
Walk the plank for 10. All right. Let's see what Jason chooses to do here. Headstone is available, so he could technically block for 10 and play out the Burly Bones, if that's what he wants to do.
I guess the on hit here isn't necessarily as bad because if it's an ally in hand or on top, you can always activate Gravy here and you can use the ability on the opponent's turn before it hits you. He also doesn't have any allies on board yet, so Tim doesn't get to pick like whether he taps an ally or taps Gravy himself.
Yeah, Walk the Plank are one of the really strong generic cards and very premium in this format. Surprised that Tim has it on top of all the Puffin cards he has.
strong generics and strong Mechnologist cards.
Yeah. So this might be difficult if Jason has the allies in hand. I think, like you said, he could Gravy Bones to ditch one, but we'll see what he.
He also has Swift Strike Bracers on Tim's side, so to me that indicates that he's at least taken, maybe like a red Nimblism or something, or he's at least taken a Nimblism. If not, maybe it's a fake out, who knows, but I would think that you would prioritize, you only take that if you've taken a red Nimblism, or at the very least, a yellow one.
Yeah, to work as a Goliath Gauntlet of sorts. Looks like these are just 2 Pirate Necromancer 3 blocks.
I think one difference we're seeing here from Elliot's deck is that this deck blocks extremely well. You can see that his hand was filled with 3 blocks. I think one more card was a Seafloor Salvage.
Yeah,
these all block for 3.
Yeah, all the Necromancer cards, the class cards do block for 3. All the Angry Bones, Burly Bones.
Golden Tipple for 3. Oh, this is going to be Golden Tipple into Burly Bones probably.
Yes, which is pretty good. I mean,
pretty good.
It's a 3-card 9
3-card
though.
9, and Tim's at 10.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's a very fair number. It's no 12, but
Yep.
Tim is at 10. So it does do a significant amount of damage.
He does still have his armor suite to work with. Actually, I think Captain's Code doesn't block. If I'm not, our blocks for 0. I think only Unicycle blocks on Tim's side.
But there are no on hits.
There are no on hits. It's just vanilla damage. Jason hasn't actually played an ally this game.
Yeah, and I think only Barnacle has entered his graveyard, right?
There is that danger that he might draw into a handful of allies, especially when he's being presented with a lot of damage by Tim, who looks like he doesn't really seem interested in blocking.
Yeah. I think he's looking at his hand. I think we see a Mutiny and 2 Cloud Skiffs.
He does not have the cogs to use them though, because he's been and he can only make 1 cog from Puffin unless he has parked another gold wing turbine in Arsenal, which should be the third time.
Another one.
We see him counting his deck. I think he's still quite a ways away from his dovetail and perk up. Maybe 2 or 3 more turns.
Yeah. I mean, right now, it does seem that he should be able to give 1 card, right? Are these all blue?
I think they're all blues.
Wow.
And this is the problem. He drew all his reds in the start, and there's a good chance he's going to draw his blues at a time like this.
Oh, all blues? I didn't know his deck had that many blues.
I don't think he had that many. I think it's like maybe 8 to 10.
Yeah, and that's like half of them.
Yeah. So I think Jason's very happy to see these blocks here, because he's given 2 cards and he still leaked a little bit of damage.
Yeah, wow,
So I think
Jason.
he's not complaining.
Breathing a sigh of relief. I see a Barnacle, a Limpet, and a Restless Bones. A pretty good hand. Restless Bones is a lot better in Limited than in Constructed, because by swinging Restless Bones with Go Again, you're able to follow that up with an ally swing.
Did he have a blue in hand to play an ally from graveyard though?
Yeah, that's the
question, right?
Yeah.
I guess that's where Compass and the gold comes in, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And Hitstone is a good way to block and also get an ally into the grave quickly. I wouldn't be surprised if I see him block with Hitstone here.
Yeah. But it depends, right? Because if he sees Tim throwing out a bunch of blues, he may not want to block.
Yeah, oh, you see him digging already.
Yep.
He was counting because he was thinking of digging with the gold.
Yeah. He has 1 more gold though. And yep.
This is, wow, okay. I think this is a very heavy commitment, because now, unless he draws Turbine, he doesn't have a way to make cogs anymore.
Yeah, and he's not able to give his Cloud Skiffs Go Again, right? So we'll see.
I think certain cards like Mutiny on the Swiftwater might be able to. I must confess, I'm not familiar with the art of all the mutinies, but I'm pretty sure that's a mutiny.
Yes, it is a Mutiny.
It is indeed a mutiny.
So he's going to steal 1 gold from Jason, which allows
that's a
him-
way to make a cog right there.
Yep,
I
so
think it's
that's
pretty
1
huge
card.
for him. This might be the one that gives +2. Or
Yes.
okay, let's see how he chooses to use his 4-card hand here. I see a tough old wrench as well. Mutiny on the Battalion Bout, +2.
Yep.
Just pretty good for a blue 0-cost non-attack action. Get a
Yeah.
gold and +2. That's really solid.
All right, so here we go. The Cloud Skiff. This is a yellow, so he did kind of fix his hand a bit.
Yeah. So 5, potentially 6, but more likely than not, he's probably gonna give it go again if he has another way to convert this.
Yeah, given that he has 2 resources there.
Oh, he gravies before compassing here. And we see that his hand has a Limpet, a Cutty, and a Rigor Mortis.
All very strong allies, but not in
together.
the same hand.
Yeah, not in the same hand.
Yeah, so this might be a bit tough, and
We might see him start digging for blues on the next turn.
Jason is on 10, so this 5 is half his life total.
He does have Headstone to buffer a little bit of life. I think the main thing he is probably looking for now is a bunch of blues to start playing the allies. Barnacle swings for free, so one hand I think he might be pretty happy to play something like Restless Bones, discard, and Limpet swings for 2 as well, and it costs 0 to play. One option could be pitch a blue, Restless, maybe play another blue, play a Limpet, swing with it.
Yep.
That could be solid.
So Cutty is...
I think the issue is that he doesn't have the... He doesn't have a way to follow up the Restless Bones. And he kind of needs the blue, most likely.
This is very tough, but he wants to block. So if he wants to block, he can only block with the Restless Bones or the blue, because he can't block with the 2 allies.
Right, and we see him blocking for 1 here. And Tim gives go again.
So it's gonna hit him for 4.
Pretty much equalizing the life totals here.
Yeah, but Tim still having 2 cards behind. Let's see what he's gonna do. He still has a unicycle available if he really needs to. Oh, never mind, he does not need it. He just gonna give it +4 and untap his Golden Cock. So another Sky Skimmer for 8, this time threatening lethal. And with the Golden Cock untapped, it can be 9.
This is really scary for Jason. He had the tempo, but he bricked on 3 allies in a row, and now he's kind of stuck. He doesn't really have a way to play the allies unless he hard cast them, but maybe he might go digging with the gold here.
Yeah, and this is crazy. Tim blocked with 2 cards on this turn, and he had a handful of blues, and he still managed to present 13 damage.
I think in the process to do so, he sacrificed a lot of gold, and this all started, I think, really because of the mutiny on the battalion bark.
Yes.
Yeah, that stealing that gold and also giving a +2 enabled him to make, you know, the yellow Cloud Skiff into a pretty strong card.
Yeah, and it enabled the rest of the turn. Because if he didn't have this cock, he couldn't give the first one go again, and he wouldn't have untapped it to give this one go again, +1.
I think Jason might go digging here with the gold.
He could go digging, or he could just hard cast an ally. Oh, and he can still swing the...
That's crazy.
Oh, from the unicycle.
And he gets an arsenal too.
Okay. Well, so despite blocking 2 cards, Tim has swung 15 damage.
That's pretty good.
Well, not bad, not bad, not bad. He converted a full blue hand by blocking 2 cards into 15 damage.
Okay. Yeah, we see him digging here.
Right.
I think he's praying for a blue that can give go again.
Oh,
I do see a...
Is there a sunken treasure?
I think so.
Oh, no.
It's a Angry Bones.
Angry Bones.
So he's...
All right.
Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
That's good, that's good.
So he discards a Cutty Shark. This is, I think, 2 go again.
Yep,
I think it's exactly what he was looking for. He's looking for a blue card with go again. Even better if it's an attack.
Yeah.
And he gets to... I think the only ally he can summon is probably Limpet.
Yeah,
for 2.
Limpet can swing. It'll bring Tim down to 1, but unless you threaten him with lethal, I think he...
I don't think he has incentives to block.
Yeah.
Yeah. The good thing for Jason is that a lot of his allies are now either in the pitch or in the graveyard.
Yeah.
So it's more unlikely that he's going to draw into them again.
I mean, potentially Tim might brick. I mean, technically Tim did kind of brick last turn, but that didn't feel like a brick.
It's a shame that the Barnacle is in the blue, for example. Let him play the and swing with the other Barnacle in his graveyard.
Yeah, he has to play the Limpet, and Limpet's not gonna threaten lethal here.
Yeah, I think Tim just ignores this. Like there's no reason to really.
That's a lot of cock work. Well,
Gold Wing Turbine.
Gold Wing, I think. Yeah, Cold Wing Turbines. That's 2 Gold Wing Turbines, a Hidden Arsenal, and 2 other cards.
We can't see the color of them though, but I imagine unless he's absolutely red line, I don't think there's a reason. Yeah, yellow, red, red, red. Oh, he's functionally red line.
But that is quite a...
I think one simple play you could probably do is play the Gold Wing Turbine and then maybe save the other card to send the Cloud Skiff.
Yeah,
but
probably.
That's not particularly efficient.
Yeah, and Tim does not have any gold here. So that might be difficult.
Let's see how he decides to handle this.
Yeah. Jason doesn't really have much left. Just a 2 from Jittery Bones. I mean, I think it would be so much better if he found this Jittery Bones earlier on. Then he would be able to play the allies and still send damage.
Yeah, I think the lack of allies here made all the difference, right? You didn't have that source of go again on the board. You didn't have that source of like constant pressure on the board to chip away at Tim and make Tim, you know, face the dilemma of do I want to hit the Gravy's face or do I want to hit the Gravy's allies?
Yeah, and we can see why Gravy is such a hard deck, even to play in draft, right? Because it's a multi-step process. Because we see, I mean, for the Elliot game, he didn't manage to even put the allies into the graveyard
Yeah.
until late game. Here, Jason managed to put the Barnacle into the graveyard for quite some time, but he couldn't find an efficient way to play a blue and then play the Barnacle and swing with it.
Oh, Tim blocks here.
All right, making the discipline play here, not deciding just to take it. And oh my gosh, that is 2 allies in Jason's hand. He does
Seems
not.
that they've all clumped together.
He does not look happy to see the Cutty and the Swabi.
He does have 1 gold, so he can cycle 1 card away.
Yeah, but I think through his experience with Tim's turn, he needs to block a lot more.
Yeah.
Here we go, Cloud's Gift after the Gold Wing Turbine. Coming in for 7, potentially with Go again.
This is quite devastating for Jason.
Yeah, but this looks like the end of Tim's turn, right? It's just going to be a 7, and then he's going to bump it to an 8.
That's true. He does have no cards in hand, and he's going face. If he can survive 1 more turn, he's going to start having to block the Limpet, actually.
Yeah. So...
I'm just thinking, imagine if this was a Barnacle. You don't even need to keep a card to swing
Yeah.
for 4 here. And then it's so much more threatening.
Yeah, he has to
1
swing.
pitch shot. Just 1 pitch shot. And it looks like he gravied into a walk the plank, so he's able to block this out cleanly for...
2, 2, 3?
Yeah.
Or is it a 2, 3, 2?
3, 3, 2. So he's blocking for 8 here.
Yeah.
He's going to keep the 1 card.
Yeah, which we know is the Cutty. So you see, I have a feeling he's just gonna swing the Limpet. Which is alright, I guess, putting Tim down to 1.
We see Tim as a... he's drawn his pitch stack. He has the Cogwork Stuffed Tail in hand.
Okay.
His hand doesn't seem to convert. I mean, there's a blocking card on the horizon.
I'm surprised he even runs on the horizon with this kind of aggressive deck.
I suppose it's a 4 block. It's just,
Yeah,
it's
it
just
is a
good
4
value.
block. Just to let you check the top card of the deck as well.
I mean, it should be the puck up. So I don't see the puck up in his hand. I think he pitched it shortly after the Cogwork Stuffed Tail.
Ah, okay.
So yeah, pass back to Tim with 3 cards in hand. He doesn't have any gold though, so it might be difficult for him to make a cog here to either fire the gun or make full use of the Cogwork Stuffed Tail.
Yeah, and
Oh, he has a going turbine. Never mind.
he is going turbine with the with a blue.
This is a solid turn. I think he can just straight up play the Cogwork Stuffed Tail and threaten the +1 from the Golden Cog.
Yep.
This is actually pretty good.
He's just gonna swing an 8.
8 or
And-
9.
Yeah, 8 or 9.
3 card 8 or 9. Actually, limited is pretty good when your opponents are 2.
Yeah.
Jason has drawn his own pitch stack, and I think the next 3 or 4 cards in his hand are all allies, which is actually pretty dangerous for him.
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna be giving up 3 cards again. What do you think Jason's chances are of fatiguing Tim if he can continue to deny Tim like gold?
I think it's possible, but at the same time, we've seen that Tim has pitched some pretty powerful raids back into his deck.
Yeah.
And we know that the next couple of cards coming up are the allies. I think Cutty, and Swabi, if I remember correctly. So he's going to draw back into this hand of no blocks very shortly. And Limpet, unfortunately, isn't able to put enough pressure to kind of stop Tim from just keeping his hand and doing this repeatedly.
Yeah. So, yep, going back to Jason's turn. Might just be swinging the Limpet here.
Jason
Yep.
actually has some really premium blue 3 blocks here. If you look at his graveyard, you can see a blue pot side exchange,
Oh, yeah.
which is very, very strong in
Yeah.
gravy. And it's run in, constructed gravy decks.
Yes.
Yeah.
We see Treasure Island already accumulating a bunch of gold because no one is letting anything hit.
This is putting Tim on effectively a 2-turn clock here, but his hand looks to be able to... I don't know if he has a way to convert his hand without the gold.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? And that's what the Puffin deck actually needs to rely on, especially when you run Spitfire.
He might very well be out of Gold Wing Turbines, but it looks like he's just taking it and he's going to draw back into a hand of allies.
Yeah, Jason gonna... That's his whole deck, actually. Like,
Yeah, it's his whole deck.
That's just his whole deck. And we'll see Tim does have one of the +4 pumps, a Cloudskiff, a blue, and something he's about to play. Oh, Mutiny.
Oh, and he gets a gold.
Yeah, Mutiny, very strong card in draft.
Yeah, that's so strong. And now this gives Tim the ability to I think he can actually play the Cloudskiff and give it.
It already has go again.
Oh, it has go again. It's Swiftwater. Oh, this is so
Yeah.
good. I think this might be too much for Jason to block out.
This is the best Mutiny in my opinion for draft, because getting the go again in any class is a very important thing.
I think it's the most flexible.
Yeah.
One. I mean, overpower can be good as well. I've won games off the overpower before.
That's true.
I don't know if I think he can block it out, but there may be. Oh, he can block it out. It's a Rally the Coast Guard, so he's gonna block like this.
Okay.
And then discard an ally and keep one ally in his hand to swing the limpet again.
But this has to hurt because he doesn't have any blues to try and...
Yeah, the allies are effectively stranded in his graveyard. He doesn't have a way to play them.
Yeah.
So he's going to 1.
This is... I think the writing's on the wall for Jason. He has the 1 Barnacle in his hand. Well, very good allies for his deck though.
But he wasn't able to play them. That's the problem.
He only could play the Limpet. Yeah, but Tim's just gonna...
He's gonna block with the Tuffle Wrench.
Yep.
And... Yep. I mean, he knows it's a no block in hand, so literally any attack will kill him at this point.
And
that's
just
the game.
Wow, towards the end of the game, Tim's deck still full of gas. So much damage.
I think this is part of the, maybe the Singaporean tendency to not draft Puffin coming to bite the rest of the pod. I know, I personally love watching margin-based story times, and I know in that story time he said that, he hates drafting Puffin. He happily passed the pick 5 Palantir Aeronaut on to someone else's pod. And from what I recall from his story time, that person was at the 0-2 table in the pod. So, okay. Yeah, so, I mean, we can see that Puffin can hang with the best of the decks. This was a 1 of 2 gravy deck, and we can see that they're strong allies, but they weren't given the time to set the allies up and to start accruing value from them.
Yeah, no time in the sun. We saw Limpet. Did get a lot of value from that Limpet, but just not enough to pressure the life totals of the Puffin.
Yeah, I think any ally there, like even Barnacle would be good, because then you can at least block with the rest of your hand, start just swinging for 4, start chipping away. 4 is better than 2, right, obviously.
Yeah,
so,
4 is better than 2, and a free 4 is even better than a 2.
3-4. Yeah.
So, but congratulations to Tim. He drafted an exceptional deck and really made good use of it, and he's now still X0 going into our second draft.
And I believe his constructed deck is Syndra, if I'm not wrong.
Oh, it's Syndra.
It's Syndra. He is known to be a Rhina enjoyer, but may not have chosen to bring Rhina to this event.
Yeah, but I have seen him time to time, pick up the Rhina deck once again, and then he's like, he plays it a bit, like, he swaps back to...
Yeah, I mean, he does enjoy aggro decks. I think he's a ProQuest winner of the most recent ProQuest Singapore as well. I think winning on Aurora before she passed on to Living Legend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, playing aggro in CC, playing aggro in draft, player skill transcends all formats.
Yep. I mean, he likes to ask questions, and I think it's a good strategy to have in this format when, every attack is functionally given an on-hit by Treasure Island.
Yeah, so anyone who has put Tim into their Fantasy League, you can be very happy.
You can be very happy with his performance. I think he's a 3-pointer, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
So, over 3-pointers overperforming so far. I think another person who was 5-0 was Keith, who was a 3-pointer as well. So, if you picked either of them, you should be pretty happy.
Yeah, good value 3-pointers. And I think very exceptional games. We hope to bring you more coming soon. Next thing we do, we'll be doing the draft POV. We're not sure who we're going to follow yet, but it'll be similar to what we did with Elliot.
Yep.
So, all right. So, thanks for that. We're going to take a short break before the next draft. Stay tuned.
welcome back.
Welcome back.
And we're just setting up the tables and the pods right now for the second draft of the day. But I think in the meantime, we're going to take a look at the players with the top standings and also a fantasy update.
Yes.
Yeah, so we see the only two remaining 6-0 players are Timothy Teo, who's our featured player on the last 2 games, and Brendan Pay, who is on Slippy. And following that, we see a slew of different heroes. Actually, the most repeated hero here is Syndra, and funny enough, Dash.io.
Yeah, I think we have 2 standout heroes. Quite a few standout heroes here. A lot. Slippery, Brendan and Slippery. Keep eye on Puffin. I heard you have a spicy idea. Hopefully, you can get him featured tomorrow to let everyone in on what new innovation he has with his Puffin list. James is on Gravy, the solo Gravy. Managed to navigate out of the sea of Syndra players.
Yeah, that's a really tough matchup.
Yeah. Jinghan is on Verdans, the new Earthlander of the set. Yeah, pretty strong hero, good value, good numbers, a good way to close the game with Storm Striders. And with the addition of the new 6 damage Arcane, Burn Bear, you can't really go that low in life against her. Yeah. And we also have our resident Dash player, Brian Kong, who is on Dash.io. Pretty strong deck. I heard that matchup is really that matchup against Syndra is really good. And we also have Benjamin, who is our long-time Azalea player.
Yep.
And Daniel, who is also on Dash.io.
Yeah. I think Daniel's a relatively new player. I think which is nice to see new names on the scene. I think everyone else here has been. Jia Zheng is also a relatively new player, but everyone else here has been playing for, I think, quite an extended amount of time.
Yes.
As you said, I think Ben has been on Azalea since pre-Outsiders, I want to say. So he's been a long-time Azalea main. And looking at our best Fantasy League Dream Team, we can see that if you had picked Brendan, Timothy, Keith, and Jia Zheng, you'll be doing extremely well now.
Yeah.
Well in the lead.
Yeah. I think since how the format of our national is going is 3-round CCs into 6-round draft, I will tend to want to prioritize players who are good in draft, so that it sort of ensures that you get into day 2, so that you can rank in like more points.
Yeah. Personally, one of my picks, I have not picked anyone here, unfortunately for me. Yeah. One of my picks was Ivan, who was our featured player in, I think, rounds 4 and 5 of the draft. So fingers crossed he continues to do well for my Fantasy League team.
Yes. Okay, so here's the sittings for our second draft. We will be featuring Jinghan this time round. He's our current reigning national champion from last year. He's had a lot of experience in draft. I've been traveling around the world trying to compete in pro tours. Doing well for himself. I think he managed to top 32 or 64 in the
I
pro
think it's
tour
top
London.
32 at London, if I recall correctly.
32 or 64 at London.
Yeah, did pretty well. And I know Hunter Draft was a bit hard to navigate for me personally when I was preparing for it. So I think it's very impressive that he's consistently done really well across like all the draft sets that he's been working on.
Okay, and on the table, he will be passing along to Brian Kong.
Yeah.
Technically his manager.
Yeah. Both One Collectibles employees. So.
Yep, and then passing to team to Jason. On his upstream, Keith will be passing to him.
Yeah, Keith will be passing to him.
And there's Brendan and Jia Zheng. Okay, so last draft, 5 Marlins.
Yeah.
A couple of those Marlin forces actually made it into this table also.
Yeah.
So I think James, Jia Zheng is one of those who I think their seeds wasn't the best for Marlin, but I think because they opened like a couple of very good M's, so they sort of like lock into that. I think it's also a very valid strategy such that if you have picked a very good card beforehand, it's okay if you think that, hey, maybe this M will carry me throughout my 3 games.
Yeah, I did sneak a peek at Jia Zheng's deck when I was walking over. I think I saw a Return Fire.
Yes,
so that was
fire.
probably one of the signals he may have used to decide to lock in on Marlin there.
Yeah. And I think I also saw like James deck. I think he also opened an M. The pump, the 2-cost pump where
big game trophy shot.
yes, big game trophy
Okay.
shot.
Yeah, that's great. Makes gold unconditionally, right? If I remember.
Make goal, and it gives the arrow on hit to make goal, and it also allows you to draw and discard a card, which
loads the arrow.
loads the arrow. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, those are strong majestics right there.
Yeah. I think both of them allow them to 2-1 their draft.
Okay.
Yeah,
which as one of 5 Marlins is very impressive.
Which really well done to both of them. Okay, so now we are still currently waiting for the draft to set up. Okay, so maybe you can talk a bit more about this draft set and like what we have seen so far. Is Puffin really have to be solo Puffin to be 3-0?
I don't know. I personally had difficulty with drafting Puffin, and I know many personalities in the community, like Margin Bay on his story time, as I was mentioning briefly just now, he has expressed that he really dislikes drafting Puffin.
Yeah.
And I think it's a pretty common draft strategy to kind of ignore Puffin cards even if you're past them.
Yeah.
But I think that leaves the space for players like Timothy, right, to snap up the good Puffin cards. And in your experience, do Puffin decks tend to lean more Blunderbuss or Spitfire? Because I noticed he was running Spitfire, which can be fatigue, theoretically.
So, interestingly, Xinghan was also drafting Puffin last draft.
Okay.
Yeah, and he actually managed to 3-0.
Wow.
I think he actually managed to either 2-1 or 3-0 his draft board with a Blunderbuss build.
Interesting.
Yeah. I think Puffin is one of those decks. I think in this, the interesting thing about this set is that you're not really drafting a hero. You're actually trying to draft an archetype.
A specific archetype of the hero.
So based on like what cards you pick early, you tend to want to lean to a certain archetype. So if you pick like really cards that really requires on high tide, requires you to pitch blues, then maybe a Blunderbuss is better for you to start the turn with a 2-go again, so that you can have a blue pitch in your pitch zones, and then you play the next like Buccaneer for 9 of that blue that's already pitched. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, and I guess it's the same for Marlin, right? That you have 2 entirely different builds of the Red Spine Manta and also the more classic Hammerhead.
Yeah.
But if you draft, lots of Scar for Scars, Ravenous Rebels, Nimblisms, then I think you'll be more comfortable drafting Manta because you're not going to have to pitch to activate Hammerhead.
Yeah. However, there's always that middle ground also with the Hammerhead hand cannon. You can also build an aggressive deck that already have a lot of draw discard, so that you don't really need the reload ability from Red Spine Manta, and still able to hatch on the pitch ability of the hand harpoon. The Hammerhead harpoon cannon, such that you can push more damage, but at a trade-off you have to play a bit more blues.
Okay. Yeah, we saw Ivan actually rarely fire an arrow in the last in rounds 4 and 5. He was actually playing mostly pirate cards, and he only really used it as like a pitch outlet, or on the occasional turns that he was given enough spare cards in hand to kind of pump that harpoon in his arsenal.
Yeah. So I really do think like some of the pirate cards in this set is really powerful. Buccaneer is one of them. And I think we haven't seen the Scurf yet.
Yeah, we haven't seen the Scurf in our pod yet. Maybe it'll appear in this pod, we don't know. But in your experience, how does drafting Scurf tend to happen? Because I can see a scenario where, if you don't see Scurf in pack 1 and you've already started leaning towards a given hero, if you see it in packs 2 or even more so pack 3, it's going to be very difficult to suddenly shift your game plan and your picks towards Scurf. So in your experience, how does drafting Scurf really work?
Okay, so I think there's 2 strategies. 2 signals to look out for Scurf. So okay, the most straightforward way is that you open Scurf in pack 1. If you open it in pack 1, pick 1.
Yeah,
that's like okay, auto Scurf, and it really makes your draft so much because easier. So you can just ignore the 5 class cards. Okay, the other strategy, the other case scenario is when you see the specialization card, not so fast. It's sort of proven from a lot of past experience in Singapore where people tend to open a lot of packs that whenever you see a Scurf, you always see a not so fast. So
interesting.
in the first pack, if you see a not so fast being wheeled, that's actually a very good signal that, hey, there's a Scurf in this box.
Okay, interesting.
And you can sort of like hatch around it. Try not to pick too many class cards and go into Scurf. But there's a trade-off lah.
Yeah.
Because if someone else open a Scurf and take it, then you really have a train wreck draft.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's high risk, high reward. I think one of the recent top 8 players in US Nets, I think Bert Cabrera, I think she drafted Scurf for
Twice.
Yeah, 2 pots in a row, which I think takes a lot of commitment.
Yeah, and I think Scurf is a really powerful hero. In a set where there's not a lot of goal again, creating a goal case run off of a goal and allowing you to set up a very big turn, it's really powerful.
Yeah, and I think you are pretty, you're pretty high in terms of the ceiling that your turns can go with that go again, right?
Yep,
you know,
yep.
with cards like, I think Nimblism is quite commonly drafted in Scurf as well. A lot of pumps.
Yep.
Oh, it seems like there's been a repair.
Yep.
Potentially. So we'll be showing the updated pods once that's available.
Oh,
sorry,
this is
updated pod.
out there.
Sorry.
Oh, BK,
okay.
BK is now passing to Jinghan.
Right. So the manager is now passing.
Like real life, you know?
Yeah.
Manager telling him what to go.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so seems like he'll be now playing Keith in round 1. So maybe we'll see Keith on Puffin. Who knows?
Yeah. Okay. So knowing Jinghan, I always when I observe his draft, he always like to stay open for quite a while, especially in Haunted and carrying on this practice to high C. I think it's a good way to draft this set.
Okay.
Even though some people say that class cards in this set is really powerful. However, sometimes your pack doesn't really have that key signal of good class card. So it's actually a very valid strategy that to stay open for a long time, to understand like what archetype you're actually leaning into, then deciding on the class hero.
Okay. I guess function in this set, pirate cards are generic cards, right? Because every hero is a pirate. So you have a much larger pool of common cards you can kind of dip into. And some of them are really powerful, as we saw in Ivan's game. Sloops, Barks, all the mutinies are all power cards in their own right. So it's not even necessarily decreasing the power of your deck if you're taking these cards over like some certain class cards.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think we're just waiting for the draft to start.
Okay. So pack 1, pick 1. What do you think? What was your favorite card to see in pack 1, pick 1? Other than like the obvious, the Scurf hero.
Other than obvious Majestics, huh?
Yeah, other than obvious Majestics.
I think in this set, for me, let's start with Gravy maybe. For Gravy, if I see a strong ally like Rigor Mortis or Swabby or Barnacle, I think I'm quite inclined to get that.
Yep.
For Puffin, I've only drafted Puffin like once, but I think the signal for that for me was being passed like Red Perk Up, which is I think one of the ways that you can use the hero ability quite consistently. For Marlin, I think it will be the rares for me. So like Red and Bluefin Harpoon, in my experience, are pretty good. Yellowfin less so, because if it's against a Gravy, like they're happy to.
One goal for ally.
Yeah, thank you. I'll take that.
I'm going to do that anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, the draft is starting. Everyone is counting the card in the pack. Make sure that you have 14 cards before passing on. There's also, as there's quality control, it's quite good. I don't think I've seen a pack with less than 14 cards before.
Yeah, same. I've personally never encountered that, and I've like drafted a decent bit, opened a decent bit of product.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what's in the draft. Okay, right. Okay, so other than perks up for Puffin, I think to me, I think the best card in Puffin is Sky Scanner. Because Sky Scanner is the one that can go into both archetypes.
Oh, is that the 0 for 4?
Yeah, the 0 for 4.
Okay.
So I think usually first, the pack 1, pick 1 in this set, you want something that is flexible, that fits into both kind of aggressive or more like a high type.
Right, and perk up doesn't. Perk up is more like aggressive build. You say.
Perk up is more aggressive build. Yeah.
Okay,
and
we are
draft
starting.
is starting. Okay,
Oh,
wow. A return
Okay.
fire.
Okay, we see him.
Okay, we
shifting to the front.
the return fire.
A bit
Okay.
quieter, because
Okay, so the draft is going on behind us, so we're gonna lower
yeah,
volume
maybe
a
little
bit.
quieter.
So, okay, we go a bit closer. All right, so this pack, it's a bit of like quite obvious.
Yeah,
The
I think
Return Fire
there's a
is-
clear slam pick here. But
Yeah.
as you said, there's also a few other premium Marlin cards. We see Red Sikkim Shot, which I think is pretty good.
Yep.
There's also a Red Cloud Skiff, which I think is not as good as Red Sky Skimmer, but you know, pretty good in its own right.
Yeah.
Red Zipper hit numbers right there.
I think looking at what Jinga is trying to do right now, he's trying to count the number of class cards in this pack. Because this pick is quite straightforward. It's definitely
Yeah,
the
I think
returns
you're
because it's
slamming
like the
this.
0 for 4. He's trying to count like how many class cards are there in this pack,
Yep.
so that the wheel he can like sort of gauge what's the number, the hero distribution in on his draft table, and also try to predict like, oh, if this card comes back, then
So-
what he can pick for the when the pack returns to him.
In your experience, does this lean more to like the Harpoon or the Red Line build, or does it matter?
It doesn't
Whichever.
matter. It's just
it's just amazing.
it's just an amazing card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this doesn't necessarily force him into.
It is not.
Marlin,
He,
per se.
he's
just-
technically not in Marlin yet, but
Yeah.
at the same time, you can see like in this pack, there's not. There's two Marlin
two Marlin
cards, but he's not really technically into Marlin yet because
Yeah.
like you think about it, one pack is 14 cards, so three three packs is 42 cards, but at most you're only playing 30 cards in deck and
Yeah.
4 armor piece, so you actually have room to burn 8 cards
Mhm.
if you have a full suit of armor.
How much do you value Red Salvage Shot here? And do you think it's a good pick in light of what he's taken, or would you? To me, there's no card that really lets you stay that open here, except maybe Golden Tipple.
I think because of how not very good this pack is, it's better to still continue leaning to Marlin. Of course, there's a bit of risk if your player above you is also going Marlin.
Yeah.
But in the event where you have a clear signal of going into Marlin, you have a better build because you have 2 cards out. But that also doesn't. We're still very early in the graph. It's not locked into Marlin yet.
Oh, and that's a premium right there.
That's a really good signal.
And I think this is a decent gravy pack, but I think reds in gravy, would you say, are less important than the allies and the strong blues?
Okay, so I think okay, so before we move to that, I just want to mention because there's like 5 class cards in the
Yeah.
pack.
It's your rust belt.
Yeah, so I think Jihan is moving the 5 class card to the front.
Yeah.
Then you notice there's 2 gravy card.
Two.
The 2 gravy cards. Oh, one of them is a foil. So
Yeah.
there's like 3 gravy card, 1 mech card, and 1 ranger card.
Yeah.
However, Call the Big Gun is such a premium in Marlin because it's one of those cards that can go into both archetypes. And seeing it like this early in the draft pack means that
First two
there's
players.
a very good chance that none of the players above him are going to Marlin
Mm.
because there's not a lot of other cards that's better than Call the Big Guns.
Yep. Yeah, I think it's really premium in a set where, if you run Hammerhead, you might
Wow. And
patch the
that's-
hole as well.
Patch the hole as well.
Chart the cost is
Chart the
quite a
cost.
premium too,
Yeah.
right?
So I think this pick is it sort of like solidifies Jinhan into Marlin. I think the 3 cards that to consider are basically the 3 cards in front.
Yeah.
Red Headshot,
Red Chart the cost.
Red
and-
Child Cost, and Patch the Hole. Yeah. However, I do think that since you're already forcing Marlin, you do want to try to close the signal as much as possible. However, Red Child the Cost is also another premium card. Pumping a harpoon, if you manage to find one later, is really, really big because overpower is such a key way to close the game.
If you close the signal, he's taking the chart the cost.
Yeah.
But do you think this runs the risk of sending a signal down there?
I think it's okay. I think because of how the pack distribution was. Pack 1, it doesn't really have very good Marlin cards. Pack 2, the Savage Shot basically closed the Marlin signal quite well. And another Call the Big Gun.
This is so good for him.
Yeah.
I think he's extremely happy. But actually, this pack is a real power pack. If you saw, there was a Red Sky Skimmer. There's a washed up wave. Quick clicks is pretty good as well.
Yes.
If you have drafted a few nimblisms.
Yep.
So this looks like quite a premium pack all around.
Yeah. But having seen the Call the Big Gun,
I think it's a no-brainer.
I wouldn't say it's a no-brainer. But I think considering the Walk the Plank, Walk the Plank is also very decent into like the Marlin Mirror and to Puffin. Yeah, but I think closing the Marlin signal here is key. You do not want to have like another Marlin below you.
So pack 2, he's quite assured in it.
Yeah, you want to try to aim towards a better pack 2 here.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Wow, this is, and actually Marlin seems really open here. If you look at it, there's the, I mean, yellow Sikkim shot is not the most premium. Right?
Yeah,
but
it's not.
it's one of the few class cards that's still in the pack.
Yeah.
I mean, there's 2 gravy cards here.
2 gravy cards. Yeah. Okay. So, okay. What I suspect is that the people above him are staying a bit open. Not taking the mag cards or the gravy cards,
Okay.
but taking a lot of the 347, the big boats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a thing as too many pumps in Marlin Limited? Because if you look at it now, he's basically taken 4 pumps.
Okay, so the risk of pump is that it sort of forces you to play offensively. But if you are already ahead, it's no big deal, lah. You know. Yeah.
And we see 2. I mean, one's a foil, so it's not exactly big signal. Rusty Harpoon's solid 3-block arrow.
Yep.
Life for life is also pretty flexible here.
Okay.
But we see that I think the mech signal is drying up.
Yep.
Would you say that? Yeah.
Okay, so usually the class cards come in 5. So there's a very good chance that one of the class cards only appear once.
Yep, and that may be the mech card here.
That may be the mech card here. So try not to make a decision off one pack. Try to like have a
read a couple of packs.
Read a couple of packs in a row and make a evaluation here. Yeah, I think he also a dry power shot is also a really good arrow here. 0 for 5.
This is crazy.
It's really it really puts him in a really good position.
Would you say he's locked into either red line or hammerhead, or he's still very open here? I think these are cards that you're happy to see in any Marlin deck.
Yeah, I think right now, for one, he doesn't really have those big harpoons yet. So he's not really leaning into overpower you every turn. But he do have like a really strong.
Oh, he's very happy. He
really
flicked
happy.
it. This is the wheel. This is first pack.
Yeah, and he also noticed the golden tipple wheel, which is actually very surprising. However, yeah.
Would you say golden tipple and this sort of cards are necessary in Marlin? Because they do let you make gold and draw.
I think at this point in time, I think Patch the Hole is just slightly better. It's a lot more flexible compared to golden tipple, because golden tipple actually forces you to play a more aggressive build. And I don't think you need that wide strategy when you already have 4 pumps. You have like 2 red char cores and 2 coin the big guns. Yeah.
And he's taken the blue coin the big guns here.
So right now I don't think, because like there's not a lot of red cards in this pack 1.
Yep.
So I don't think you can really zone into like the red line Marlin. And I do think there's at least 3 Marlins in this pot so far, based on how the class cards dried out.
Okay. And you think this even with the number of premium Marlin cards he's been passed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think he's going to be looking for in pack 2?
Okay, right now, I think he's looking for. Oh,
wow.
Unfortunately, if you have taken the.
Yeah.
I don't think the Marlin in this.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe they took another hit piece.
Unfortunately. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is just blue count here.
Blue count. Yeah. However, I think Jian might need to be a bit concerned, because some of the Ranger class card did not wheel back.
Okay, but his last card's a yellow Sikkim shot, which is pretty surprising, because I don't think that's that terrible a card, right? You can clear allies pretty easily with that. 3 power is some pretty premium allies like Barnacle, potentially.
Yep. I'll say that he's in a really good spot. Especially with Return Fire as his first pick and having like 4 pumps. Return Fire is technically another pump.
0 for 7.
Yeah. So the reason why he valued Patch the Hole a bit higher compared to some of the other rates that he passed down is actually mainly just because of Return Fire. Because when you drew the Return Fire, you do not want to have another card in arsenal.
You want to keep it empty.
You want to keep it empty, that's right. Yeah.
Okay,
so
that makes perfect sense.
Yeah. So yeah, it's more of like have to pick because of the M that he drafted.
So next, okay, in terms of equipment for Marlin, I know Glide Fins is the obvious class equipment that he's lacking right now. Do you think it's necessary to have that for a good Marlin deck, or do you think you can do without it?
I think right now, he drafted a bit too many cards that's not supposed to be in the red line Marlin. So I think he's aiming for a bit more of the hand cannon, a bit more of a mid-range kind of build. As such, he needs ways to reload his arrows. So I think that glove is something that he's trying to look out for right now.
I guess calling the big guns is a way to reload the arrows at the same time.
Yeah. Right now, his deck is lacking. What his deck is lacking in is in good arrows, or harpoons, and actually blue cards.
So if all goes to plan and he shut off the Marlin signal correctly, we say there's a good chance that he's gonna get past some of the rare harpoons here.
Yeah. I'm quite sure I'm quite sure he will have a good pack too because of like how early he go into Marlin. He probably will be rewarded by that. Okay, that's a really good pack. Life for life. Oh, and
How do you rate monkey powder actually? Because it's a bit of a crapshoot, right? You're basically paying 3 to draw a card, and you don't know what that is.
Yeah, but I think it's how high do you value overpower? I think if your deck has a lot of pumps, I actually don't mind taking monkey powder. I tried a few times. I block with it quite a few times also. it's not a bad card, but if it works, it works, you know. Yeah, especially you get turn 1. Maybe Jinghan will try to go into like a bit more safer pick with the life for life.
I think right now, would you say there's a good chance that the monkey powder wheels almost? Or at least one of the other cards, like the yellow call and the big guns.
It's a possibility. Yeah.
And he does take the open pick and take life for life.
Yeah. I think monkey powder actually locks you into a very specific kind of playstyle for Marlin. You want to like go in for like overpower arrow back to back. Yep.
Wow. Red nimblism.
Red nimblism is really good.
Italian bark, fish fingers.
Fish fingers. Yep. Okay, so I okay, so Scar for Scar is actually a very interesting card in my understanding of this draft set. It used to be one of like, auto snap pick, pack one, pick one. Because of maybe my experience in WTR. WTR is a really strong card. But in this set, there's actually consideration to take other cards over Scar for Scar. Mainly because you do not want to take damage to go lower life than your opponent in certain stages of the game. To deny the goal generation for your opponent.
Right.
Yeah. So I think Jinghan actually have a bit of a tough choice here to choose between Nimblism and Scar for Scar. Yeah.
If he takes Nimblism, he has like 6 pumps, I think. Which actually leaves him quite block-like. And he's taken the Scar for Scar here, which is interesting.
Yeah,
Correct me if I'm... Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think besides WTR, Scar for Scar was also printed in, I think, Rosetta, right? Rosetta draft, or one of the more recent draft sets as well. Scar for Scar was reprinted.
Is it Outsiders? I can't remember that.
I can't remember. I feel like it was Rosetta, potentially.
I don't think it's Rosetta, because Rosetta doesn't really have a lot of generics, I think.
I think Rosetta was Fandal's Fighting Spirit.
Fandal's Fighting Spirit, yes.
Can't remember, but this is not the first time it's been reprinted, I think.
Yeah, I think Scar for Scar has been reprinted quite a few times.
Okay. And we see a pretty premium arrow that he's putting to the front in Swift Shot.
So right now, one thing that Jinghan deck is lacking is the same thing, 3 block blue. You want to have a deck that have a good defensive power and good offensive power. Taking a lot of pumps also means that you're lowering the overall defensive power of your deck. But at this stage of the game, the draft, I think it's still okay to take more offensive cards like Swift Water Shot. It's a really, really good way as a goal payoff.
Players pick up the pack of 11 cards in 40 seconds.
Alright, you can see like
I see a lot of premium mech cards here.
I think no one below Jinghan is going to Puffin. There's still like there's still Rangers card here, and it's quite obvious lacking in like gravy cards actually.
Yeah.
So here, I think Jinghan should start to prioritizing good blues. Either the blue salvage shot or the sloops. If he feels like if he feels like he values the 1 resource, he can also take the Captain's Code.
He shifted the 3 mech cards together.
He was like, could be me, but return fire too good. He opted to take the Captain's Code here. I think it's alright. I think 1 resource, especially when you're playing the big cannon, the hand cannon, it's really important because it sort of feeds the activation of it. However, it requires to crack the goal.
Okay, and we see a blue 3 block in the line here, as well as Entangling Shot.
Entangling Shot.
out of the 3 shots, I think Swift Shot to me seems to be the best, but how would you rate Entangling Shot?
I think, okay, so I think anything that taps the hero is good in this set. Tap ally is only for gravy.
Yeah.
But I think Jinhan is also eyeing for the Quartermaster's boots. Having a 4 block defensive value on the side is very important, especially when playing as Marlin, you took a patch the hole, so you're actually having 1 equipment that couldn't block. So prioritizing armor here is actually, I'm not saying a must, but it really helps to edge out those awkward turns where you have to block and still return damage at the same time.
Players, pick up the pack of 9 cards. You have 30 seconds.
Okay, we see another Entangling Shot here, and
Another
another
Swift
Swift Shot,
Shot.
and a Blue Sikkim Shot.
Yeah.
This is, wow.
Wow.
These are premium picks for him.
Yeah, I think Swiftwater's shot is like really good in both the Marlins, but better in Red Fiend though. However, if you have the gold generation, you have like a stack of gold. Swiftwater is a really strong card.
He is quite red heavy here. What do you think? Do you think? But I think this is too good to pass up almost.
Yes. Yeah.
Every single card he's picked it back to has been red.
Yes. Red and equipment.
Yeah,
That's
red
the
and
key.
equipment.
Okay, so now he have to look. I think he have to start looking out for blue cards.
Yeah.
Blue Ranger cards.
And we see that there are no Blue Ranger,
Ranger
cards,
cards,
yeah.
yeah.
So he might. Do you think he's priced in taking the Entangling Shot here again?
I think he have to.
Yeah.
I don't think the Red Expedition, the 044 is really good unless you're in Scurf, because they are kind of bad in pairs. Because if you have to, you are sort of inclined to end the turn with it, and they're not very good if you have another 2 block. Yeah.
I think looking at pack 3, he might be forced to take a lot more blues than these power cards. I think power level wise, his deck is pretty set already.
Yeah.
Would you say? This is, I think, almost halfway through the picks, and I think every single card is quite a powerful card.
Yeah. I think one of the power for Marlin is that you do not really need that many blues if you're not playing any harpoons. So at this point, because he's not past any of the red, yellow, or blue fin harpoons, he can actually go for a lower blue count, which is I think about 10 or 11.
Okay.
Instead of like, if you have a harpoon, I would suggest like 13.
What do you think about this pick here? He takes Dry Powder Shot over Blue Sikkim Shot.
I think it's fine. I think he understands that I'm not going for that harpoon game plan. I'm playing more of a value game plan.
Right.
However, he needs to keep an eye out for more ways to reload without having go, or more 3-4-7s. Because without go, his deck can actually not function as he intends it to be.
I think this is a very interesting pack. I think this is the pack he opened, right?
Yeah.
And this is he chooses the Monkey Powder over the blue. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, respect for VK, not the faster card. Jokes aside, I think the Monkey Power is not a bad pick.
Okay. I think he's very happy to see the hook wheel, but Buck. You can see
I think he's questioning. I know that hand gesture.
Yeah,
He's
like,
like,
why is
this still here?
Yeah.
No one like this boat.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think he's happy to take the blue 3 block here.
Yes.
I think it's flexible. I rarely see that card played actually. I normally just see it used for pitch or for blocking.
Yeah, I think the strength of Marlin is that she actually have quite a fair bit of 3 blocks. Yeah, so 3 block blues. Yeah. Here I'll probably take this.
Gold Hunter Catch.
I think this card is really underrated.
Yeah, I mean the fact it's still here, right?
It's criminal to be the last 3 picks.
Wow.
And Lost in Trench is also another really underrated card. I think this card, to deny the goal gain, is also really powerful.
And we actually saw Ivan use it to great effect in round 4, when I think Elliot attacked him, and he actually blocked with it and removed the gold, so effectively removing the on-hit of the attack from Treasure Island.
He didn't take Lost in Transit, I think. He took the 044.
Oh.
Yeah. But I would have taken the Lost in Transit.
You would have taken Lost in Transit?
Yeah, I would
okay,
take it.
okay.
It's really quite good. Yeah.
Do you think there's an argument here that he would consider red line, given the number of 044 arrows that he's been given?
I think it's hard to say because like there's too many non-red line cards in his first few picks,
Right.
and it's kind of risky actually. I think because like he already took the sinker and line, those are not really the kind of cards that you want in a red line deck.
Okay.
And you also have that blue harpoon. that he had in the first pack. So I think he's going for a bit more of a mid-range hand cannon, which with a little bit more rates.
Looking at this, at the cards he's been passed so far, what do you think the pot breakdown is? It seems like gravy is extremely dry. I would say it looks like a 4 gravy pot to me potentially.
Yeah, I think this is like the almost a reverse of the first pot. Maybe not really a reverse, but I would say there's 3 to 4 gravy. Marlin probably 2, based on how the class cards were written. The last few cards that was coming back to him. Either that, and Puffin probably another 2. 2 Puffin, 2 Marlin, and maybe 4 gravies.
I haven't seen a single ally pass to him in this pack actually. I don't think he was given a single ally.
Okay.
Yep, and here we're waiting for the last pack. I think if he sees any of the fin harpoons here, I think he's going to be very, very happy.
Actually, okay, so in my opinion, I think his deck does not really need any harpoon.
Okay.
However, if you open a red one,
that
will be a good problem.
Yeah,
because you actually need a bit more blues. Oh, just a gold harpoon, not the treasure, not the favor. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, by the red harpoons, you mean the majestic ones?
Yeah, the majestic ones.
Ah, okay, okay.
Those are the time where you need to start to up your blue count. I would say it's a bit problematic because he's still a bit low in the blue count area.
Yep.
I think he's currently at 5 blues, 5 to 6 blues, but only 3 of them are 3 blocks.
Yep. I think he had at least one call in the big guns blue, which you know, not amazing.
Yeah, but playability wise, I think about 6 of them are quite playable.
Okay, let's see what he focuses on this time.
Wow, Celix.
Oh,
wow.
Celix.
How to open a Celix? Just be featured on our camera.
This is the second time we've seen a Celix on camera today.
Not as good in Marlin. I also opened a yellowfin harpoon.
But I guess yellowfin is not amazing,
the best. But it's a good way to close the game as Marlin. Once you pitch it down for a second cycle. Once you have enough gold, you can draw into it, load it, give it overpower, and close the game. 8 overpower is quite a respectable number.
Yeah, that is pretty strong.
Yeah, it's a good way to cash in like the gold that you accumulated over the game.
Looking at the breakdown of the pack here, we see not particularly strong mech cards actually. We do have a rare, but it's a blue.
Yeah. If I were Jinghan here, I think I'll go. I think he's going for the Celix.
What do you think the benefit of taking Celix here is?
I'm not very sure because he doesn't really drafted Golden Tipo yet.
Yeah, that was my thought here. You don't have a way to reliably discard it, right?
Yeah, but still a good pick, regardless. Yeah.
I think for me here, given the deck that I've picked so far, I think I would take the blue headshot probably over anything else in the deck.
I mean, I mean, this is a risk reward kind of decision.
Yeah.
Scar for Scar, another powerful card. Walk the plan. Rally the rear guy is also good. There might also be a good chance that Jinghan might be thinking, hey, maybe I can go for the red line Marlin that, and then he's trying to take take all the 0/4s.
Yeah, I mean, I think given his deck composition so far, it's almost all 0/4s.
Yeah. But he do need some blues. I don't think his blues matches the red fin the red line game plan very well. Alright, let's begin pack number 3, pick 3.
Shifting type. Blue salvage shot, could be blue rusty harpoon as well.
Yep.
And we see he puts the rebel to the front.
Oh, and that's the first the first
so it seems like
ally that
it seems like all the allies are to his. This is passing to the left. So the gravies should be his downstream.
Yeah, I think there's like one gravy. There might be one gravy above and below him. Yeah. Okay. I think Jian is looking at the rebel here. Maybe he thought his thought process is, hey, there's so many red cards that's being passed.
Pretty
to
good
him.
chance.
And then he's like leaning towards more of a red line kind of deck.
Yep.
Yeah. I think once you hit like over 20 red cards, rebel actually become really powerful in your deck. But trying to hit that number is also really hard.
I think he's pretty close to the number actually by this point, right?
I think he's about 15 right now.
Or red circumshot. It's good.
Okay, so at this point, if he's oh wow, another red Characross. He's prioritizing such a gameplay. He have I think he had to start prioritizing some of the red cards here.
Okay. And here, do you think it's more important to him to get the go again or the pump?
Okay, so I would suggest the pump actually. I don't think Signal Shot is really good because he doesn't have that chess piece that give him one resource. It requires him, the captains could require him to draw a card.
Right.
So he doesn't really have that play where he can just fire the Signal Shot for Arsenal by cracking the chest and then push another 7 damage. But here he opt to get the glove. Like I said, getting have the flexibility of the armor block is so important in the set.
He is getting some pretty good blue 3-block arrows here now.
Yep.
And see, he immediately took out the mutiny on the Swift Water.
Yep. I think this is the one of the better mutiny that you can play for a red line list. Unfortunately, the wheel for the red line strategy is not really that good in this pack. Yeah.
Yeah, we see the allies have completely dried up here, and it looks like there's I think the only gravy card was red Angry Bones, which is not the most premium.
Yeah, and I think it's also a very heads-up play that Jinghan chose to value the fish finger, the last pick, because he know that there's actually more than the desired number of gravy in this pot.
Yep.
So what will happen is that if it's more than 3, the cards, oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
The equipment will actually drop.
How is this
from
here?
from 5 Marlin forces to
my
no
gosh.
one playing?
And I know this gesture from Jinhan. He's like,
it's like
happening?
what's happening? I should have taken the harpoon.
Yeah. but what do you think about taking this card here? Because it costs 2, right? And he may not actually have the cost curve to.
He actually do not have the
We
blue
see him
counter.
actually taking up the fire in the hole.
Yeah, I think he's. I don't think he have the right deck archetype to go for the harpoon build right now. Mainly because he doesn't have enough blues. Right now, I think he's like on 6 or 7.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Another 0 for 4 arrow.
Yep.
Hitstone being here is interesting, considering that we know this is a pretty gravy heavy pot.
Yep. Good to also see like there's 2 class cards, 2 ranger class card here.
Yeah.
And you're just filling out the curve now with red arrows. Okay. Netting sword. Yep.
Would you say that Puffin-wise, the packs seem to dry up a little bit?
Yep.
Yeah. So it seems like some of them have gone into Puffin in pack 2. So they started, taking more pirate cards in pack 2, and I think here you see.
Oh, that punish with the fish fingers. Oh my.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
But there's actually no mech cards here.
Yeah.
I think it's very interesting.
I think Jinghan might.
I think it's insane. I don't know though. Do you think it's worth wasting a pick to get this?
I'm not sure because his pack 1 actually burned quite a few. I think he's showing his frustration now. Yeah.
I think he takes it. Yeah.
Okay, I mean that's
it is what it is.
you won't know what's passing draft.
You don't have that benefit.
Oh,
and it wheeled. Wow.
The blue harpoon actually wheeled.
Yeah.
Oh wow. He might actually be the solo.
Do you think it's solo? Could it
Yeah,
be?
if you think about it, that's the 3 ranger cards that he opened.
Yeah.
And none of them got taken.
So there's a chance someone may have been hedging between Marlin and Puffin, you think? Or
I think he actually might be solo.
just solo.
Marlin. Yeah.
Solo Marlin. That's really crazy.
That's very crazy.
From a 5 Marlin pot to a solo Marlin. I think he opened the return fire, which kind of let him in the seat, but I think he's navigated the picks very well. And blue headshot.
Blue headshot. I think you have to go out from the red line build and then go into a bit more blue heavy with the hand cannon.
Because I think with the picks he passed down, actually he passed on quite a lot of the blues. I think because he chose to take the red arrows over it, right? So there's a good chance they're all on the wheel right now.
Yeah.
Like this, like the blue selfish shot.
I mean, not really as planned.
Yeah,
I
not
think
as
that
planned.
not really as planned, but I mean, Flesh and Blood, it's
Yeah.
still a luck-based game. I think it really shows like some of this unnoticed micro decision being paid off here.
Wow.
Wow, red signal. But I think he really needs the blue here.
I think
really
he needs the
hope-
blue as well.
Oh man, he just go for
The okay.
the red signal shot. Do you think he'll get the harpoon back? Wow.
Oh
blue
no.
headshot. So
I think this is, I mean, the best possible sign in the good seat, right?
oh, yellow headshot.
Okay, yellow
He didn't get the M.
Yeah. Oh well.
Oh well.
I mean, I think I still be very happy if I was in. Oh, he takes the red spine manta and he pats it pretty confidently.
Yeah.
What do you think about that choice over
No,
drafting?
no. Yeah, he's probably having to go hand cannon at this point.
You think so?
Yeah. I think total he has about 9,
9 blues?
10 blues, just 10 blues.
Okay.
Pick 13 is blue headshot.
Yeah, blue headshot.
Then pick 14 is yellow headshot.
Yeah. I think I'll be pretty happy if that draft if I was in Jinhan's position.
I am also happy, but I don't think his deck needs the yellows, the sea legs.
Yeah, I think that pick, because there's no real way to discard it, right?
Yeah, there are no real ways to discard it.
I think
he
funny
didn't draft
enough,
any tipples.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you had taken the big game trophy shot, you have a way to discard it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think it's.
Oh yeah, it's funny. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
If you
There's
had
only
taken
a way
that.
to discard it. That would be quite a cool
That'd
way.
be quite funny, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you wouldn't know that, right? I mean, hindsight is 2020.
Yeah.
I think he had to kind of, adjust on the fly a little bit because I think he wasn't expecting to be in a solo Marlin position.
Yeah.
So I think he was passing these cards expecting that he wouldn't get some of these blue cards on the wheel, but he did. So he was like, okay, if this works, I'll roll with it.
Yep, yep.
Which I think is a sign of a very heads-up drafter, where he's adapting on the fly. He's not just like, okay, my first few picks dictate what I'm gonna do for the rest of the draft.
I think there's also how the ending of the draft sort of forced him back into the
Yeah,
harpoon.
force him
after.
back into harpoon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this is where, for good draft players, you really have to be aware of what the wheel. Because I think some of the I don't think he expected any of the blue arrows to wheel.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he was expecting some of the yellow pirates or class cards to wheel, but I think because of how the composition of the draft table, which I think there's like 4 gravy, they will tend to take the class cards because they need to fill their deck with playables if everyone's fighting for gravy cards.
Yeah. I think he drafted 1 mechanologist card. Every other card is playable in his deck.
Yeah.
So he has 41 playables, and I think he's got a lot of thinking to do when he constructs his deck.
Yeah.
It's a good luxury to have.
It's a good problem.
Yeah, it's a good problem to have.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see. I think that means we'll be featuring Jinhan for our round 7.
Round 7. I'm
Yeah.
actually looking forward to how it plays out.
Yeah, I'm very excited.
Yeah, I think there will be quite a dominating performance by him actually.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like a very strong deck to me.
Okay, so weaknesses for this deck. I think that there's a couple of issues. For one is that it lacks the 347s. So for one, if you don't have like a good start with a call to the big guns, to load the arrow and to fire with the hand cannon, there's a good chance that you might not be dealing enough damage to contest for goals.
Okay.
That's one of the weaknesses of his deck. I think there was a couple of times he was thinking to get a 347, but he felt like, hey, maybe I'm going for the red line build.
Yeah.
So he decided to like, okay, maybe
let's go for that.
let's go for more red 044s, which, however, at the end of the draft sort of forces him back into a more harpoon-ish kind of play style.
So I think you're right. I think he can't really play a mid-range game plan sort of. It's difficult for him. He can't really threaten the gold. But would you say gold is important to his archetype of deck?
Yes, especially when he's forced into a hand cannon and he doesn't really have a lot of ways to reload or draw card naturally.
I think he has to. Sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
I think he has to really kind of save the call in the big guns for an opportune time.
Yeah.
There. And if he manages to get gold, he can't use them irresponsibly.
Yeah.
He has to be quite disciplined in his use of gold.
Yeah, exactly. And I think a few ways to offset this weakness is to take in cards like trade in, where you can have a unconditional draw effect to load an arrow, or even like tipples, where you can create a harpoon, a golden fin harpoon, and then discard it to draw a card. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean this looks like a premium
Premium deck.
Premium deck to me.
Okay, so I think most of his raids are playable. I think all his raids are playable. Maybe you don't have to play the yellow trade in. However, his blue counts is a bit on the lower side, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
11 blues. But some of them, I mean, are not the best blues. Like blue trade in, I mean, it's a blue. You can theoretically load if you arsenal it, but may not be the best blue to run.
Actually, we can also look at the number of 2 blocks, which is I think it's about 4 at blue.
Yeah, blue
which is
fly
a bit,
high, call in.
which is okay. I think it's okay.
Yeah, actually blocks pretty well. I think all the arrows block 3. I mean, cards like calling the big guns, nimblism block 2, but you don't really want to block with those, right? Yeah.
Like the only weakness of the deck is in the event where he have to go second, and then he couldn't find any of his call the big guns. Then because most of his attacks are all centered around the arrow, like call the big gun, most of his palms is all centered around arrows. He need to attack with an arrow to get the buff effects. There's a good if he's really unlucky, there's a good chance that he couldn't have the tempo to load the arrow and have a decent turn, and that's where the opponent will have a good opening. Yeah,
that's kind of a ranger problem in many ways, right?
in many ways it is. Yeah, and I think you also need to balance on his arrows, because in his deck, I don't think the arrow count is really very high. It's only about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So not counting the blues, because we don't really want to play the blues. He only have like 11 to 12 arrows that he really want to fire. Yeah. So the ranger problem is like a room blade problem, where you draw the ranger palms but you couldn't find the arrow.
Do you think that's kind of solved a little bit if he has some goal and he's able to just make a harpoon? I mean, there's something unique to Marlin, right? She's the only ranger that can kind of have that weapon on demand in a sense.
Yeah, but getting to that point is quite a difficult process also, because you have to be able to do damage. If your opponent have a good block heavy deck, like a full suit of equipment at the side, and having like draft a few like on the horizon, there's a very good chance if Jing Han got stuff off enough south of the goal, he might not be able to mount what the damage as he expect to be.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see. I'm very excited to see his deck in action. I think it looks very strong, and some of the cards that will wield surprise me as well, as I imagine he might have surprised Jin Han himself when he was wheeled, given his his expressions.
Yeah, I think if it's a bit more focused in draft, I think he was like between 2 archetype even near the end. I think his deck could actually become like quite a monster. Right now, there's still a couple of weaknesses, like a couple of scenarios that the deck won't be able to adapt well to. But I think he did a good job drafting this hero. Another one of the weakness is that his equipment it does only block 2 damage.
Yeah.
So if any other deck that decide to go long against him to slowly chip the armor off, he might also have an issue. Yeah.
I think, I mean, the one wasted pick on the fish fingers is a bit of a shame, but there's no way you have known that you'd be past the glide Welfins in the middle of the pack, right? I think he was surprised by that.
Yeah, I think that was like his 7th pick or something. So he is basically the guy below him that opened it, and he went one round.
Went all the way around.
Yeah, and I'm quite surprised that he might be the solo Marlin in this draft too. Because Marlin usually is like a very highly contested hero in draft, because she's so flexible. Like, you don't really need a lot of class cards to make her work.
And I think he did pass down some pretty strong Marlin cards in Pack 1, if I recall. I think when he took, I can't remember, but I think he passed on like a red Sikkim shot and some other.
That is in Pack, the one where he took the, Return Fire?
Yeah. Return Fire, yeah. Yep. I mean, that's the Majestic Gone, right? It doesn't really send a class signal there. So to the drafter who receives the red Sikkim shot, they can be like, oh, okay, that's pretty good. I might be open.
I think there's also a bit of luck factor involved. I think for the first pack, in general, the first 8 packs they were drafting, there isn't really a very strong ranger presence.
Yeah.
I think other than the Return Fire that Jing Han managed to take, not a lot of very good Ranger cards were going around, other than the two quarter big guns that Jian might have just cut at the right time. So maybe there's a card in the previous two pack that's slightly better than those two in other heroes that allows the quarter big gun to reach Xinghan.
Yeah.
And I think he also did a really good job, pack one, to starve off the Marlin signal. I think some of his picks in the first pick really are really good, to show his experience in drafting Flesh and Blood. Some of the picks also includes like I think he picks some yellow. I think he picks on the blue Ranger cards just to make sure that hey, or some of the red 044s just to make sure that hey,
class card is gone.
Class card is gone. Do not go into that unless you're very far away from me. I think that pays off lah in his third pack.
I think also, I mean, the drafters at this table are all very experienced, right? I think they're able to clearly read the signals like, hey, the Ranger's close. This time, not a good idea for me to go in, and that, I mean that worked perfectly to his advantage here.
I think with the right amount of gold, I think Qinghan there is quite the monster.
Yeah,
I think if I'm his opponent and I know this deck list, I will first try to block him out. Try not to get him any goal. However, your deck also have to be really good. Really have to be 3 block heavy. With like some 4 blocks, and also have like full armor.
Good armor suite.
Full armor suite, and just try to block out the first few turns.
Yeah.
However, like Qinghan can also navigate that if he managed to find the call the big guns early.
Yeah, and I mean, there's always overpower potentially for if he goes Harpoon, which I think he will.
Yeah, I think right now there's a bit of a deck like the weakness of his deck right now is that there's a bit of a deck building issue that he doesn't really have enough offensive red arrows. So I'm not very sure what he will have to cut.
I think it's 9 red arrows in total.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah.
Yeah, and if he's a bit too greedy in that deck building department, there's also a chance where he just draw like 4 non-attack action or like 3 palms without an arrow.
Yeah.
And then he just couldn't mount an offense.
That's
And he had to
problem.
block with the palms, and that usually is a game-losing position.
Yeah, because they block for 2, right? I mean, you never want to be blocking with palms if you can avoid it.
Yes.
Okay, and I think now players are in the process of registering their decks, and we'll be back with the draft game once that's available.
Yep. Can tell him? Oh, okay. So we are not really ready yet.
Yeah, not ready yet.
So we'll just talk a bit more about the draft itself. Okay, so 5 Marlin. Now our boss wants us to guess the hero composition. I feel that there's 4 gravies.
Yeah.
3 to 4 gravies, 3 Puffins, and 1 Marlin.
Do you think there's a scurf?
The scurf?
Do you think it's possible there's a scurf?
I think it's unlikely though.
Unlikely.
I don't think if there's a scurf, you can see that many red charter costs.
Okay, that's a good point. Okay.
So I think it's about 4 gravy.
4-3-1.
4-3-1? Yeah,
okay.
4-3-1.
I echo that sentiment as well.
Yep. Oh, there's actually 2
there's
Marlins.
2 Marlins.
4 and 3-3.
3-3-2. That's very interesting to me that the Glidewell Fins wheel in that case. So we can see that it looks like Brian opened the Glidewell Fins. Timothy passed on it. Maybe he opened his own already, and then it wheeled all the way back to Jinhan.
Yes.
Okay, 3 Puffins surprises me actually. But I guess not surprising at the same time because of the lack of Magnologist cards we saw in Pack 3, right? Yeah. 3 Gravy. Okay. 3 Gravy surprises me as well because we really didn't see a lot of allies in Pack 1 and Pack 2. Pack 3, we did see a little bit more, but the signal closed very quickly, and we didn't see allies, I think, after Pick 4. I think. Yeah. Okay. Interesting to see how this will pan out. I think I'm very curious to see what Timothy was picking. If some of these very premium arrow cards wheeled, but I guess it makes sense if he was, for example, maybe very red arrow stuff that the blue arrows wheel.
It's hard to know lah.
Yeah, it's hard to know.
Because I feel he couldn't be in the red line seat because it's hard to be in that seat if there's one red liner above you. If he's playing the harpoon, he probably won't pass the big game trophy shot, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
so
find hard to
it's
imagine
quite hard
pass
to
it.
pass that also, unless there's really something else that's really good.
Mm.
I'm actually quite interested in this. I do not really know what's kind of deck that team is going. Maybe he was also going red line. That's why some of the blue arrows actually will. Yeah, it's a good chance that that might also happen. Yeah.
Okay, we'll see. I mean, I think he took a good number of pumps, so I find hard to imagine that a lot of the pumps made their way to Tim as well.
Yeah.
Unless Tim was taking them in pack too, which is possible.
Yeah. Three Puffin is also quite rare, I feel.
Yeah.
Usually the Puffin numbers is like 1 or 2. Three Puffin does feels a bit tight on the archetype for Puffin. I feel like at 3 Puffin, all the Puffin will feel significantly weaker.
Right.
Yeah. Gravy is still a good deck. If you manage to open like good allies, Rigor Mortis or Swabi, it sort of like reduce the need to draft like good rate attacks. Yeah. I think the draft also showcased a couple of very good 3-4-7 that were passed along by Jing Han. Hopefully that doesn't really come back to punish him too hard. I do think that having such an all-in pump strategy on the arrow could have some downside from that.
Yeah. Okay, we'll see if he's able to navigate, that balance of aggression and not dying to whatever his opponent sends at him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we're gonna take a 20-minute break or so as the players register their decks, get ready for the next round, and yeah, we'll be back shortly.
Right, Gabriel and Mervin is back.
Yes.
We are back for the first round of the last 3 rounds of draft. We saw Jin draft a very red line. Martin looks very exciting to see him play, see how he pilots and navigates decks that maybe want to block him out and try and starve him of arrows. We will see how that happens. So give us a moment as the players get to their tables, and then we will start with the games.
Yep. So Jinhan, very strong deck. I think most of us agree. The pack one, pick one, return fire kind of pushed him into the Marlin, and the cards after that just followed. But we'll see, right? So he's playing Keith. Do we know what Keith is on?
Do we know what Keith is on? Give us 2 seconds. We're just checking it out.
Yep, here we go. So
Looks like he's on Puffin.
all right, so this is, despite what we saw during the draft POV, actually, the pot is quite balanced, right? 3-3-2.
3-3-2.
Yep.
So we can see why Jin now got so many red power cards since, 5 people ahead of him when passing left are non-ranger players.
Yep. And the only other Marlin, Tim, who was the winner of the previous draft pot that we followed, was also a Marlin.
Looks like he's stuck. We'll see. It's like how Elliot was in the same position in the previous draft pot, where 2 seats down, we saw that there was another gravy.
Yep.
So Jin, I think he's quite in quite good position to have higher quality cards than Keith, since Jason, who is Keith's right, also plays Puffin. Wonder how powerful Keith's Puffin will look like, whether it's going to go wide or go tall.
Yeah, I mean, hypothetically, theoretically, Keith should have a weaker Puffin, but I think that's not always the case, right? So we can just see maybe sometimes the Puffin cards just stack up together and both players within that slot still get good cards.
I mean, even Ivan, who was stuck between so many Marlins, managed to be very technical with his draft.
Yeah.
And very technical with his plays. So with experience, definitely can pull you out of a very difficult position. So now the players are just shuffling up and saying their hellos.
Yep.
Good luck, have fun.
Yeah, I think this draft actually allows and enables a lot of like generic / pirate strategies, not confined to your class, right? We saw Ivan essentially play a sloop deck with a bunch of high tide boats, and it did work out pretty well using the Marlin hero power from time to time to buff up an arrow or using the cannon. So, very diverse deck building in this draft. And we see here, looks like the players are about to get ready. Keith has the, oh no, he has more than one equipment. He has the 3, getting the unicycle.
And the chess piece for mechanologists.
Yeah, very strong. With the braces as well. So, looks to be quite an aggressive Puffin list. But Jinhan flexing his 4 equipment with the very premier arm piece for Marlin. And here we go, Keith revealing Clockwork's Blunderbuss, so not Spitfire. It's not gonna be a crazy, super aggro deck like we saw of Tim. So maybe a bit more measured. And Jin revealing the Red Spine Manta.
As expected from a red line deck.
We saw a lot of the red arrows picked towards the end by Jin, and perhaps that influenced his decision to actually choose the Red Spine Manta over the cannon. So we'll see how it goes. We're not really sure who's starting here.
Pass priority is okay. Okay, move to Arsenal.
Yep, so Keith's just gonna pass priority, moving straight into Arsenal. Not attacking and not putting the counter on the treasure island. So turn is just gonna cycle to Jin, who will have the first move of the game. And I think we see two
dry powder shots.
Yeah. Does he have to go again though?
Fishing, let's go fishing.
Right, checking the top.
With a hook.
Right, let's see what he decides to do. Very interesting. He has a lot of premier equipment in for this deck. And here we go. Call in the big guns. Gonna load a dry powder shot straight into Arsenal.
8.
It's just gonna be a simple 8. Sent at Keith here, 1 card behind.
don't think he really wants to put the dry powder shot into the arsenal as it's not face up.
Yeah, that's the downside with this, right? I mean, at the end of the day, it is still an arrow, but it will become a 0 for 3. And yeah, this doesn't have go again. So Keith just gonna be blocking 5, activating rally. Yep, full block. Very interesting. Perhaps to just simply deny Jinhan the goal.
Not arsenaling.
Oh, okay. That ought to tell Keith something. Just gonna shoot the gun for 2 damage. Probably just gonna demand some block here so that he doesn't get the gold of Treasure Island. I see Jinhan with all the young Marvel heroes, you know.
Going to be a bit difficult for Jinhan to use his entire hand here. Seeing a net shot, a dry powder that we saw, and a yellowfin harpoon.
Yeah, I mean, he could just... Oh, okay, so blocking that. I think I saw the pump, right? The chart.
Yes. Yeah, chart cause.
So it could just be chart into dry powder shot, right? Yep, looks like it's simply that. But that simply is 8 damage off 2 cards, which is swing big value. Very good in a draft match, I would say.
Asking Keith the difficult questions.
Yeah, is he gonna try and block 8 out again? That's gonna leave him to pass the turn and shoot with the gun. And possibly allows Jin to arsenal this time, given that that card is not a dry powder shot. Did we see like an entangling shot? It was another 0
I think
for 4,
it's
right?
a net shot.
Yeah. So, keep giving this a think.
Does he respect the goal enough to take some damage or fully block it out?
Yeah. If he continues to fully block it out, can he really present enough damage back to Jinhan for, you know, perhaps to threaten, force Jinhan to block?
Haven't really seen Keith play anything big or threaten any mech action yet.
But simply biding his time. We see
block 5.
Seems like he's still contemplating the blocks. Yep. Alright, confirming it as a block 5. He's gonna go down to 15. We go down to 17, sorry. And Jinhan's gonna create 3 gold. Just nice. And so he's considering the arsenal once again. This is quite an important decision, right? Especially for Marlin. I don't think it's very easy to clear your arsenal if you arsenal a wrong card.
That's true. He has one chance to remove his arsenal through the patch. Coming in for 3 for 6.
Yep, 3 for 6. And possibly on hit, I think it's steal an item, right?
Yes.
In this case, since there's a gold token here, it will trigger the first line of text, which is taking the gold token. So that's pretty important for Puffin. If this does land, it would give Keith 2 gold and reduce Jinhan's gold by 1. That, as we saw in the past few games, the ability to create cogs is very important for Puffin. It enables all the go again text on all of Puffin's mech pirate cards. It also allows her to potentially draw a card of her ability if you can pair it with the one that creates the cog as well, right? Golden Wing.
Gold Wing Turbine.
Gold Wing Turbine, yes.
Right now, blocking for 6 with his Celix.
Yep.
I think Xinghan there was contemplating whether to take some damage since he has Carve or Scar in his hand.
Yep.
But not the case here, saving it. So again, two cards 7.
Yep. Very, very good value from Jinhan here. Managing to maximize all of his 2-card hands. I think 2-card 7, 2-card 8 is... If you keep doing that in draft, right, I think eventually you're going to overrun your opponent because... I think for draft, usually you have a lot of 2 blocks, unless you specifically draft for the 3. And here, netting shot doesn't really have on hit per se, but on hit always gold. Right, so Keith gets to check the top card of his deck, and Jinhan gets to Arsenal the Scar for a Scar. Something tells me Jinhan's not going to be blocking this turn.
Oh, and he has 2 swift arrows.
There's a lot of go again. Alright, here we go, Nimblism. And gonna be cracking the braces here. A very good item if you have Nimblism in your
7.
deck.
Well played by Keith here.
Yep, another 2-card 7, but this one he had to use the equipment.
Maximizing the power of his cards. Very impressive, very impressive.
Yeah, and potentially generating a lot of gold. And so will Jinhan has been very diligent in denying Keith gold. But will he do that now, given that he may want to use a Scar for a Scar?
He has to clear his arsenal. He has to play the Scarf of that. Yes, there we go.
Yep. So he has decided that this is the time he will be taking the damage. And I think this will be a good time given all the go again in his hand. So he should be able to convert most of it.
He might even crack his arm piece to put in another... to play 2 arrows.
Yeah. So here we go. Scar for a Scar, giving Keith a taste of what's to come.
Maybe a 3-chain link attack.
Yeah. Precisely what, the red line Marlin wants to do, right? You want to emulate Aurora. So here we go. Gold Wing Turbine going into the block. And Jinhan gonna be creating a lot of gold here.
He's going to draw and load the arrows.
Oh, and he has a life for a life.
Wow.
Another go again.
So he could use the 2 resource to crack a goal, and then load an arrow face up, attack, get goal again, tap the bow, and then attack with another arrow.
Yeah, that's...
Keeping a 3rd card in his hand for Arsenal, possibly.
Yep. Here we go, cracking the gold, drawing, and probably going to be activating Puffin's ability. Not Puffin, Marlin's ability. There we go.
Swift shot.
Yep, 0
His
for 4.
3rd attack. He's going to have another attack here. This is insane. Who plays unlimited a 4 attack chain link? 4 chain link attacks.
Yep,
This
this
is
one going
insane.
Going off the Red Spine Manta.
And with what? Ravenous Rebel? No way.
Alright, Keith takes a lot of damage from that.
How many damage was? How much damage? That was a 16 damage turn.
Yeah, 16
4
damage.
plus 4 plus 4 plus 4.
Yeah, and he still got to Arsenal a card.
If I were him, I would take the damage here. Here's another Scarf for Scarf.
Maximizing 4 attack.
Took the 7. And then now possibly taking another 4. Be taking another 4.
Yep.
I'm sure he can swing back for even more.
Yeah, but interesting thing is that, if Keith kind of gets the read that Jinhan may have more scars or more life for her lives, he might be inclined to take, the first few go-agains. And if his life drops below Jinhan, it would kind of block out the subsequent life for lives in Jinhan's hand. Like just now, maybe if he took the first Scar for a Scar, it might have denied the life for a life being played. And so they're thinking here, right? And it seems that both parties have a very high amount of gold. So both of their heroes have, there's a lot of things you can consider now. Marlin's gold fin harpoons are activated. And if Keith is able to keep a large hand, potentially he could leverage the golden cogs.
I think it's tough for Keith now, knowing that Jin has quite a strong hand. Looking at this, may not be able to play out his entire hand. I see what looks like a chart. A course?
And yeah, being disciplined here and giving the
Oh, he's going
arm.
to activate the arm piece, the guild The glide.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that now, yeah, he has so much gold, so he can continuously use Marlin's ability or like have no qualm using Marlin's ability to load the arsenal. He has the weapon, and then now he has the arms. So he has the ability to go very wide here.
Oh, monkey. Monkey powder.
Yep.
Monkey powder, draw a card, load a gun.
Yeah,
No, oh my goodness, it's a salvage shot as well.
and this actually gives his next arrow overpower. So this is actually something that the red spine manta build may not have easy access to, right, compared to the cannon.
Looks like it's blue.
Yeah, it looks like a blue salvage shot still being pumped. So he's getting the +1 here, getting the +3 from the chart. So it's going to be 4 on top of the 3 on salvage shot, I believe. Yep, so it should be 7 here. No go again.
Overpower.
No go again this time. Does come with overpower though.
Saving the scar for a scar in the arsenal. Do you think that's the best play? Knowing that Keith might, not be at a life total that is high enough for Jing Han to get below.
Well, perhaps he's counting on the fact that the arrow has overpower, so Keith may not be able to fully block with his hand and forcing Keith into the offensive here. So maybe he does believe that Keith is able to hit 5 damage, 5 or more damage on this turn. So we'll see if that decision pays off. And yeah, I mean, keeping Scar for a Scar to kind of finish your opponent off is a very powerful move. Towards the end, you really want to just hit your opponent as much as possible, kind of create those long combat chains, force them to block out, and then cycle back to your turn.
How much damage did Keith take just now?
He blocked 4, I believe. He blocked with the unicycle and the swell.
Okay.
So he took. He should have taken 3, I believe.
Yes.
Right.
So he had taken 3 damage.
Yeah. So here we go, pitching the Sirens.
And into a perk up. So he's going to tap Puffin again to make it undercock, to crank the second time, and through Puffin's ability, draw a card.
Let's see what he picks up.
Red Sky Skiff.
Yeah, now he has 2 Sky Skiffs in hand. Sky Skiff, one of the premier cards, and a swell in his arsenal. Very interesting to see if he will play this card. Alright, looks like he's going to be gambling off the top, and it is a blue. So here we go, 5 resources. Swell coming in for 3 damage, I think it's a red.
Looks like Keith should have 4 resource, not 5.
Did he crack a goal, or did he draw off goal?
Because the perk up is 1, salt water is 1, pitching a blue. He should be at 4 resource.
Yeah, we'll see if that...
That makes a big difference, because he could possibly play out... In this case, he could possibly play out both skiffs and fire the gun.
But both, one skiff will cost 1, right? So it's...
Yes, I
1,
don't
1,
think it
2.
will make a difference, so it's total of 4.
Right. Yeah, so... I mean, Jinhan has blocked here. Blocked with a red second shot, that's very interesting. Surprising that he doesn't want to keep that, given that he's still able to load it with the arm piece. And it is one of the cards with go again. Perhaps he doesn't have the blues to kind of support that kind of turn.
Now, Keith thinking that, do I want to push damage all the way?
Yeah, I guess he's...
No point arsenaling here. I think this is the pivotal turn for Keith. Whether he needs to push Jing Han down, because in this case, Jing Han, I assume he's thinking, if I go low enough, I might strip all the cards from Keith's hand the next turn. Because with a Scar for Scar in the arsenal, he might not be able to play out his arrows.
But it's kind of interesting because if Jinhan has the Scar for a Scar in the arsenal...
Okay, looks dead.
Never mind. I see.
So now he's going to take 8 here and for go again.
Yeah, so let's take a look and see what Jinhan's going to be doing here. We know that Keith has 5 more damage behind this. Potentially 6 if he taps a cock. Oh, and he's got the return fire. So throwing in the netting shot and getting ready to shoot that next turn.
4-7.
Yep. And oh, it looks like...
I mean, Jin knows he has a return fire, and he will want to keep the patch for the turn where he draws into the return fire so that his return fire doesn't get wasted.
Yeah. Yep, and it looks like we're correcting the resource situation now. Keith back down to 3 resources, which is alright, right? I think
yes,
it doesn't really
should
affect.
not make a big difference.
Yep.
Oh, unless he draws. Then
yeah,
it has a big difference.
So here we go. He's going to be tapping the Golden Cork to give the Cloud's Gift go again. Now he knows that Jinhan's going to be shooting back with at minimum a 7 damage attack. It's a bit scary, right?
Thinking how he could force Jinghan, but Jinghan's at 9 life.
Yeah, so maybe opting not to play the Cloud's Gift here.
No, he's baiting. He might be baiting, choosing to bait.
Oh, he is baiting.
Oh, he has to give it go again first before he attacks. If not,
oh, yeah.
the gun doesn't have a go again.
Yeah, so choosing to shoot the gun first. Yep, yeah, that makes sense. Then potentially ending with the Cloud's Gift, looks like.
For 5.
5. He could pump it to 6.
4. It's 4.
Oh, was it 4?
Yellow. It's a yellow.
I think the one he...
It was coming in for 8. So it's 3 plus 5. So it's 8.
Oh, okay.
So the last one in his hand is yellow. Does he want to push for it?
Yeah.
Will Keith play around?
Scar for Scar.
Scar for a Scar? I hope not.
And here we go. Cloud's Gift. Oh, this is the red one. Coming in for the Jinhan going for the block.
Taking 4 down to 3. Untap a cock to +1.
Yeah, I mean, he does want to send a Scar for a Scar, right? So
it's coming in for 5.
And now he's going to be breaking the unicycle, going up to 6, and pushing Jinhan all the way down to 1, we believe.
Wow. What a turn by Keith.
Yep.
Wow. How much damage was that? 20. It's this is what you. But that's how top players play.
And that was even after he blocked 1 card on Jinhan's attack.
On a 16 damage turn.
Yeah. So here we go. Jinhan able to capitalize on the life difference to play the Scar for a Scar. Coming in for 4, and it is no surprise as to what's going to follow up next.
2 card 11. 4 into 7.
Yes, guys. Return Fire is a very strong card.
And he still keeps an arsenal.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of now what the blocking cards do, right? The blocking cards are...
Oh! Oh no, it's a Revenant.
It's a blue, but that doesn't matter. Like, that
He's still going to take a card. It's still going to take a card.
Yeah, remember when we were we were seeing Jinhan draft, and we were seeing him take all these generic go gain cards on top of the Swiftwater shots.
What is a block 3?
That is ridiculous. I mean, at least it wasn't a red, so it's not that bad. Not that bad. Keith has 2 cards left in hand. Technically could survive this, actually.
Throw 1 card?
Oh, and he even has it on the horizon.
On the
Manages
horizon,
to block it out.
It's a ticks.
Yeah, it's
Nothing.
It's a 3 and 4.
Oh my goodness. Looks like the Scarf was... Sorry. The Ravenous Rebel being red.
Actually mattered.
Actually mattered.
Actually mattered here. So Keith just gonna be drawing up and passing. So can Jinhan utilize this tempo to try and pressure Keith? Because if he doesn't, Jinhan technically is on less life than Keith.
Yes, running out of cards, running out of steam, playing like an azalea.
Yeah, so
Keith also has
three cards left.
Oh no, but the blunderbuss could win him the game because it's a pitchable weapon.
Yeah. So Jinhan really has to give it a think here. What can he do?
Oh, he has to call the big guns red.
Yeah, he has the big guns. Potentially a way to extend the turn. I mean, pump more into the shot.
And if he can go fishing and give his next arrow, and he hits the arrow, he gets go again.
Yeah, so we got a...
He's going fishing.
Yep,
if he goes and gets an arrow, is it an arrow? Is it an arrow? Is it an arrow?
Yep, playing line. If it's an arrow.
It is an arrow. It is an arrow.
All right, Rusty
0
Harpoon.
for 2, go again. It is an arrow. Does he want to pump the arrow? Next question. I don't think so, right?
Yeah,
It's only one.
he wants to load, right, with the call in the big guns. All right, here we go.
Okay,
Simple one only.
The good thing about this board state is that Jinghan has 6 treasures. So with 6 treasures, that represents 6 Golfin Harpoons for 6 turns.
Yes.
Will this be enough? Because his headshot will become, a yellow headshot will come in for 3 plus 4 plus 2.
3 plus 4 plus 2. Yes, correct. And here we go, 7
He takes
treasures.
the 1. He takes the 1. 3, 2.
Yep. I don't think it's right for Keith to block out the one damage here.
He's going to draw and load, draw and load.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, at this point, Jinhan should know the pitch stack of his deck.
It's all headshots.
Oh, okay.
And he's going to draw again.
These
Oh
were
my
the-
goodness. Is this worth it?
I mean, they're going to pitch zone, so they're going to go back in the deck.
Yeah,
Oh.
there was the salvage shot that he saw quite a while ago.
Yeah, salvage shot. Another way to try and beat the fatigue here, because if it hits, it does go to the bottom of his deck. So we'll see how he wants to play this hand. Is he going to go
draw again?
All right, what's
He'll
the
play
last
a 4
card?
card hand.
Oh, Mutiny.
Mutiny gives go again.
Oh, yes, this is the one that gives go again.
He could fire a Golfin Harpoon.
Yeah, he still hasn't activated Marlin, so has the
Yes,
ability.
it's a draw. Because he cracks the Golfin Harpoon, he could load a headshot now, shoot at the headshot, crack and make a whole Golfin Harpoon, play call the big guns, and fire a 5 damage Golfin Harpoon.
Yes.
Thank you for agreeing. Goodness, oh my goodness, his sense. Can Jin find a way out? Because he's running. Oh no, is he going to do that? He's
Right.
going to big turn now, trying to strip all the cards from.
Okay, call in the big guns. And alright, gonna be shooting the headshot. So 3 plus 2.
So it's 8. 8 coming in for 8.
Yep.
2 cards, it's not enough. Oh my.
Yeah, Keith has to be very careful here. He can't give up his whole hand. Jinhan's putting 3 cards back into the deck, so he will be entering next turn with 4.
Unless he's going to arsenal a third one, and he just makes a Golfin Harpoon and fires another. No, he can't. There's no go again.
Yeah, I mean, this play does allow Jinhan to play one more turn.
But Jinhan has to block.
Yeah, so
He's losing a card.
we have to see what
Wouldn't
Keith...
Yeah, a headshot. Oh, this is very tough.
If Keith blocks here, goes down to 1. Yeah, it really depends on what Keith has in his hand to fire back.
Oh, because the mutiny on Swiftwater, he needs to steal a gold treasure. Right now he's at 6 treasure. He's trying to remove all the treasures so that he could play the gold again.
Oh yes, you're right. And he can't crack the gold anymore because...
He can crack the goal,
Oh, he can
but he
crack the
doesn't
goal.
draw. That's why he brought his goal down from 4 to 3.
Okay. But he doesn't have go again on this, right?
No.
Yeah.
So he might be just cracking a goal for the Golfin Harpoon. We'll see what happens, because right now he needs to draw. Now he has no deck, he can't draw to load.
Yeah, he can't draw to load. You're right. But he still hasn't used the Red Spine Manta even on this turn.
I think Keith now is his game to lose. If he blocks 3 cards, and has 1 card in his hand, he will just shoot back the
gun,
blunderbuss,
draw 4.
Yeah, and then draw 4. And then Ting Han has to give a card.
Okay, so you see it play out here, blocking 8. And
Refreshing the cog.
Yep, galvanizing, making a new cog. Well, not galvanizing, I mean tapping a cog. Adding that back to Jin Han's hand. Keith going in for the... Alright. Cracking the chess piece.
To gain a resource.
Alright, let's see what's that. Oh,
he needs to
okay.
fire the blunderbuss.
Yep. I mean, fair. Keeping the rebel, very interesting.
He's just trying to strip cards from Ting Han's hand and then wanting to draw up 4 with Revenant's Rebel. If Ting Han can't kill Keith the next turn, that is a bit, then that's it.
Keith has 4 cards here. 3 minutes, 40 seconds left on the clock.
Ting Han makes the goal in Apun.
Oh, yep.
He can't draw, he can't load. He needs to find a way to make a pump.
He has the arms.
What he can do is he pitch to crack the goal. Crack the goal.
So that he goes below.
Yes, and then play the Swiftwater to get goal again.
Yeah. Oh, but keep constantly... Actually, no, that's fine.
Then it's not enough cards because with his arm piece, he can load 2 arrows altogether. Right now, he has 3 arrows and he needs to pitch.
Both
He needs 1 card to pitch, and then his salvage shot and his head shot both cost 1. The salvage cost 1?
Salvage shot costs 1, yes, it does cost 1.
So he has not enough resource.
So he has to shoot the harpoon, right? He has to shoot the harpoon, shoot the headshot, and just pitch the other 2. Oh no, but he can't pitch the other 2. He has to play the mutiny.
Yes.
So
he pitched 1.
So he shoots the harpoon. Harpoon is...
So he can pitch 1 to crack the goal.
Oh yes, he still has to crack the goal.
He has to crack the goal. And then load an arrow. He might have enough because by cracking the goal, he has 1 resource.
Yes, he
and
has
he can use that 1 resource to load and fire.
So shoot the harpoon with goal again.
Just enough, but he won't strip all the cards from Keith's hand.
Yeah, harpoon only comes in for 2. Oh no, but it comes in for 3, right? Because of the glided fin.
Yes.
So that will demand a block. So there will be 1 card down. He will shoot the headshot. That will demand another card. Keith is going to enter the turn with 2 cards. Jin Han will enter it with 2 cards as well.
And then stripping 1 card from his... Stripping a card from Ting Han's hands, he 1 card left.
Yeah.
And then he's not enough gold to make harpoons.
Does he not have enough gold?
He would have
because
1...
He steals a gold from Keith on the mutiny.
But that he has to block. This is down to the wire.
Yeah.
This is down to the... Oh, he's pitching the headshot. He's pitching the headshot.
Interesting that he's pitching the headshot here. I mean, perhaps he knows that he wants to just shoot. He doesn't need the headshot.
This is such a fine line. It really depends on what cards Keith has in his hand. If Keith has just 2 blocks, then headshot might win him the game.
Yeah. Do we know? I mean, if we were paying attention to Keith's pitch deck, we would know.
No, he has a Ravenous Rebel in his hand, which is going to come in for freaking 4.
He has a Rebel. Oh yes, the Rebel is very bad.
No, the Rebel is coming for 5 because he has no deck.
Oh wait.
The Rebel coming for 5.
The Rebel comes in for 5? That's crazy tech.
That's why he pitched it, knowing that he would draw it.
Oh, that's very smart.
Oh my goodness.
That's very smart of him. Very powerful. That's why
But
he's
that's a
5-1.
2-block. And he has 2 sirens in his hand, which are also 2 blocks.
But they count as 3 blocks, technically, right?
But if he dies, it's 0. It doesn't matter because the chain doesn't close.
Yeah, you're right. So, but does Jinan have enough damage to force him to do that?
Shooting for 2, and the siren blocks 2.
Okay, yep, opting for the headshot. Going for the headshot here.
Headshot coming in for 5.
Yep.
Alright, that's the only 3 block that he
Sorry,
has.
for 4.
For 4.
For 4. Blocking with the sentry, gonna refresh the cog.
Oh no,
not
that's it. That's it. Jin has not enough.
Okay, Jinhan making the gold here.
Jin has not enough.
He's just gonna shoot the goldfin harpoon.
Keith has it.
Oh, this is so difficult because in the late game, Marlin being unable to draw cards from the deck makes
It's only
it
3.
impossible to load your arrow.
It is not enough.
There we go. Keith immediately chose it onto the combat chain. Understands. Oh.
What? Reverse rebel for 5.
Yep, looks like Jinan actually
That's
didn't
it.
have enough resources to make that play. Doesn't matter because the Rebel for 5 is going to take it. Very crazy game. We thought Jinhan was so ahead at one point with the 16 damage turn.
But Keith swung back with 20.
Yeah, hit back with 20.
An attack play by pitching Rebel and swinging in for 5. We hardly see Rebel swing for 5. And the turn I thought was the most pivotal was Jing Han's Rebel flipping over a blue.
Yeah, actually, if you look at the live totals now,
that was essential because the additional 2 damage is what Keith has right now.
yeah. I mean, but Keith did have one other card with the Rebel. So actually, he could still block. So,
but taking the extra card will not have allowed Keith to block so efficiently towards the end game.
Correct. Wow, so
I mean, that looks like. I mean, there are multiple reasons why we came here, but I mean, personally, I think a Rebel flipping a blue could possibly have cost Jing Han the game.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things happen. That is one. At that point, we thought, doesn't matter. The damage that Jinhan was sending was already too much. It turns out it wasn't.
Yes, it wasn't.
Keith came back with massive damage after diligently blocking out the first few turns.
Yes. Looks like a Rebel for 5 is definitely better than a Rebel for 2.
Yeah, and wow, even after the return fire, doing the 2-card 11.
He had a Scar for a Scar into a blue Rebel.
Yes.
Into a 7 Nettling shot.
Yeah.
Not enough.
Not enough still.
Not enough.
And he took so much damage to make that kind of plays, right? We saw him try to play out the Scar for a Scar, and because of that, he went down so low.
Yes. Wow.
Yeah.
What a game.
What a game. Very crazy. We will be having more of these games soon.
I need a break.
We need a break.
I need a break.
You guys need a break. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
right, we're back with round 8 of Singapore's Flesh and Blood National Championships 2025, and we are featuring, I think, our only undefeated player in the tournament, Timothy Teo, against James Lim.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a very interesting match. Team got a harpoon-based hand cannon, unlike what Jinghan drafted. However, we can see that there's a significant lacking of armor pieces on team's side.
Yeah, he has the one glide well, which probably explains why he didn't take the glide well when it was passed to him when he saw it in Pack 3 maybe.
Yep. James is on Gravy Wounds. I think he got one of the better seats. I think he's directly above Brandon during the drafting phase. So I think he's the best spot to draft Gravy out of the 8.
So we'll see who's on the play here. Seems like it's Tim maybe?
From the draft, from the action itself, I think Tim is probably on the play, since Tim is the only one looking at his card and James is like everything on the mat.
I see a red fin harpoon in Tim's hand, which may be why he chose to go to this harpoon build.
Yep. Just now I was spectating some of Team's game against Brandon. Teams have quite a few of the blue harpoons in his deck.
That must be why Jin didn't see any, or maybe Tim took those over the other common blue 3-block arrows, which eventually wheeled to Jin.
Yes.
All right, and Tim just chooses to cycle his hand and Arsenal card and pass. Looks like it's pitching a blue Golden Tipple and a Rally the Coast Guard.
Yep.
Okay, good strong cards to keep in the deck for late game.
And I think I also noticed that he Arsenal a red fin harpoon, probably hinting for overpower attack the next turn.
All right, and James starts us off with a red Angry Bones, coming for 7, discarding the Shelly from his hand, which is a nice way to get allies in the graveyard. How important do you think it is for the two heroes to get gold comparatively? Which one would you say places a higher priority on getting that first gold on their side of the field?
I think Gravy is the one that doesn't really require the gold. Based on the number of allies in James' deck. I do not know how many allies does James run, but if you're pretty light on allies, you don't really need the gold to filter your hand.
Right.
However, for team side, as Marlin, without the ability to reload, gold is really important to ensure that you actually have a good late game with the gold fin harpoons.
I think I saw his hand briefly when he was passing the turn. The one card which he kept in his hand looked to be red, calling the big guns. So if he does want to save that to reload, he has the option to do that as well.
Looks like team actually opt to take the 7.
Wow, okay. Taking a full 7, giving James his first gold.
With the call the big guns, I think team is going to launch a very big overpower attack. Yeah.
Ah, right, yeah. There you go. That's going to be pretty scary. And we see that he picked up the big game trophy shot, which Jin elected not to take during the drafting phase.
Yep. We can see that 11 overpower with the red fin harpoon. I think red fin harpoon is the stronger one of the 3 because it's kind of denying any big offensive play from your opponent in the next turn.
In terms of Gravy, how many reds would you say they normally tend to draft? Because I was just thinking here, there's a good chance that, okay, we see, I think 3 red cards here. Okay, I was just going to say, maybe there's a chance Gravy is slightly more blue and yellow heavy, given, allies and you need blues to activate cards from Watery Grave, but he is quite red flooded here. He can at the very least block with the Hoist Up,
which is a block card. I think can only block for 7 in hand.
Yeah, block for 7.
If he chooses to block with his equipment, he can block up to 11 if the top card of his deck is an ally.
Yeah. We'll see what he might, depending on what his arsenal is. If it's a nice 3 for 7, that might be the best way to, just send a big attack back. Okay.
Yeah, James opts to block for 7 here.
Yep.
Taking 4 in the process.
Taking 4, discarding a red Burly Bones.
Yep. And team will net 2 gold from this trade.
I think that's a pretty good turn for Tim. Should be pretty happy with that.
Yep.
Seafloor Salvage is probably less impactful here, given that Marlin probably doesn't really care about the graveyard as much. In fact, I don't even think he has a yellow card in the graveyard.
Yes.
So there's no way to make a gold.
I think for team side, as a Marlin, by playing Marlin, getting the first goal is really very important. Just so that you don't really have a hand where you don't have the options. You are able to find the ways to reload an arrow.
Okay. Oh, you see, James has actually stolen a gold from Tim with the mutiny there. I think it's mutiny on the Swiftwater. Okay. And he chooses to use the Buccaneer's bounty here to summon the Shelly and swing with it at the same time. And Shelly, I think, is one of the stickier bodies available in the common slot. It's quite 5 is quite an awkward number. You can't really kill it with a Scar for a Scar cleanly. And for Marlin to kill it, or rather, do you think it's even generally worth it for a deck like Marlin to try and dedicate resources to kill the Shelly?
Well, for that we need to we need to try to guess what team's game plan is for this game. If he's trying to fatigue James, then he probably have to start to kill the allies. But if Tim feels that he have enough harpoons in the deck to create back-to-back overpower attacks, then maybe Tim will opt not to kill the Shelly. But Shelly itself have a ability to increase the defensive power of the cards that you block with. So it's actually one of the better minions to play into Marlin as Gravy.
Right. Yeah, it's. I mean, even if you can't use the action point to swing with it, it does cost 3 to swing, which is not cheap. And if you can just get that +1 value incrementally every turn by staying on the board, I think that's pretty good for James too. And Timothy's playing pretty aggressively here. He takes the 10, and he sends a life for life back at James.
I think this is a good play. I think Tim understands that he can't really block out fully with the cards in his hand. So he opt to try to take damage and mount the offense.
James blocking with the Blue Sea Tricon here, preventing the 1 life gain.
So with two cards in hand and 2 pitch, team can actually crack the goal to draw a card, so to enable the reload ability.
Oh, it's a red headshot. That's strong.
So
and he chooses to clear the Shelly.
Yep.
Interesting. And the headshot was coming in for 6, I believe, because it was loaded face up.
Yeah.
Okay. I think it's interesting he chose to clear the ally instead of sending it to James' face, especially when he's really quite behind on life. But I guess maybe if he chose to send it in James' face, I think he's more than happy to just block out and just pitch a blue, don't lose any cards in deck from that, send 4 again at Tim. And there's a timer of 3 or 4 turns before he actually has to start caring about the Shelly.
Just by this, I think one of the weakness that teams have is lack of armor. So
Yeah.
like if the game drags any longer, or if James has more relevant on hits, it will be a problem for Team. But I think Team is going for the 3-4-7 game plan. From what I heard, what I discussed with Team just now, I think he actually took the Walk the Plank in the pack that consists of 3 Ranger cards during the draft.
I see.
So he actually have quite a few 3-4-7. He's hedging on those to carry him to the late game, then start to overpower your opponent with the Yellowfin Harpoon.
Oh, and James gets the ally off the top with the washed up wave.
Wow, there's a high
value there.
Yeah, I always hate it when that happens.
Yeah.
I feel like that never happened to me when I play Gravy.
Same.
All my open have it. Yeah, that's why I don't really like that.
Oh wow. Okay, he's got 2 allies in the graveyard now. I think this is a blue tipple, which does let him play the limpet and swing with it.
Yep.
But I imagine he probably wants to swing the cutty here because again it's a slightly stickier body. But then again, maybe he values the constant pinging of the 2 damage over the cutty, especially when Tim seems to be quite light on go again attacks.
I think based on what he draws, he might actually play the limpet. So if he ends with like a 1 attack, 1 cost attack at the end, he can actually swing the limpet and ends with it. Or he can also opt to play the Sharky, the shark out. Yeah.
Okay, and seems like James has taken some damage and given a bit of gold over to Tim. Oh, sorry, the other way around.
Yep.
Tim has taken the damage and given even more gold to James here, who is quite gold rich at this point. But I think, as you mentioned, it seems like most of his allies are in the graveyard already. Probably more for the draw potential rather than filtering allies to the graveyard.
Yep. Okay, interest. James has decided to cash in the goal. I think that's a really good heads-up play.
And he does play the limpet.
He does play the limpet. I think the limpet here does forces some interaction from team. Based on how team
Pitching a
decide.
red
Oh,
tipple. It's very interesting.
very interesting. Yeah, there's a very good chance that James actually draw another red in this case.
I suppose if it's a 0 for 4 or something, that's not a bad way to end the chain off.
Mm.
In your experience, how big of a signal is a rare ally like Limpet, that gravy is open? Let's say you get past a pack that has a Limpet, as compared to like maybe the other rare allies like Scuba or Kelpie. Is that a sign at all? Or are the common allies more of a bigger signpost for you that gravy is open?
I really like how they balance the rare allies in this set. I don't think they are really that good unless you're building into them. So for example, Limpet is really good in CC, but in draft, I don't think she gives enough value as a card alone. Since in draft or sealed, you are restricted to 30 cards. So having an ally which does 2 damage every turn requires it to be on board and swing for like a couple of turns before it can actually match the value of a card. Having 1 health also make it very vulnerable to some of the weapon attacks.
Right.
Which makes her very easy to be cleared. Scuba, on the other hand, is a very powerful card if you have the good yellow to support it. Yeah.
Good yellows to recycle and give you the gold.
Yeah, like the HMSs.
Right.
Yeah, James here opts to, play another ally, which is quite nice to be like, a 4 health minion and a 1 health
And
minion.
he's 7 life ahead of Tim here.
7.
Which is quite a good position to be in.
You know what is a good card to come back from such a spot?
What?
Blow for blow. Wow. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Blow for blow, hit the cuddy, deal the 1 to the limpet, clear the whole board with 2 cards.
Yeah, if it was 1 card, yeah.
Yeah, 1 card, yeah.
1 card trade up.
That would be pretty good.
Yeah.
I think I saw James draw another cutty here. So he has, at the very minimum, 4 allies in the deck. But I wouldn't really call these allies like, the most premium ones available in the common and rare slot. Cutty in particular, I've been quite unsure how to value. I mean, it's 4 health, which is, clearable by quite a lot of the cards in the set. And 1 for 3 is, okay. It's not amazing. But I'm never really that happy to see Cutty, for example, as compared to like a Swabby or Rigor Mortis.
Yep. Hey, team opt to take to return his arsenal back to hand. Probably a blue card just so that he can he can get a pitch for his turn. He decided to clear the allies here. He realized that he's too low to actually outrace the 2 allies on board. So he's now pivoting his game plan to a more fatigue angle. Yeah.
It does feel quite bad to dedicate a whole card to just kill a limpet though.
Yep.
And you're basically passing the turn back to James and you're asking him the question, can you convert your hand? And if he has cards like Sloops that can punish Tim for letting him have a big hand, it can be quite devastating, especially when he's already at 9.
Exactly. And another thing to note is that Tim is gold stuff. He doesn't have a goal on board. So
oh wow, another red walk the plank.
Yeah, I think this walk the plan probably will be going at James instead of the limpet because I think there's too much value to give to throw it on the Limpri.
Okay, we see Regain Composure, Burly Bones, and Restless Bones, along with another Cutty Shark here. James Compasses. Seems like he may be considering a Gravy activation here.
I think one of the common play patterns when you see an ally in hand is to activate Gravy to draw the top card of your deck and discarding the ally immediately. Especially a Walker plan is coming at you, which will tap your hero.
Yeah,
so
might as well get the hero ability in now before you get tapped.
Yeah, and Walk the Plank also have a option to tap the ally.
Yep.
So it technically time walks it probably stop the limpet from attacking for that 1 turn.
Okay, but we see that James has chosen to neither tap the limpet, neither to tap Gravy nor fully block it out. So it looks like the limpet is the one that will be tapped this turn, and Tim will probably save himself 2 life.
Yep.
It's functionally a 3 for 9 there, if you think about it.
Yep.
Okay.
James opt to play an overpower attack for 6 by discarding the ally in hand.
So, I think an interesting choice that James made here is that he chose to give Tim 4 gold, which I think he's not going to be short on gold for like another good 2-3 turns at the very least. So this lets Tim freely load his arsenal. What do you think this tells you about James' game plan? Do you think he's just trying to go face and go hard after this, or do you think that was the best play in the circumstance maybe to try and just send a 3 overpower, hope maybe he can't convert his hand, and then chip him ever slowly down to that point where he has to start blocking the limpets every turn.
I think one thing to take note is that not most, but Gravy actually have class card that have options to overpower other than Marlin. So there's also a danger to go too low against a Gravy. There's a very good chance that you get too low and team is not running any armor right now.
Yeah.
And you might just get by overpower attack like Burly Bones.
And Tim choosing to preserve a little bit of life here, blocking with pretty powerful card, his second Redfin Harpoon of the game.
Yep. There's a Signum shot in Tim's hand. I think what he will do here is to crack the goal to create a harpoon, send the Signum shot at James, and then end the chain with a Golfin Harpoon to kill the limpet.
Right. Yeah. And in that sense, you're like, card neutral in terms of carrying the limpet. You're not using a whole card from your deck just to kill that little pesky 1 health ally.
Yep.
Okay. Looking at James' hand, we see I don't know which ship that is, the orange ship.
Yeah.
But HMS something.
Yeah, HMS. HMS are really powerful in this set. It allows all heroes to have access to a way to clear to have overpower to end the game.
Oh, and Tim does a pretty interesting play here. He makes a harpoon and he discards it with the golden tipple.
Yep. My favorite common in the set. Yeah, I feel golden tipple is really very flexible in this set. It really allows like very aggressive but also very value and oriented plays like this.
See Tim digging a little bit for gold. Oh, and loading in a headshot. Pitching a Jack B nimble, I think.
Yep.
Yeah. It's coming for 6 at James's face.
Yeah. I think another scary thing to take note is that James has 6 goals. So what could happen is that he got quite a good access to like digging for his high tide cards. So when James feels he's very threatened or he's very sure that his deck is out of allies, he could actually start cracking his goal and draw out all his sloops and play out on one turn.
We see his sloop in his hand right now, actually. So I think this is, a battalion buck as well. He could choose to start digging with the gold there and send that powerful
9 attack.
Yeah, 9 attack card at Tim, which is lethal damage. Yep, immediately we see him cracking the gold with Gravy there, putting another Cutty Shark in the grave.
Oh, he drew in a HMS actually.
Yeah. That could be the way to close out the game, like you mentioned.
Yep.
And I think that's the one that gets overpowered if you have less gold, right? Is that?
No.
it's
This is the if you have high tide, you
Oh,
can
high
overpower.
tide is overpowered.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So if Tim gets a little greedy here and choose to block like for 6, take 3.
Yeah, it
or
could very
block
well
for
be
5,
game
and
over.
It could very well be game over if you don't draw a block card the next turn.
We will see. There's a good chance he, may have picked up a bunch of on the horizons along the way.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, James seems to be in a pretty comfortable position here. I think the off turns that Tim took to kind of clear the allies gave him the space to, buy this time, set up for big plays like this. where he's got an ally in the graveyard if he needs it. Whenever he plays a blue and he sends like 9, just basically forcing Tim to at least give him 2 cards here.
Yeah, and I think that's his third Kati Shark, right?
Yeah, it's his third Kati Shark.
So I think he's quite a good fan of Kati Shark. I mean, you can ask him what he thinks of it, after the draft.
That's his 5th ally actually. It's 1 Limpet, 3 Kati, and 1 Shelly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Usually that means that his deck doesn't because his ally doesn't really have very high offensive capability, so he probably have to draft a bit more heavy on the rear attacks.
Right. So maybe the box like this, Sloop potentially.
Yep. Oh.
Yeah,
Tim opting to block for 6 to take 3 damage.
Yeah, but he is now in range of that HMS.
HMS, yes.
So let's see if he can pressure James enough to, force him off the HMS play. Bluefin Harpoon.
Yeah.
He is very Harpoon rich.
Yeah, he actually have, when I talked to him just now, he had 2 red one and like 2 blue one, I think.
Wow, I think yeah, those are the best, right? That's why Jin was left the yellow one.
Yep. That also explains why he's willing to pass the yellow one for another 3-4-7. Because I think he have enough of those. Yep.
Okay. Red Sikkim shot here coming in. There's 1 more card in hand. We'll see if he's able to convert that. Can I also just say that I'm very happy that James is one of my Fantasy League picks.
No.
Yeah, I'm very happy to see him doing so well.
Why?
So I'm a little biased here, but yeah, really happy to see him doing well.
Oh, that's unexpected.
I mean, I chose him because he did so well at calling Taipei off at the sealed event and also draft. Okay, Tim choosing to crack gold here and make a Harpoon of Marlin.
Right now, after drawing the Tipo, I'm not sure what color it is. He might actually opt to play the Tipo instead of loading the Golden Fin Harpoon.
That's a possibility. Seems like it's and he goes for the damage. He goes for the red rallied Coast Guard here. I think that's quite a heads-up play because if James takes, a decent amount of damage, he has that Harpoon to save for his arsenal, and if he keeps 2 cards, he can just send the Overpower arrow. But seems like James is very aware of this and he blocks for 7. Right, so we shall see if James is able to send the HMS at Tim here.
Does he have a block card? No, I don't think I see a block card in Tim's hand.
Oh, wow. I think this is perfect. That might be it.
Nope, no, I don't think I see a block card in Tim's hand. And no.
Yeah,
sorry.
no, he does not have a block card. And James takes it, taking down the only undefeated player in the tournament.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
Very unfortunate. I think if everything goes well for Tim actually have a very powerful deck. If he can chain like the Harpoon with the Overpower, because you actually have enough Harpoon to really push through, like, zero interaction with your opponent. Just keep firing Overpower attack.
Yeah. I think the number of premium Harpoons he had there was quite scary, but I think James navigated it really well. He also had a good number of block cards. We saw the On the Horizon. We saw the Hoist Them Up. I think so. He had a lot of good ways to block out. Sorry, maybe the Hoist Them Up. Maybe I'm misspeaking, but yeah, he had a good suite of defensive tools as well, and also pretty sticky allies that demanded that Tim take some off time to clear them.
Overall, I think I'm really impressed. Like from like the way that James play out the game, and also prioritizing allies. He realized that his allies doesn't do enough damage, so he prioritized like rear attack like Red Bark, some of the 3-4-7 just to hedge the offensive power of his deck.
Yep. Yeah, I am very impressed as well. The deck seems strong for 1/3 of Gravy.
Yep.
Yeah.
He was the first Gravy, I think.
Yeah, first Gravy in the line, so he should be, pretty, relatively ahead of the others, at least for packs 1 and pack 3.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so we have no more undefeated players in nationals this year, which is pretty interesting.
Yep.
And yeah, we'll be back in a little bit with the last round of draft.
All right.
last game of the day.
Yes, culminating our 9 rounds today, we have the last game of the draft pot.
It's been a day. It's been a day of lots of FAB, lots
yes.
of close matches, all to the wire. Very exciting. Coming up, last game, it is
Okay.
and James, Puffin and Gravy.
Yeah, 2 of the people we've actually featured on the 2 rounds right before this, the 2 winners, managed to reach 2-0 on this draft pot, fighting for
Wow.
3-0.
Very exciting. Seeing them shuffle up.
And already set up. We see Keith just miking up a bit and ready to go soon.
We have
And
seen how Keith's Puffin plays. That's a mouthful. And how James's Gravy plays. It's been a long day of wonderful fun.
yes. And here we go.
It's
Now
just
that
counting the number of cards they all have, just to make sure they are not in any kind of violation.
Yep. At 7-1, you don't really want to be subject to any penalties, you know. And a lot has happened. We saw how James's endgame can really close out with the boats. We've seen how Keith can push out blitz levels of damage.
Oh my goodness. 20 damage. Are we going to see another 20 damage turn? Knowing that Gravy Bones can't block as well as a Marlin.
Yeah, both of these players, you know, when we were walking around, they say, don't put me on Fiji table, I'm not good. And then now both of them are here.
You
at
can't say they're not good anymore.
Yeah, the
Going
highest.
7-1.
All right, Keith going in for the shotgun on turn 0.
Blunderbust.
Blocked by Angry Bones. And here we go.
There should be a 1 counter on Treasure Island.
Yep, I think players should be able to remember that once James puts in his own attack. Yep, I think they're saying that right now. 2 counters. Restless Bones. Let's see if James is going to activate its ability.
I don't see any Watery Grave cards in his hand. And he has checked as well.
Yep.
I don't think anything is going on. Just 2 for 6. Good value.
On the horizon, checking the top card of the deck. And James just going to move it straight to Arsenal. See, a Restless Bones being pitched, a very strong card. If there are any leftover allies in the pitch zone that might, you know, join it at the bottom of the deck.
0 for 4. Ravenous Rebel. Can't go wrong with that.
Yep, less than 0 for 5 though, which is what he did last time.
Still strong nonetheless.
Yes.
Not 0 for 5, but 0 for 4.
Yeah, and Treasure Island now up to 3. Gold for the taking. Both players have been trying to preserve the gold and want it for themselves. Both of these heroes really need gold to fully activate.
To fully, you know, get their release their full potential. I think if James is playing a lot of big boats towards the end, he might want to prioritize not giving gold to the Puffin, knowing that Keith's deck really wants to have the gold for comp generation.
Yep, and Keith going in for the simple 6 damage of the rarely the Coast Guard. If James wants to continue denying gold, he has to give 2 cards here. Oh, but if he gives 2 cards, can he clap back? Yep, making some calculations here. Blocking with alright, and washed up waves banishing the Kati Shark off the top, covering up the 6 perfectly.
Well done.
Yes, you gotta love it when the ally is on the top and you see it and like, alright, my arms now block for a lot more. And here we go, Angry Bones.
2 for 6 again. Another great value. Great play by James. Now up to 4 treasures.
Yep, we will.
Wow.
Will Keith do the 2 block here? Yep. Recounting the 1 Kati Shark in the graveyard here. And yep, 3/2 plus 1 unicycle.
Making use of all the breakpoint protection.
Yeah.
Now James is run out of breakpoint protection.
Yeah, actually James has nothing on board anymore. Oh my gosh, a Nimblism. Okay, I think that's a blue, so that's just gonna correct the gloves.
7. Total of 7.
Yep. Glove's gonna correct the blue into a red nimblism. And it's gonna be an expedition to the Azuro Keys. That's gonna be a bit more difficult for James to block, right? Because
Yes, 7.
can't rely on the
But
armor.
giving 1 goal isn't too bad if he can swing back for another 3 or 7.
True.
Maybe just trading 1 goal, 1 goal down, 1 goal down. So that's a total of 6.
Alright, here we go. I think that's blocking for 5 because I think that's a golden tipple. So Keith should be making 2 gold here, if I'm not mistaken. And
So you're right.
Yep. And here we go for another Angry Bones.
Very respectable play. 2 for 6.
Yep. But now this kind of unlocks Keith's hero now. She's able to create the golden cogs, and perhaps Keith might swap over to a more proactive, aggressive strategy.
Yes, having 2 gold on board really opens the way for Puffin to play her multiple 0 for 4 go against Sky Scanner, Sky Skiffs. Might possibly start to cause a lot of trouble for James.
Yep.
Knowing that he already pitched 2 allies down.
Yeah, 2 allies into the pitch zone. That has to not feel great for James. And you know.
Oh, he took.
Oh, he did.
Took 4.
All right.
No, he took.
Did he take 6? Yeah, I think that was a red Angry Bones. So
But there were 4 counters on the Treasure Island.
yeah. So he just took
the
everything.
perk up. Looks like he's going to make 2 cogs and drawing a card.
All right, James gonna be checking the top card of the deck with Compass, perhaps influencing how he's gonna block. And eventually, I think I see another Angry Bones in his hand. So maybe he's trying to see whether he can swing the Angry Bones for more damage next turn if he banishes or discards the top card of his deck.
So Keith has drawn. Is he going to show us another 20 damage turn?
Yep, here we go, giving the Blunderbuss a go again by tapping one of the golden cogs. Perk up very nicely, actually buffing the weapon. This is not common. Sometimes we know actions to buff like the next attack actions, but these ones just buff Mechanologist attacks. So it's gonna be 6. James is gonna decide what to block here. Maybe he can consider starting to establish some board presence, given that he has a gold. And I think actually the past few turns, he's been pitching the allies, possibly also because he has no way to get them into the graveyard. He didn't have gold at that time. He didn't have access to the tipple, I guess. So here perhaps is time for him to pivot. Similar to how Keith is pivoting right now.
Taking some damage to swing back harder. Currently at 6. Is he going to present 6 more? Right now, James needs some cards to play out his allies to return some damage. Possibly finding a way to turn the corner and get back some tempo.
Yeah. Oh. Keeps swinging out with that massive attack. With 1 cog remaining, it's coming in for 6. Possibly might increase to 7. Likely would increase to 7. And if this Cloud City Steamboat hits a hero, he might actually be able to refresh one of the cogs for next turn because he can rest the 1 cog that's untapped to put a steam counter on the rested cog. So it really depends on what key values here.
Looks like he wants to steam counter. There we go.
Yep.
Counter.
Refreshing the cog instead of the 1 damage. It's a good decision, right? It allows him to extend his turn,
He could
guarantees
even
it.
use it for the blunderbuss go again next turn.
Yeah. On top of using it, the other cog that he would likely generate from the gold to kind of support his other mech cards that require tapping the cog.
Looks like he's going to draw all the cards. so that he can play.
The Sloop. One of the premier cards in the format. Easiest way to get go again.
Looks like a yellow sloop.
Yellow Sloop is a very
Yellow or
interesting
blue
one.
sloop.
Let's see.
It's a blue sloop.
Oh, blue sloop. That allows him to pull out the Cutty Shark from the graveyard and swings the Battalion Bar.
He has to close the chain first. I assume he closes the chain.
Yeah, I assume he's just gonna close the chain. Swinging the massive boat. Coming in for 9 here.
He did take damage from the previous turn. I think the life is not updated.
Yeah. So he...
Looks like they heard me, commentator.
Alright.
9.
Keith thinking about this. This is a very important block because 9 damage puts him down to 5.
And with a Cutty Shark on board.
Yeah, but notably Cutty Shark requires a resource to swing, so it's not gonna have the free swing.
He could keep a block with 3 cards, keep 1 card and swing a Cutty Shark for 4 every turn.
Yeah. He could also even keep 1 blue to draw a card and then swing Cutty Shark by cracking a treasure. So keep opting to block here. I mean, of course, with the on the horizon, that helps. Allows him to navigate his turn better if he chooses to crack the gold.
Oh, dovetail into Cutty Shark.
Oh, very simple play. Gets to pitch a red back to the bottom of his deck, though, preserving some of those damage cards. I believe that was the 1 for 5 attack. And here we go. James gonna be drawing a card here. Is able to play with his whole hand because Keith spent his turn attacking the Cutty Shark.
Doesn't look like he has much reds in James's hand. Lots of blue.
Yeah. And we see the kind of respect Keith puts onto the allies. And Blue Restless Bone's gonna banish the top card of the deck.
Another Cutty Shark.
That's crazy that he managed to do that twice.
But he did check. No, was it blind or did he check?
I remember he broke a gold. I'm not sure where he compassed before or after he broke the gold. Alright. Yep. Cutty Shark being able to pump himself by 1 damage, so gonna swing in for 4 here. And James with 1 card behind for the arsenal. I think Keith's still deciding whether to block it.
Blocking for 3, licking 1. He still has to take some cards. Oh, it's a red turbine.
Yep, giving James the gold back.
Plus, Keith has run out of breakpoint protection. Now, does he want to take this turn to clean up Cutty Shark?
Yeah, he did it the last turn, and he will continue to do it again, showing the utmost discipline and respect towards the allies, and understanding that, especially Cutty Shark, right, it can snowball, because Cutty Shark is one of those allies where it does work with other allies, even without go again.
And we can see that James has already played quite a bit of red at the beginning of his game, not be able to find... He pitched a lot of his allies. So as we come into the later part of the second half of this game, he should be able to start finding all his allies while hitting quite hard.
Yeah, so long as James continues this tempo, that might allow him to eventually reach the stack of allies in his deck, like you said. But luckily for him, he's already just put a fresh one into the graveyard, and that's Shelly Hardened Traveler.
And Shelly is, most importantly, 5 health, and
Yes.
he's attacking now with 6 overpower.
Yep, Shelly, traditionally, I think people think is going to be one of the worst allies. But, Shelly does have its users, like what you said, 5 health is difficult to clear unless you've got the 1 for 5. And its ability to buff up your defense can help in denying gold.
Floating 2.
Yep, here we go. Using the big dice here, swinging in
it's
for
4.
4. Cloud's gift.
Oh, just nice. On the horizon.
Yep, so James gonna be taking a look at the
Looks like
top
a Cuddy
card.
Shark. The Cuddy Shark that he
How
pitched
many
away.
Cuddy
Looks like-
Shark?
Yes. 3 Cuddy Sharks.
Alright, let's see. Giving it go again. Oh, your money or your life.
6, 3 for 6.
3 for 6.
He has a hold them up in his hand. 2 4 blocks in his hand at such a pivotal moment in the game. James, how are you drawing so well?
But this play by Keith is also something not to laugh at, man. Like, money or your life following the Clouds gift is very strong.
But all he does take is a goal, which is not the most important at this stage, I feel.
Yeah.
But he needs the resource to play this Restless Bones that he has in his hand to discard Limpid. Because he saw from on the horizon a ally. So does he want to block with both?
Oh, looks like he's just going to be blocking, preserving that life total, and also valuing the gold on board that he's now preventing Keith from taking. Keith is gonna be entering the next turn with no gold, and I think that might be, significant, and probably why James opted to do that play.
I think that's a right play, as Puffin really needs this goal to activate. So if he could just pitch he's pitching to draw.
And he knows that it's a Cuddy Shark. And now he's gonna dig to below the Cuddy Shark. Alright, let's see what's in his arsenal.
0 for 4.
Yeah, paddle faster.
I am not sure. Maybe should have just kept the cards.
Yeah, it's
Taking
interesting.
1, going down to 3.
Yeah, man,
James is running out of cards, and we are reaching a point where he's going to draw no blocks.
Yeah, I think Keith is also, Keith already has his deck spread out to see how many more cards he has left. And James still has a life lead here. Alright, Saltwater Swell, flipping the top card, it's a blue, and I think that actually marks the start of Keith's pitch deck. Because I think he did pitch that earlier on.
Not giving him the goal here might actually be quite pivotal, because he not sure what's going to do with all this extra resource.
Yeah. So James might be blocking, but if he has hit no, Cuddy Shark was the one he pitched down,
Yes,
right?
yes. So I don't think he has any no blocks in his hand.
Yeah. So here we go, Jittery Bones.
Jittery Bones.
Actually a very good piece at this point in time, but
Blocking
choosing
the
instead
Jittery Bones.
to block, yeah. Right. Keeps it block 3. Yep, yeah, so just cleaning up the board.
James asking Keith, where is this cock from?
Yeah, because the cogs can be very pivotal for Puffin to extend her turn. And oh wow, Battalion Barrack. Barky?
Bark.
Bark.
Battalion
Bark.
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 Coming in for 7. Blue Battalion? Yellow or blue Battalion Bark?
I think it's a blue, so probably 7. Which is a lot of damage still.
Could he just take the 7? I don't think so. Keeping a 3-card hand in Arsenal. Probably throw 1 card.
That depends
He's
on
taking the 7. He's taking the 7.
Keith must be quite
James-
terrified.
James is trying to close out this game.
Yeah, if James is able to play like a go again attack, perhaps
Because
like Sloop.
if you could draw 3 cards, knowing that the last 2 cards are depending on Limpid or Kati, he might be able to just play them out. Because he knew what cards already. Yes, you draw, and the last 2 cards will be the 2 allies.
Oh, alright, the mutiny shown. So that means, he can play the Restless Bones and get go again, because if he knows that the top card.
The top card is definitely a ally.
Yep, so just clarifying the counters here. Alright, here we go, pitching the On the Horizon. Restless Bones, flipping the top card, knowing it's a Limpid.
Limpid's going to swing.
I feel like Gravy Bones has taught a lot of people how to pitch deck.
And the last card in his arsenal is a mutiny. Probably just take the goal.
Yeah.
And depending on what effect it is, going down to 2.
Yep, so it gets a goal here.
He was might as well just crack the goal here.
Actually can't even play the mutiny now because
He could crack the goal.
Oh, wait,
draw
yeah.
the Kati.
Does he want to draw the Kati?
Swing with Limpet, and then play the Kati out.
Yes. And there we go.
He chooses to place
the Shelly.
Shelly.
Interesting play. Shelly is something that would require resources to remove.
And it definitely does help block the breakpoints.
Yeah. Maybe because he has so much leftover resources, he wants to use Shelly now before he can't do it, because
Yes.
Shelly is very expensive.
4 attack. 4 attack.
Yep, Treasure Island already triggered off the rest.
James threatening lethal. If Puffin blocks with 1 card, he's going to swing back with 3 cards.
Yeah.
And if he swing back with 3 cards being 2 in hand, 1 in arsenal, he has a goal. He might be able to just strip 2 cards from James's hand because of the blunderbuss into a different card.
So Keith choosing to block 4 here. Unfortunately, those are 2 blocks, but luckily for him, Sirens does give him back 1 life.
Will this, cause James some problem because he's going to draw into Kati, and that's not able to block, and it's a 2 resource. It's a yellow card, and then will he just going to swing Shelly again?
Potentially,
No,
no.
he's
Shelly's
filling
gone.
up Shelly.
Actually, that gives James his 5 cards, and Keith is out of cards now. Does James have a way to pressure Keith
The
to
mutiny
drop?
now is useless now.
Yeah, it is. And that's really difficult.
Is this enough? Okay, Golden Tipple. Oh,
Tossing the Kati. Drawing a card.
Golden Tipple for 1.
Is this a blue?
Yes.
Alright, so means his allies are online. Both very good allies because allies that can kind of extend the turn.
Limpet does extend the turn.
Yeah. So generates a gold.
Playing Kati here.
Yeah. I mean Kati kinda.
It has to, it's going to pull a card out from Keith's hand, and Keith is running out of gas.
Yeah, if Keith uses the gas in his hand to kill Kati, then he's not gonna threaten James anything. So this probably coming in for 4.
James probably is keeping the mutiny in his hand, in his arsenal, so that in the last few turns, he is able to play out Limpet. Because
Yeah.
there is no other way.
Does he not have any more blues in his hand? I mean in his deck?
He has this blue card,
The guy diving down.
there's a guy diving down.
The guy
Seafloor salvage.
Yeah, seafloor salvage. You do have to dive down to salvage the seafloor.
Yeah, so but he might not be able to use it because he might need to use it to block. He wants to cycle the card.
Yeah, possibly.
This galvanized card blocking for 3. Going down, no. So it's down to 2 because he took 1 from
Oh, and he's
down to 1. He's down to 1.
he has to commit 2 cards. I guess he didn't have a 3 block. Or unless he wants to keep the 3 block. This is gonna be very difficult. Does he have 4 damage to clear the Kati? Oh.
Seafloor salvage.
Oh, and he can't turn the limpet.
No, but he can't kill
Kati?
He can't kill Kati. If he can't kill Kati, he's dead.
Yeah,
he has to send a 4 attack into Kati. And it's blue. He has 2 blues in his hand. Oh no.
Yeah, makes a gold, but is that gonna be enough?
That's game.
He's gonna just, I think she's gonna shoot him. James just gonna block. And looks like the writing is on the wall for Keith. The
Good
shark.
game.
All right.
The shark, he has so many sharks. The shark was swimming around Keith for a very long time.
Yes. Oh man. If the seafloor salvage could have came earlier, it could have potentially, you know, flipped the Cutty instead and denied
Yes.
James a very powerful ally.
Wow. Well played to James. I think he navigated that game really, really well. Knowing when to take the damage, when to send back damage, sequencing each and every card and drawing so many cards to find his lines.
Yeah.
Really won him the game. Congrats, James, on Gravy Bones.
And the 3-0 winner of the pot here.
Yes, the current 8-1.
Yes.
The only 8-1.
Is he the only 8-1? And ladies and gentlemen, he is he was 1 point on the Fantasy League. So
Yes,
this
he's the
shows.
1-pointer. It's anybody's game when it comes to draft.
Yeah, it's not about, you know, your past accomplishments, but rather how you play in the moment.
Yes.
And
Oh
so
my goodness. I
whoever
think-
drafted him, probably Kelvin is one of them. And whoever else, you're looking good for your league.
well, congrats, James. You really, really played really well, and we hope you do well on day 2. I hope that you go
Continue
far.
the streak.
Yes, I think he only needs a few more wins to get in the top 8.
Yeah, and you know, even Keith, he's still competing for top slot. He went into this at 7-1, right? So now at 7-2, that puts him still very high up on the leaderboards.
Do we have the standings? Okay, we'll have to send you this. We'll check in on the standings in a bit. But right
Yep.
now, there are still some games going on.
Yeah, so we don't exactly have the standings yet, but you know, tomorrow, first thing we'll be doing is going through the standings, going through the points that some of your favorite players have earned for your team potentially.
I'm excited for the conversion rates of the respective heroes.
Oh yes, and we've even seen, I think Keith is the one on Puffin, right? So
Yes,
he'll
yes.
be repping Puffin in Classic Constructed starting tomorrow. Tomorrow there's also Gravy, Syndra. Is there Auxilio still on the top?
Oh, I'm not
no.
too sure. You have to tune in tomorrow to find out about the standings and the conversion rates. So
Yeah.
I'm very excited. Maybe seeing a Puffin in the top 8 might turn people's head towards Puffin to see how Keith has built it, and maybe it could be the start of something new.
Yes.
Puffin. Okay, I'm very excited. I'm a Puffin enjoyer for these 3 new heroes. I personally have built Puffin, so I'm excited to see how Puffin does in this nationals event.
Yep, always the underdog.
Okay.
So,
we hope to see you tomorrow for day 2.
yep. And, thank you for joining us today. Very long day, a lot of great matches for you guys to watch on demand. And, right now there's also the UK Nationals going on, I think. So there'll be a lot to watch out this weekend, especially for those who still want to, or have their Nationals on week 4, right? Or want to prepare for Pro Tour Singapore.
Ooh, see you there.
See you there. See you tomorrow.